Prologue. There once was a man nicknamed Dream. He was 17, a bit of a science geek, and played all kinds of sports. A fairly well-rounded individual who had decent looks, smarts, and high ambitions. However, all this did nothing to prevent the apparently common case of self-doubt and hopelessness. As a kid who grew up in Los Angeles, California during the year 2060, he had all the knowledge he could ever want at his fingertips. Scientists were constantly pushing the limits of physics to develop greater technology, as they always have. The entertainment industry was growing by the day. Jobs were constantly being taken by robots, the lives of everyone ordinary becoming better but more intruded upon. It was just your normal, everyday descent into the dystopias you read about in books. Dream grew up in the midst of all this, but was raised under one creed: question everything. This is what his parents always told him, and it shaped his entire life. In high school, he was quite the ambitious teenager. He always wanted to become a millionaire who was able to make his money by inventing something great. He wanted to develop an ingenious piece of tech, develop a business, and maybe sell it off for money he could live the rest of his life off of. However, while he thought that was the start of an uptrend and successful life, he had no idea it was the opposite. Because he wanted to become successful and make something awesome, he decided to get to studying. Not studying in high school, but studying on his own. He didn't think much of high school, never did. He thought it was a waste of time as they only taught him stuff he already knew. So instead of paying attention there, he put all his focus into online research. Freshman year of high school, and electrical engineering was his first gateway into the world of science. He was always interested in energy and how it was harnessed. He would take apart many different devices and attempt to create his own. While none of them were successful, it sparked a boundless curiosity in him. How did energy travel through copper? What were semiconductors? How did batteries work? What are magnetic fields? All kinds of questions shuttled through his mind, and he sought out the answers for them all. The internet was free and the information infinite, so he scoured it like a starving man during a feast. Physics, chemistry, engineering, material science, genetics, biology, cosmology, and more. One thing always led to another, and for 3 years in a row, he spent all the time he could studying all aspects of the universe. His mind was like a black hole for information, but with everything he discovered, there was always another question to be answered, and his curiosity kept pushing him deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. This wasn't all he did, though. While he loved indulging himself in study, he had other responsibilities and worries about the future. One of these responsibilities was actually sports, something he excelled at. After years in middle school, Dream found himself most talented in track. He was remarkably fast, and this was only discovered in high school. Either way, he wasn't allowed to waste this talent, and thus he joined the team and trained every day. Unfortunately, while he was fast, his body didn't like the strain very much. Dream was riddled with injuries and had the spine of an 80-year-old man. It was so bad that it got to the point where it hurt to breathe should he strain himself too much. And it wasn't caused by anything like asthma, but instead his spine pinching different nerves with the shifting of his muscles. But he pushed through. He got himself to a chiropractor, which helped immensely. That was able to keep him on the track where he pushed through any other pain that cropped up. Within moderation, of course. He wasn't a masochist, so if things hurt a little too much for a little too long, he would back off. Unfortunately, that didn't help much. When it wasn't one thing, it was another, and Dream soon had to deal with hamstring injuries. These were worse than back injuries, as they would keep you out of all sports for extended periods of time should you get hurt enough. But he got through those too. It sucked, and Dream came to hate running, but he was good at it and couldn't waste the chance for things like scholarships and free rides. So he just continued to trudge through while comforting himself with the thoughts of learning new things in science. And things went well for a good while, but as Dream grew up a bit more, he started getting more and more depressed. At first, he didn't know why. He liked studying. He read books, he was active, and he had some friends. He should have a pretty perfect life. So why did he start losing motivation? Why did he start hating himself? It got so bad that he could barely get out of bed. He lost all sense of purpose. Everything he studied, if he did it all, started making him nihilistic too. Things like scientific determinism and religion drove him into a hole that he just curled up in. Dream and his family were actually Catholic, so he was no stranger to religious concepts. They frequently discussed things like God, the devil, revelations, and the apocalypse. But discussing these things further drove Dream into a void of his own creation, one that he never felt like taking himself out of. Dream loved discovery, seeing new things, learning new ways to see things, and coming up with his own interpretations on concepts was the most satisfying thing Dream could do. But as you went further and further down the rabbit hole, things got dark. The universe can't be traversed. God is an omnipotent being playing sandbox with the world, and people, whether they want to be or not, are just ignorant sheep waiting for the day that they've been used for all their worth and expire. It was an incredibly hopeless picture that Dream drew for himself, and add on to it the depression, and you had a recipe for disaster. But they say time heals all wounds, and maybe that was true for him too. Come the end of high school, Dream was finally in the position to move on. While he didn't have the best grades since he never did homework, they were decent and his sports ability was top-notch. So he finally decided to try taking his head out of the gutter for once and look on the bright side. And doing that gave him some solace. Going into college, Dream received far better training and was able to push himself to greater heights. He also mustered up the courage and got himself a beautiful girlfriend. She became the light in the void he made or himself, and for once, he thought that while he would never become much in the grand scheme of things, he would be able to cut himself a little slice of fulfillment with the girl next to him and the sports that kept him strong. At least, that was until life took out a gun and shot him in the dick. He tore his hamstring on one fateful day, and from then on, he knew that he would never be able to play sports again. While he never liked running, the achievement that came from winning races and getting medals was something he kept looking forward to. It was one of the things that made him think it was all worth it. All the blood and sweat, for months on end, for a short and glorious race. But now, he would never get that again. It was like a knife in his heart, and he went into another bout of depression. He started sinking back down into that void. His mind became unhealthy, especially since he was no longer active during the healing process. But there was someone to pull him back out. His girlfriend was always there, and she didn't let him sink. She was there to keep him going through the painful rehabilitation and physical therapy. She didn't let him give up and tore him out of bed when he didn't want to go. It was tough love, but that's exactly what he needed, and once again, she lit up that dark and lonely place his mind was in. Eventually, he got back on his feet, and he started finding another purpose for himself. He went back to being active, and he continued his studies. Things were going good once more in his life, until they weren't. If before life shot him in the dick, this time, life shot him in the heart. On one horrible night, the light of his world was murdered. It wasn't anything wildly dramatic. A robber had broke into her house during the night, and when she tried to fight back to protect her family, she was shot dead. It was so simple that not many people cared. The robber was found, jailed, and the case was wrapped up quickly. In the large city, it was just a passing breeze, not causing anything of significance. But that passing breeze was enough to destroy someone's whole world. Dream was once more cast into the void. He was thrown farther down than he ever had been, so far that he couldn't pull himself out. She had been his light, the key to something greater. With her, he didn't need sports. With her, he could keep himself from thinking that everything was hopeless. But with that light gone, there was nothing keeping him from not only burying himself in the void, but sinking down to its farthest depths. But as he sank down into the abyss, he actually started going back to study. Studying and learning became the only thing that could keep him occupied. It became the only thing that could fill the void. It was a curious thing, but he found himself going back to it. When everything was hopeless and it seemed as if there was nothing more, he set out to research more as if he was trying to find a way out. He wanted to find a way past the darkness, but nothing he did brought him any light. Nothing he saw brought him any hope. It was all just a distraction, a way to cope with the horrible truth. And one day, he reached his breaking point. Knowledge couldn't do anything for him anymore. He couldn't process anything. His mind had reached its limit, and he wanted everything to end. So he decided to end it himself. He drove himself out to the middle of nowhere, a place where the lights of the city didn't reach. There, he could see the stars. He could visualize the universe and all its splendor, and he could understand how cosmic everything was. It was moments like that when he was the most enraptured. He could feel it in his bones, how magnificent the cosmos were. It wasn't simply a thought, but something that made him shiver. He got goosebumps from the incomprehensible significance of the universe and all its workings. And it was those very goosebumps that reminded him about how limited he was. Everyone was extraordinarily limited in both mind and body. One person would never be able to comprehend the secrets of the universe. It simply wasn't possible. And it was exactly that which drove Dream further down into the void. And finally, after pondering in the biting cold weather of the rural desert for hours, he felt it, the abyss that called to him, and the abyss that he started to long for. He longed for enlightenment, and the abyss would either bring it to him or wipe away his existence forever. Either way, he would get what he wanted. So he gave himself to it. Bang. Announcement. Individual. Dream has given the ultimate sacrifice for the pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 1. First Day. Announcement. Individual. Dream has given the ultimate sacrifice for the pursuit of knowledge. When everything turned to black and Dream couldn't feel anything anymore, a voice rang out inside his head. He could see text being displayed. A title will be granted. Title: Origin Seeker. Acquire. Abilities befitting a Seeker will be granted. What the hell? Dream had no idea what was happening. Well, he kind of did, but he wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to believe it. Ability: Savant will be granted. Ability: Copycat will be granted. Oh cool. Abilities: I may just be in a really good lucid dream. Get it? Ability: Awareness will be granted. Warning: you will be moved to a different world. The individual will be granted an ability derived from his origin. Ability: Summons from another world will be granted. Warning: as the individual has never come in contact with origin energy, a small amount will be infused upon arrival. This may cause discomfort. Origin energy? Like mana or something? As Dream asked that, he finally woke up. Opening his eyes, the first thing Dream saw were green leaves and sunlight poking through them like pillars of light. It wasn't super bright, but because he just came from a dark place, he squinted and put his hand up to block the brightness. Ugh, bright and hot. Damn. What is it, 100 degrees? Let's get rid of this. Saying that, Dream sat up, reached over, and pulled off his sweater and shirt that was already causing him to sweat. Going from a cold night air to hot and humid jungle weather was not fun. Once he was stripped down a bit, he lifted his head and took a closer look around. Next to him was a big rock, and all around him were big trees, bushes, and other various flora and fauna. It wasn't thick and swampy like the Amazon, instead being a relatively tame forest that went on as far as he could see. I'm in a forest, with absolutely no directions, all alone. I'm already loving now. What the? Ow. As Dream was mumbling to himself, parts of his body started feeling prickly. First it was his chest, then his arms and legs, then his head. Everything started pulsing with a stabbing pain, and it only got worse by the second. Ack, what the hell? I didn't even do anything. Shit, this hurts. Descending into more and more strenuous pain, Dream went back to the floor to roll around as if he were on fire. And it really felt like that. While at first he could deal with it relatively well, it quickly started getting to the point where he was a little scared. 5 minutes pass, and Dream couldn't hold back from letting out true cries of pain. He was trembling all over, and it felt like blades were crawling under his skin and against his bones. Unfortunately, the pain didn't pass for another 15 minutes. It was only on the 20th minute that it started to fade, and 10 minutes after that, Dream was left a mess of a man on the floor. I didn't even do anything. I just got here. Why wait? Those messages. It said discomfort, but this was hardly discomfort. It was trying to kill me. I thought it would never end. Hey, that wasn't there before. Pulling himself together, Dream got back up and looked around again. When he did, he could see a piece of paper on the ground a few feet away, something that definitely wasn't there before. Definitely wasn't there before. What does it say? Picking it up, Dream proceeded to read the words on it, all of which were written beautifully, better than any calligraphy artist he had ever seen. Dear Dream, the pain you have recently experienced was due to exposure from origin energy, or at least what I'm pretty sure was origin energy. You must have noticed how your body is enhanced. This is natural and something that everyone in this new world is born with. And to give you a rundown, yes, you are in a new world. This world runs on a system of abilities, classes, and levels. You have also been given an ability, one of which is a summoning ability derived from one of the characteristics of your home planet. Through your summons ability, a catalog of weapons, gear, and many different items will be allowed access to you through your status. This will be crucial to your survival as you begin your new life, so do check it out. Another ability you have been given is Savant. I'll let you figure that out, but know that it holds the native language of this world. A little something to start you off right. By the way to check your status is to say out loud, status, but you can also give the command in your head. Everything you need can be found in this menu like video games in your previous world. This includes the message and notification log as well. Alright, this concludes my starter message for you. Everything else will need to be discovered by yourself. I do hope that you have a successful rise in power, and when you are powerful enough, you will be able to find me. The best of fortune, a very powerful dude. So it really is some other world, a system, and I got those abilities of mine. At least that's what the system said. Catalog? That will indeed be useful if it is what I think it is. Status. Calling out unsurely, Dream brought up his status that popped into his vision. Profile, catalog. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Titles, origin seeker. Class, unassigned. Level, 1. Stats, strength F, agility F. Stamina F, magic F. Passive skills, visualization, LVL 1. Savant, LVL 1. Copycat, LVL 1. Awareness, LVL 1. Active skills, summons from another world. Interesting. Those are all the skills I got, except for visualization. Nothing said anything about that. Oh well, more of these skills couldn't hurt. Anyway, let's check out this catalog. Raising his hand, Dream attempted to click on the catalog tab in the air, but upon doing so, nothing happened. Tilting his head, he said catalog in his mind, upon which the screen in front of him changed. Catalog. Search here. Weapons. Utility. Clothing. Supplies. Miscellaneous. Oh, that's cool. Hee. Definitely weapons first. Search bar. Search up guns. Guns. 38 special revolver. 44 magnum revolver. 22 calories, pistol. 9mm pistol. 45 ACP pistol. 57 calories pistol. 223 calories rifle. 556 calories rifle. 308 calories rifle. After he spoke, a list of many different guns popped into view. Seeing all the options, Dream drooled in excitement. Oh, I'm gonna get me some of these. Let's start with a pistol. Definitely not a revolver. A 57 should be good. I've always liked that gun. Saying that, Dream focused on the option for a 57 calories pistol. Soon, another screen popped up. .57 cal pistol. Fires 5.7 by 28mm rounds. Detachable box magazine. Mana cost. Med. Medium mana cost? I have no idea how much that is, but it sounds doable. Give me this gun. After focusing on buying the gun, Dream saw the item appear in midair a few inches from his leg. It wasn't the normal polymer gun either, but a futuristic-looking one with default holographic sights. This is freaking cool. Although I felt some mana drain. At least I think that was mana. Wasn't my regular energy, and it dropped a good amount. I might be able to buy one more of these before being sapped of it all. Are there any consequences to doing that? I didn't really feel any discomfort. Whatever. Let's see. This one should have 20 rounds, right? Putting other thoughts aside and pulling back the slide of the gun, Dream looked inside the barrel. However, after looking down, he saw nothing. No bullets. No bullets? Don't tell me. Do I seriously have to buy them separately? Catalog. Calling back out the catalog, Dream used the search bar and looked up the bullets for the gun. And sure enough, boxes of bullets could be seen for sale, all of them costing low mana. Ugh, looks like I need to do everything by hand. Get me a box. After selecting in his mind, a box appeared in the same way the gun did. Dream picked it up, took out the magazine to his gun, and started loading bullets. Several minutes later, Dream had a full magazine. He inserted it into the gun and racked the slide, loading a bullet. The bullet cost was low, but it still drained good amount of energy. I definitely won't be able to get those rifles. I guess this'll have to do. Sighing in disappointment, Dream stood up. You know, I should get a backpack. I'll need something to carry my crap. Catalog, gimme a backpack. The next moment, Dream had a backpack in which he put his shirt, sweater, the mysterious letter, and the half-empty box of bullets. The gun he put into the pocket of his sweats for easy access. All right, let's see if I can't find some people. Though I gotta be careful. Who knows what kind of animals are lurking? Wouldn't want to run into a bear or something. Saying that, Dream chose a random direction and began walking. As he did, he could feel the weird changes to his body. He found that he was definitely stronger than before. His legs responded quickly, his body felt super light, and he could move with incredible speed. He used to be a track sprinter after all, so he was very sensitive to his speed and bodily power. This only served to surprise him, though. The reason was because he had only achieved speeds and feelings like this when he was in peak shape. After walking and checking out his body for a long while, he eventually pulled back up the catalog to scroll through its wares. Clothes, guns, food, devices. This thing's got everything. I could get myself a bed, a tent, fire starters, pots, pans, freaking everything. They even got cars and shit. There's really nothing I can't get from this, so long as I have the mana. This can get really expensive though. Some of the high-tech rifles need a stupid amount of mana. The more material or the more complicated it is, the more expensive it is. Now that I think about it, I've regenerated some mana. I should plan out what I'm going to get. First, I should think about getting what I need to camp. Mumbling to himself, Dream started making a mental list of the things he would need. However, as he was walking, he suddenly heard rustling. Snapping his head around, he looked off towards a tree covered in bushes. Please tell me that's a rabbit. Dream stared fixedly at the bush, but unfortunately for him, what came out wasn't a rabbit. It was a dog, a mean-looking dog, and it was snarling at him. He wasn't the only one either. Dream saw 5 more dogs pop out from bushes around the same place. All of them were staring straight at him, definitely not looking to make friends. Shit. Dream's heart pounded madly as adrenaline started coursing through his veins. Slowly, he reached for the pistol in his pocket and pulled it out while planning what to do in his head. I don't know how fast these things are. Should I start running first? I don't know if I'll be able to wear them out. Even if I do, they'll probably find me again. Shit. Let's fire first and take one out. Steeling himself, Dream raised the gun and pointed at the dog closest to him about 20 meters away. None of them reacted as if the gun weren't worth their time. Taking careful aim, he fired right at the dog's head. Bang. Thud. You have killed a level 6, wild dog. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Wild dog. As the dog fell to the floor lifeless, Dream saw 3 notifications appear in his vision. But after looking at it for a second, he focused back on the problem in front of him. After the shot, the other dogs were shaken. It was incredibly loud and rang out in the forest. But after composing themselves, they looked to their side to see the dog who had fallen to the ground. As this happened, Dream decided to catch them off guard. Taking aim once more, he fired toward another dog. Bang. Thud. You have killed a level 7, wild dog. You have leveled up. Bang. Arf. Damn. Bang. Bang. You have killed a level 5, wild dog. Bang. Bang. Firing continuously, Dream tried to take out as many of them as possible. Unfortunately, his aim wasn't always spot on, and he could only kill 2 more before the others snapped out of it and charged toward him. Run. Spinning around, Dream made a beeline for the opposite direction, dogs right on his tail. His backpack was tossed around as he tried to carefully tread the terrain as best he could. He had to be a bit hasty though, and he charged through several bushes when he couldn't find another route. Avoiding the dense trees was difficult too, and he was constantly weaving through them. Luckily, Dream was no stranger to agile movements, having played lots of soccer in his life. However, soccer skills weren't invincible against horrible terrain. After running for only a few minutes, Dream ended up slipping after planting his feet to harshly. Thud. Falling to the floor, Dream didn't hesitate to whip around, not even worrying about the pain that came from hitting the ground. When he did, he could see the dogs only a few meters away. Bang. Raising his gun, Dream fired at the closer one. It noticeably slowed and tumbled to the floor as the bullet went into its chest. The other one was fine though, and lunged straight at him. Growl. Ack. Dream yelled out as the dog pounced on him. After kicking his leg out to keep it away, the dog decided to target it and munched down on it like the piece of meat it was. Fuck off. Bang. Bang. Carefully taking shots, Dream sent bullets into the dog. Unfortunately, he couldn't and wouldn't aim at its head as it was right there next to his leg. Instead, he opted for the body, punching holes into it. Bang. 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 R. After several shots, the dog finally started giving and let go of his leg, howling miserably. It dropped to the floor next to him, blood pouring out. Dream backed away when it wincing at the wounds on his leg. His sweats had been torn to shreds, and there were deep wounds on his calf. Shit, it's gonna get infected. Damn dog. Bang. You have killed a level 7 wild dog. After shooting the dog in the head, Dream pulled himself off the floor, compensating on his uninjured leg. Huff. Huff. You too. Bang. You have killed a level 6 wild dog. Shooting the other dog that was also laying there injured, Dream took some deep breaths, calming himself down. I need to move. Loud noises and blood will attract predators. I need bandages too. Damn, can barely walk with it. Sigh. This is turning out to be a shitty first day. Saying that, Dream trudged away with his mangled leg as quickly as he could, hoping to get away somewhere safe. Chapter 2, Savant. While Dream had intended to continue off for a while, he found that the wounds on his leg were worse than he imagined. So after barely walking for half a mile, he found himself a tree to sit against. Sheesh, that dog did a number on me. At least the bone isn't broken. Probably. Catalog. I need bandages and a disinfectant. What's a good disinfectant? A good disinfectant would be dash. Who's there? Suddenly shooting up, Dream brought out the gun and aimed around after hearing a voice. Nobody is there. Then who's talking to me? I am talking to you. And who are you? I am Savant. Savant. Yes. Hang on. Remembering that name, Dream brought up his status and looked at his skills. Sure enough, one of his passive skills was named Savant. After realizing that this was just a voice in his head, Dream calmed himself and sat back down. Okay then, Savant. So what exactly are you? I've never had schizophrenia, so I don't think I'm imagining things. I am a skill. Anything to add to that? No. Alrighty then. Another question. What can you do? I can communicate with you and answer questions. Fantastic. Dream massaged his temples as he pondered over this piece of work. He was pretty sure 5-year-olds could communicate better than this. Despite that, he had an inkling as to what this savant might be able to do. Okay, Savant. What's 7,338.46 multiplied by 472.2 inch? 3,465,220.812. I have absolutely no clue if that's right. Oh, Savant. What is the joules force of a 45-gram bullet traveling at a velocity of 900 meters/second? 18,225 joules of force. So you're like a mathematician. Dream was pleased as he heard the answer. It was the force of a 50 BMG bullet, and he happened to know that little detail. But while he was happy about having a talking calculator with him, he wanted to see if this intelligence was able to be a bit more useful. So he asked a question as a small test. Savant, what are my other passive abilities? Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has visualization has leveled up. Why is it leveling up so much? Dream was surprised at the sudden notifications, but he didn't do anything to stop it. After a couple of minutes of him letting Savant do its thing, it leveled up 6 times to level 7 and finally gave him a response. Your other passive skills are copycat, awareness. Only 2? You're missing one. I do not understand. I have another passive skill called visualization. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Your passive skills are copycat, awareness, visualization. Dream sat there dumbly for a second. He was confused. Why didn't Savant get it right the first time? Savant, what did you do to find that information? I read the signatures of the skills bound to your soul. Signatures, huh? What are signatures? Signatures are the data that marks each of your skills. Okay, and I have a soul? That is correct. So there really are souls. Are skills attached to the soul? That is correct. Interesting. So you missed visualization the first time. Why? I could not recognize the skill signature. And you found it after I told you the name? That is correct. So I guess those other skills that were given to me were different than visualization. It was the only one that wasn't given to me. I happened to just have it. That's probably why he didn't recognize it. And I guess him learning something new allowed him to level up so much. Talk about power leveling. Dream smiled for a bit. Leveling anything up was fun. It gave him the same dopamine response as leveling up in a game. And while he would love to continue and experiment, he needed to take care of his leg first that stung to no end. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. Savant, are you able to use the catalog? With your permission, I am able to utilize your skills. Then I give you permission. Get me some water, disinfectant, a small towel, bandages, and a sealer for my leg. That will require the consumption of mana. Do you approve?
Yes.
Understood. The next moment, all the things he asked for appeared. Dream quickly proceeded to clean his leg with everything. He rubbed the wounds down with water and applied the disinfectant, cleaning it up. After it was clean, he took the sealer, which was a kind of artificial biofoam for deep wounds like these, and applied it. It would greatly promote his healing and protect it. And finally, he wrapped it all nice and snug in bandages. Asterisk sigh asterisk all right. Much better. Although it'll leave some nasty scars, I'm not really in the position to stitch stuff up. After I reload, we should keep moving. Taking the box of bullets out of his backpack, Dream went and reloaded the almost empty magazine. Once it was full, he loaded everything into the bag and set off once more. Since he had no sense of direction, Dream just randomly proceeded through the forest while looking for anything remotely interesting. He also thought up many random questions to ask Savant. Hey Savant, use the visualization skill to model a blade of grass. Understood. The next moment, Dream saw a blade of grass appear in his mind. It was so lifelike, and he felt as if he could see all the details of the blade at once, like it was data being input in his head. Getting excited, Dream continued to ask Savant to model different things that he saw. Trees, birds, bushes, berries he didn't dare eat, the dogs he recently fought, his gun, and more. Because of his excessive requests, Savant ended up leveling to level 11. Visualization also leveled up to level 7. When it did, his mind felt clearer, and he also felt as if he had more of that mana energy. Feeling vitalized, Dream kept requesting Savant to do more and more complex things as he thought about what to do next. He also started summoning things he knew he would probably need as his mana regenerated, packing them into his bag. While Dream would love to find civilization, he didn't know if that would happen today. In fact, after walking for several hours, the sun got close to setting. Realizing that he would have to camp out for the night, he went and picked out a spot to set himself up. The spot was actually under a giant tree he found. All the trees in the forest he was in were huge, but occasionally he came across some especially big ones. This was one of them, and he decided to dig himself a fox hole under the huge roots to sleep in. It was dirty, but he had blankets, and it would be much safer than camping out in the open. Unpacking some things that he summoned, Dream got to work. He took out a tactical shovel to dig out a space under a root near the surface. After spending almost an hour doing that, he finally had a decently sized foxhole enough for him and his items. With that, he took out a tarp and some blankets, setting them across the dirt inside the hole. By this time, the sun was already almost completely set, and the clouds that he could see through the trees were a fading pink. It was a nice sight, but not a rare one. So after relaxing for a bit, he threw his bag and any other loose items into the hole. He then crawled in and sealed the entrance with some other big rocks he found scattered around, leaving plenty of cracks for airflow. With the gun on his chest and the throbbing wounds on his leg, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Sniff, sniff, sniff. As daylight started streaming over the horizon, Dream was awoken to the muffled sounds of birds chirping and an animal sniffing the entrance to his foxhole. Wait, sniffing? Realizing what the sounds outside his hole originated from, Dream immediately popped to attention. His body was naturally vigilant as he was in a foreign place, and waking up quickly wasn't difficult. Grabbing his gun, Dream looked through the cracks of the rocks. Outside, he could see the figure of a medium-sized furry animal. It sniffed and even clawed at the rocks, curious about what was inside. Dreama just laid there, feet toward the rocks, with his gun aimed. He really didn't prefer to fire a gun inside this hole, but if the dog or whatever was outside insisted on clawing its way in, he would do so. Howl. Not long after, there was a loud howl that rang out through the forest. Hearing that, the animal outside perked up and turned around, dashing off into the distance. Thank God. Sighing in relief, Dream laid back down. That was probably a wolf. Looks like I need to be more careful outside. They should be mostly nocturnal though, so the days should be fine. With that logic, Dream kicked down the rocks and carefully crawled out of the hole. He focused on his hearing and sight, making sure that there weren't any other animals around. E-awareness has leveled up. E-awareness has leveled up. As he looked around, 2 notifications popped up. With them, Dream felt his senses strengthen a bit, which he used to scan around further. Only after he confirmed that nothing was around did he relax. Awareness? I guess it makes my sense better. I can definitely see and smell better. Taking a deep breath, Dream took in the fresh aroma of the morning forest. He felt refreshed, and even though he was woken up early, his energy was at its top. I haven't had a good morning like this in a long time. Sigh. Now, what the hell am I supposed to do? Realizing that he was still stranded in a forest, Dream sat against the tree. Even after pondering for a while, though, he couldn't come up with any plans. There weren't any directions, and he couldn't find any form of civilization. I'm just gonna have to keep wondering. Though, this is a good spot to stay, at least at night. I should return here if I can't find another place to sleep. As he said that, he pulled all the stuff inside the hole out. Growl. Suddenly, Dream heard a low rumbling sound. It didn't actually come from any animal, though, just his stomach. I guess I am pretty hungry. Hey, Savant. Listening. Can you summon me a breakfast, MRE? I think there was a hash brown one. This will require the consumption of mandash. Just do it. Understood. With that, a big bag of food appeared next to Dream. After sitting down, he dug in and chowed on the hash browns, crackers, bread, and even the drinks and small bag of candy inside. After eating it all, he was full and energized. That was better than I thought it would be. Now, I should probably start hiking. I'll need all the daylight I can get. Saying that, Dream stood up and prepared to head out. He summoned another 2 magazines for the gun, the bullets to fill them, and a holster that could hold everything. All this took most of his mana, so he stopped there, and after hoisting his bag and situating himself, he began walking once more, leaving the foxhole behind. As high noon came around, Dream was still walking. He still hadn't found even a trace of civilization, and he was starting to get worried. But there wasn't anything he could do except walk, so he trudged on. He wasn't just walking, though. As he walked, he had Savant create a map of where he had gone. For this, he actually had Savant directly use his awareness skill, something he discovered was possible after some experimenting. With that, Savant was able to use the skill to map the surroundings, creating a virtual map using visualization. This resulted in leveling awareness to level 10, visualization to level 14, and Savant level 18. It wasn't that much of an improvement, and since Dream had no idea if there was a max level or anything of that sort, he didn't know what was good or not. However, there was one thing he could make guesses about: his stats. After the skill level ups, his magic stat actually rose from F to F. When that happened, he could feel more mana inside of him. It was a pretty substantial increase, almost double in fact. With that, he could summon more things, so he was happy. It also gave him a good gauge on how the stats worked in this world. His stats were F, so he assumed it would go up to E, then D, then C, and so on. It was pretty simplistic and made gauging your strength against others pretty easy, or at least it would if he could find anybody. Either way, as he hiked, Dream kept his mind and Savant busy. For many hours nothing happened, and as the sun started to set, he searched around for a place to set up camp. Thankfully, he managed to find himself another big tree and proceeded to dig himself another foxhole. By the time it was getting dark, he was all set up and ready to go to sleep. Although he surprisingly wasn't tired at all, even after all the hiking he did. So instead of immediately climbing into his claustrophobic bed, he sat back comfortably against the tree and scrolled through the catalog. While he hiked, Dream had summoned himself some lighter athletic clothes suitable for activity and occasionally summoned some more ammo and magazines for his pistol. He found that his mana regenerated rather quickly, so he didn't skimp on grabbing whatever would make his travels more convenient and safe. Right now, his mana had filled up all the way, and he was thinking about upgrading his stuff a bit. The first thing that came to mind was his gun. He wanted a better one. So he went scrolling through some of the submachine guns and assault rifles. Let's see. If it's for animals, I'd want higher calibers. Wouldn't want to get caught by a bear only having a pistol. I've gotten quite a bit stronger after being enhanced by mana, so I can easily handle the weight of the stuff I carry. Adding a rifle to that wouldn't do much. Let's get myself a 7.62. That'll keep me plenty safe. I can get one that's automatic, and there's different variations, so let's make it compact. Dream mumbled to himself as he went through tons of different options. Some of the guns had long barrels, some were semi-automatic, some were full auto. Dream had his preferences though, and after contemplating, he gave all his specifications to Savant, who summoned him the one he wanted. Soon, after expending the majority of his mana in one go, a gun appeared next to him. It was a black short-barrel bullpup. The gun was very bare, and its only attachments were the small semi-holographic iron sights and a select fire switch. It could fire 7.62s at full auto, and it was designed to be very stable. It was also very durable and could survive the heat from the powerful rounds. He could drive this gun through thousands of rounds, and it would continue kicking. After the gun came a few drum magazines and plenty of ammo. With that, he was completely drained of mana. Alright, let's fill these drums, then I'll be set. My next choice is definitely going to be a sniper caliber gun though. Then if I ever run into a bear or something, I can take care of it with relative ease. With a wide grin, Dream opened the ammo boxes and started loading ammo. Once everything was set, he decided to climb into the foxhole for the night and go to sleep. This time though, he was much more content as he had his new trusty rifle by his side. Chapter 3: Forest. Scratch, scratch. When the sound of sharp objects grinding against rocks filtered into his ears, Dream's eyes shot open. When he brought up his head and looked to the entrance to his foxhole that was blocked off by rocks, he saw that it was still night out. Despite that though, there was something outside that was attempting to claw through the entrance. Click. Grabbing the pistol that was holstered on his hip, Dream flicked off the safety and pointed it to the rocks. He didn't want to use the rifle as that might blow his ears out if he fired it inside the hole. If he fired with the pistol, it would be a bit more manageable. While he couldn't see what was outside and trying to get inside, he had his guesses. It was probably a wolf. Those things were nocturnal after all. Let's just hope it doesn't insist on getting inside. I don't want to go deaf yet. Actually, Savant. Listening. Savant responded to Dream's call. Get me some earplugs. Understood. The next moment, earplugs appeared on his chest. After putting them on, while he couldn't hear as well, it would at least protect his ears. With that, Dream just continued to aim the pistol at the entrance. However, even after a minute or so, the animal outside just kept on clawing. With that persistence, the rocks finally tumbled, and a big gap was opened up. The animal outside, which was indeed a wolf, stuck its snout through the gap and laid eyes on Dream. Growl. With a clearly hostile snarl, the wolf lunged its head in farther and tried to bite Dream's foot. Before it could though, he fired straight at its face. Bang. Thud. You have killed a level 14 forest wolf. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. The bullet tore straight through its head and killed it instantly, prompting its lifeless body to collapse. Dream's heart pounded nervously as the rest of the rocks fell down, leaving his foxhole wide open. Shit, Dream cursed, but he didn't move from his spot. He also disregarded the notifications. If there's one, there's 10 more. The rest are probably gonna come investigate. I can't go out though. That's a surefire way to get hunted. With that logic, Dream decided to just stay put. He could shoot all he wanted from where he was at, and they would all have to come to him. He didn't need to worry about getting surrounded. And sure enough, after waiting for a minute, more wolves started to come over. With Dream's enhanced senses, he could feel their light paws on the ground around him. He also took out one of the earplugs so as to hear their advance through the bushes. At least 6, and that's just the ones in the vicinity. Dream's heart beat faster as he could feel the looming threat. Soon, some wolves started approaching their dead friend. Upon seeing the corpse, a couple started to howl while the others investigated the foxhole. Another wolf bent down and poked its head through the entrance. It quickly met Dream's eyes and snarled immediately after. Bang! You have killed a level 13 forest wolf. Just like last time, Dream put a hole in its head. All the other wolves spun around and watched yet another one of their kin collapse dead. Howl! A few wolves started to howl to the moon, and as if it were a command, all of them ran over to the foxhole. The entrance was totally surrounded. Two of the wolves grabbed their dead kin and pulled them away. The other looked down into the hole, but as with the wolves before them, they were only met with bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Dream fired a few rounds at the wolves peeking in. Two of them immediately died while a third was hit in the chest. All of them collapsed on the floor, and the wolves around them jumped a bit in surprise. Seeing that, the wolves finally started to get the hint and no longer approached the hole. They just growled toward it while keeping an eye out for anything that might come out of it. However, Dream didn't have any thoughts of leaving. Over time, more wolves showed up, and leaving now would be suicide. He didn't even plan on sticking his head out. He just kept his eye on the entrance and shot anything that came. One consolation, though, was that the bodies stacked up near the entrance and blocked it pretty well. With that, Dream was a little less paranoid and settled down. This is gonna be a long night. Savant, how much longer until sunrise? I'm pretty sure this world runs off the same day-night cycle as Earth. There are approximately 5 hours and 24 minutes until sunrise. Sigh. Alright then, just gotta stay awake until they go away. Then I need to get out of this area. I'm probably in their territory. Saying that, Dream propped himself up a bit and got comfortable. It was gonna be a long night. 6 hours later, Dream was poking his head out of the foxhole. Throughout the night, the wolves had constantly stalked his area, not leaving him alone for a second. Thankfully, they could never get to him, and any that tried to get inside the hole was met with a bullet to the face. Eventually, they backed off after dragging their dead kin away. For the past 2 hours, Dream hadn't heard anything, but he still didn't dare to poke out his head. He waited until morning to do that, and after poking out his head, he found that there were no wolves that lunged to attack him. After crawling out with his rifle in hand and scanning the place, he still didn't see anything and relaxed. Actually, he had never been that nervous anyway. After the first hour or two, he had gotten used to things and just laid back, even dozing off occasionally. While he wasn't any less vigilant, he at least wasn't paranoid. He trusted his senses that were naturally on guard. Despite that though, come morning, Dream decided to get away from the area quickly. No matter what, he wasn't going to stay at that location a second night, and getting out of the wolf territory he was in was for the best. So after eating and taking care of himself, he packed up everything in his big military backpack that he summoned and trudged off once more. As he walked, Dream decided to continue summoning items that would help him in the long run. As he decided previously, he summoned out a heavy caliber rifle. This rifle was a 50 caliber, and just summoning the gun sucked up all his mana. It was worth it though. The rifle was long, but not too bulky. It was designed as a rifle-sniper hybrid. You could carry it and fire it like a normal rifle, but it still performed like a sniper at long ranges. After he summoned that sniper, he waited a few hours for his mana to regenerate before summoning the magazines, bullets, and a digital scope. The scope was another attachment that almost required his entire mana pool. It relied on a high-powered camera and could act as both a short-range and long-range scope. It also had thermal and night vision capabilities, making it a truly all-rounded scope. With that, Dream now had a pistol, a rifle, and a heavy sniper. The sniper was hooked up to his backpack for easy carrying while the rifle was held in his arms. His pistol was holstered on his hip as well. The whole getup made him look more like a soldier going to war than a man hiking through the woods. It also looked very heavy. Dream didn't mind anything though. The weight was surprisingly negligible to him. While it would make running difficult, hiking was easy. It was definitely due to the new magical boost he was given. If this was on Earth, he would be having a much harder time. He marveled at the wild quality of life improvement here. Do all people on this planet have this kind of strength and stamina? Things must be easy here. He shook his head as he thought about how different Earth would be if this magic system were there. He couldn't even imagine the upheaval. For the next several hours, Dream continually hiked through the woods. The sounds of rustling bushes and crumbling leaves underfoot quickly got old. The only thing that kept Dream occupied was constantly giving orders to Savant, the tasks of which quickly grew in complexity. He also planned out what to do and summon in the future. He couldn't carry many things, But since he also didn't need to stock up on things like food either, he could survive rather easily. The most dangerous part was sleeping at night, but even that was relatively safe with his foxhole method. Just for quality of life, though, he decided to summon small things like hiking shoes, a hat, and some pants. These things helped traverse the forest while protecting him from annoying things like poking branches and little bugs. Apparently, ants also existed on this world, and he had problems with them crawling all over him multiple times while eating. There was one thing, though, that really bothered him in all this, though, and that was the dirtiness. Dream didn't have anywhere to bathe, and after not cleaning for a couple of days, he was sweaty, sticky, and dirty all over. While he could wipe himself down with water bottles and a cloth, he wanted to find a water source where he could properly wash. However, even after all the hiking he had done, he still hadn't found anything. No civilization, no streams, rivers, or lakes, just endless forest. He did find some animals, though. Occasionally, he would run into a small rodent. One rodent he saw looked like a cross between a squirrel and a rabbit. He also saw an animal that looked like a lemur. Then there was the single horned deer that he saw. He almost mistook that for a unicorn, leading to a short bout of disappointment. But that was only interesting for a bit. It still didn't solve the main problem he had, which was finding civilization. If I don't find anything within a month, I'll consider building a cabin and settling down. This was the plan that Dream had. If walking in one direction for an entire month didn't get him anywhere, then he would try and find a single spot to set up a proper house, preferably by a lake or stream, of course. So with that in mind, he just kept walking in a single direction while using Savant to continuously map his surroundings. 3 days pass. During this time, Dream had never stopped his hiking. His schedule consisted of sleeping in a foxhole, eating, hiking, more eating, digging foxholes, and sleeping. Those 2 nights were also not at all peaceful. The first night, he had been met with even more wolves. These ones were also around level 20, and his pistol started losing effectiveness. Body shots wouldn't do much, and while headshots still worked, after examining one of his kills, he found that the bullet barely got through the skulls. One time, the bullet was actually stopped. That particular scenario made for a scary surprise. A wolf survived his headshot, and just when he had thought it was dead, it went and lunged into his hole again. Only after firing 5 more shots did he relax. From then on, he vowed never to stop until he saw the kill notification. As for the second night, nothing much actually happened. He slept soundly for once, but during the day, he was surprised to see that there were lots of boars roaming around. Apparently, he had entered another territory, and he discovered that the hard way. That day consisted of running from 3-foot-tall wild boars leveling around level 20. For them, he used his rifle as the pistol couldn't pierce through them no matter where he shot. Thankfully, the rifle always made quick work of them, plus it was automatic. So whenever he came across small packs of 5 or 6, he could quickly kill all of them off. Like this, he never got gored by their menacing tusks. And since they weren't nocturnal, he didn't have to worry about them at night. He slept soundly once more, and the third day consisted of hunting more boars. After all that hunting, Dream had actually made decent gains when it came to his levels. This was his status. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Titles, Origin Seeker. Class, unassigned. Level, 17. Stats, Strength, F. Agility, F. Stamina, F. Magic, F. Passive skills, Visualization, LVL 19. Savant, LVL 24. Copycat, LVL 1. Awareness, LVL 15. Active skills, Summons from Another World. His own level had gone up quite a bit from killing all the high-level boars, and all of his skills had gone up several levels, with Savant having leveled up the most. His agility also went up a level to F. When it did, he could notice his speed increase. It wasn't just speed, though, but his reactions. Somehow, it sped up his brain's ability to think and send signals. It was definitely a surprise, and Dream spent a while getting used to it. All was well, though, and the third day passed smoothly with no injuries. This led him to the fourth day. That day consisted of hunting more boars and hiking, as usual. However, this was also the day that Dream finally discovered a water source. Water. Dream's ears perked up as he heard the sounds of running water. Although they were faint, he definitely heard it. Turning and running, Dream headed straight to where he heard the water. And sure enough, After running for a bit, he found a stream. Ha ha ha, yes, water, the sweet flowing juices of Mother Earth. Oh, I am so taking a bath. Getting excited for the first time in a while, Dream threw down all his stuff and started stripping. After going fully nude, he summoned out some soap and set his guns down by the edge of the water for quick access, just in case an animal came by. With that, he quickly ran into the stream. The stream was only 5 feet deep at its lowest, so it made a very good spot for washing. After diving around, Dream got himself wet and lathered up with soap. As he washed, he also looked into the water. It was surprisingly clear, and he could see some fish swimming with the water. In general, the stream and everything around it was very beautiful. The running water, the wind blowing the leaves, the bright sun, the colorful fish. Everything painted a serene picture, and Dream found himself getting lost in the relaxation as he cleaned for the first time in nearly a week. Sigh, I always loved nature, and despite it trying to kill me all the time, nothing can beat these experiences. Dream spoke as he trudged out of the water, fully cleaned. After summoning a towel and drying off, he looked to his previously injured leg. He had obviously taken care of his leg. Every morning he would clean it and rebandage it. However, as the days went on, he found that it was healing exceptionally fast. By now, he only had big scabs, and while they were already leaving some ugly scars, it was healing fine, and that's what mattered. He didn't mind scars anyway. He had plenty from his days back on Earth. Now, he could operate perfectly fine. It would still hurt if it got hit, but that was normal. It didn't hinder him anymore. After getting dressed with some freshly summoned clothes, Dream sat around on a rock near the stream and enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere. He was already thinking about sticking around this place. Chapter 4, Person. After sitting around for a while, Dream started thinking to himself, it'd be really nice to set up a place here. I really only needed a water source, and here I have one. He had been thinking of a time to settle, and although he wouldn't stop now, he would at some point. He had already given himself a month, and if nothing happened then, he would stop searching. And this place seemed like an ideal spot to settle. However, he also now had better chances of finding civilization. People founded cities and towns around water sources, so if there was any more of a direct way to find a town, then traveling up or downstream would be it. This was what he was planning on doing now. He couldn't think of a better way to advance. Welp, I guess that's the way I'm going then. I'm gonna hang out here for a while though. I can head out tomorrow. Dream spoke as he looked at the sun. It was already getting late into the afternoon, and the sun would be setting in a few hours. There was no use in heading out now, so he decided to relax and prepare a spot to stay the night. After digging out a foxhole, Dream decided to wash some of his clothes off. The ones he usually wore were dirty, so a rinse would do them good. He didn't need his odor radiating out for all the animals to smell and track. After doing that, he set them to dry and sat himself against a rock, falling into contemplation. What else should I summon? I've already gotten a few attachments for my guns. I got plenty of ammo. I'm fine with the clothes I have. I got plenty of gear for other things. I would get better tech and things like that, but they cost too much mana. I have to stay basic for now. But what else can I do with my mana? Magic? Dream tilted his head and brought up his hand, looking at it. He knew mana was supposed to be some godly energy that let people defy physics, or at least that's what he learned from fiction, and it was turning out to be that way. But other than the catalog skill, there was nothing else he used mana for. He wanted to find a way to use mana, preferably for combat. It would be cool if he could cast spells and things of that sort, so he got to experimenting. First thing I would need to do is control it. Let's try that. Closing his eyes, Dream focused his senses on his body. He definitely felt mana. He felt it whenever it would be drained and regenerate from using the catalog. That was the first step. Now he just needed to somehow make contact with it. And luckily, it turned out not to be too difficult. While he could only focus on the feeling for a while, after blindly giving an order to it, the mana budged, and he could feel it stream toward his hand where he ordered it to go. Oh, so I just need to tell it what to do? Well, that's simple enough. But does it make me stronger? Let's see. As the mana filled his hand, Dream decided to test out what effects it had. Looking down at the rock he was sitting on, he threw a punch. Bump. Dream's forehead creased at the pain from punching a rock. However, it wasn't for nothing as he definitely noticed a difference. My hand is tougher, and the pain was dampened, albeit only a bit. but it definitely did something. Now what if I pile in more mana? Maybe I can give it in order to protect my hand too. Saying that, Dream pushed more mana into his hand. As he did, he could feel it strengthening, and even just flexing his grip showed him how much different it was. It was stronger. Mana seemed to enhance the base functions of whatever part of the body you moved it to. With that, he threw out another punch to the rock. After feeling nothing, he threw out another, then another, each one slowly getting stronger than before to test his limit. Soon, he was throwing out punches with 3/4 of his strength, and only then did it start to hurt. It was a significant improvement. He would never even dream of punching a solid rock with this much strength and not getting hurt. All he could feel were dull impacts on his knuckles. Not even his skin showed any signs of getting hurt. Well, that's really cool, but I don't plan on becoming a boxer. I would never fight a boar like that. I should see if I can do anything else with it. Dream stopped punching rocks as he said that. Instead, as he gathered the mana on his hand, he attempted to direct it outside of his body. This was met with limited success. While he was able to get it outside the body, as soon as it reached the air, it dissipated rather easily. He wasn't able to retain much control. What if I direct it into an object? Like my gun. I can strengthen my hand. Maybe I can strengthen a bullet. Feeling a light bulb going off, Dream immediately grabbed his pistol. He quickly directed mana outside his body and into the pistol, and as he thought, when the mana reached the plastic and metal, it smoothly flowed into it, retaining much more control than before. Then, he directed the mana toward the bullet, telling it to pile inside the bullet. This worked as he expected, but surprisingly, he felt some energy drain out of him as he did this. It was only a little, but he still noticed it. Disregarding that though, after piling the mana into the bullet, he aimed the pistol at another rock nearby. Then, he fired. Bang! Crack! With a loud sound, the bullet tore into the rock. Dream got up and ran over to the rock, and upon examining it, he found that the bullet went straight through. I'm not sure if it would normally do that. I'm not even sure if it worked. Let's see. Aiming the gun once more, Dream shot the rock. Another explosion rang out, and the bullet tore into the rock. However, unlike the last bullet, this one didn't go all the way through. So it did work. Congratulations. You have earned a skill through your own effort. You have earned the active skill, shooting. With the revelation, Dream suddenly saw 2 notifications pop up in his face. His eyes went wide for a second before he smiled widely. Hell yeah, a new skill. Apparently you can earn them. To think this counts as a skill though. Although, it feels a bit different. Controlling my mana. As Dream directed mana into his gun once more, the skill activated, and it made his mana control a bit easier and more efficient. Before, lots of the mana would scatter as he moved it into the bullet. Now it was more skillful. So the skill just makes my directions more clear to the mana or something. That's nice. Hehe. This will definitely be useful, though it still consumes mana. I shouldn't use it all the time and save it for dire situations. Besides, the rifle packs a punch. Nothing's been able to survive it so far. Sigh. Letting out a satisfied breath, Dream went back and sat down. By now, the sun was setting. Let's rest. Tomorrow I can head out again. Saying that, Dream went over and prepared for bed inside the foxhole. He had a peaceful sleep that night. The next day, Dream was yet again out hiking. As he planned, he followed the river upstream. However, he didn't walk right next to it. Instead, he walked a mile or so away from it. He wanted to catch some animals while he walked and test out his new shooting skill. Through the day, he learned some new things. 1. He could apparently employ Savant to control his mana. He hadn't thought of this, but since Savant could consume mana with the catalog, he could do the same with the shooting skill. Plus, it led to better results. Savant could somehow use mana much more efficiently. While Dream still had to use a bit of energy, Savant was able to give precise directions to his mana, unlike Dream's, which was more vague. Another thing he learned about was his energy. Moving mana required him to draw on some energy from within him. It wasn't physical energy, and while it wasn't mental energy either, that's what it was closest to. He felt mentally tired if he went overboard. However, after practicing a bit, he was able to level the shooting skill more. He got it all the way up to level 12 by the end of the day. It seemed to be easier to level than his other skills. It was also simpler though, so it made sense. Like that, Dream continued to hike while keeping an eye out for anything else. However, like all the other days, he didn't discover anything noteworthy, so he went to sleep early that night. This was also the case for the next 3 days after that. Those 3 days, he just kept on hiking a mile beside the stream, hunting any animals he came across. However, on the fourth day, almost 2 weeks since he'd been dropped into this new land, he discovered something. As he went out to hike in the morning, he came across a fog. It was an odd fog that didn't move anywhere and just eerily stayed put. Normally, upon seeing a fog like this, Dream wouldn't decide to go into it. He would just go around it, especially since the fog was in the direction opposite to the stream. But Dream had been starved of anything interesting for a while, so he decided to bravely investigate this weird fog. After taking out his sniper, he activated the thermal option on the scope and scanned around. After finding no heat signatures, he walked into the fog, constantly scanning around with the scope. When he entered the fog, he could feel a weird pressure descend around him. It was as if the fog was heavy, not on his body, but on his mind. That feeling went away after a bit, though, and Dream just kept marching through. Eventually, Dream walked out of the fog. At first, he was confused since he expected it to keep going. The area he saw covered by fog was definitely large, so for it to end so quickly was surprising. However, as he walked out, he saw something even more out of the ordinary. In front of him was a large wall. It wasn't a normal wall, though. This one was made up of wood. On the left and right were two absolutely massive tree trunks that rose into the sky, and the roots between them had grown into each other, creating a natural, living wall. What the hell? How tall are those trees? Minimum estimated height from limited viewpoint is 480 meters. Wow. Dream's jaw dropped as he got an answer from Savant. The wall itself was easily 30 feet high, but compared to the trees to the sides, that was nothing. After standing around staring for a bit, his curiousness about the place instantly skyrocketed, and he quickly ran over to climb the wall. Since it was made of roots, Dream was able to quickly plot a way to climb it using the many ridges and footholds. It wasn't at all smooth. This didn't take long, and he was soon at the top of the wall. However, as he went to go jump over to the other side, he lifted his head and looked off into the distance. Dream was silent as he was greeted with one of the most magnificent views he had ever laid eyes on. In front of him was a huge expanse of land. It was a valley that extended out for miles. The valley was covered in tall green grass. He could see animals roaming and grazing. Birds flew through the skies, and small trees dotted the landscape. There was even a lake in this valley, and several animals stood on its edges, drinking its water. What stunned Dream more, though, was what he saw across the valley. Several miles away, he could actually see massive trees similar to the ones he was next to. Dozens of these trees created a wall that went in a circle around the valley, isolating it from the outside world. Furthermore, when he looked up, he found that the branches of all the trees extended out over the sky, creating a roof of leaves. This place was a massive tree dome. It was basically its own greenhouse. The animals inside definitely didn't come from the outside, even though he didn't know how they got here. Maybe someone put them here. Either way, the whole place was mystical, and Dream likened it to a paradise he wouldn't mind spending the rest of his life in. This is amazing. Dream climbed over the rest of the wall and took a seat on a ridge. For a few minutes, he just enjoyed the magnificent view. As he sat there, though, he suddenly saw something. Off in the distance, Dream could see a small wave of fire explode out from a patch of grass. Fire? Where did that come from? The appearance of the fire was definitely odd. It didn't look natural, and the fire moved to attack a bull that was standing right next to it. Taking out his sniper, Dream switched to optical view and focused in on the fire. When he did, he could see a bull being burned alive. Not only that, but he could see another figure. It was a wolf, and that wolf was the one spewing out the flames to attack the bull. It also jumped on the bull and attacked with its claws and teeth. A wolf? Since when can wolves breathe fire? Unless, could that be magic? Dream was suddenly very curious about this wolf. It was definitely magic. There was no other explanation for why that wolf could spew out flames like that. Plus, it didn't seem to be hurt by its flames at all. Definitely not ordinary. However, it wasn't like Dream could just go up to the wolf. It wasn't intelligent, so he couldn't have it teach him magic. Plus, it looked strong and deadly. That fire definitely posed a threat to him, and getting close would be dangerous. For now, he just decided to watch it from afar. After finding a spot to lay down on the wide wall, he continued to look through his scope at the fight. As expected, the bull quickly fell under the attacks of the wolf. When that happened, the fire around the wolf stopped burning, and it went up to the bull and looked at it. When it stopped moving around, Dream was able to get a good look at the wolf. Actually, calling it a wolf wasn't accurate. This animal was much smaller than the wolves he had seen. It had a skinnier snout and a very fluffy tail. This animal's fur was also pitch black, very different from the wolves he fought. Could it be a fox? Dream had seen foxes before, and this one looked like it. There was such thing as gray foxes, and while they didn't have totally pitch black fur like this one, some of them did have a bit. In this magical world, such a thing wouldn't be impossible. Either way, this definitely wasn't a wolf. Too small. As Dream observed and made his speculations, suddenly, another animal came over to the black fox. This animal looked totally opposite. It had white fur, but was similarly shaped to the other fox. A white fox? Maybe an Arctic fox or something? Dream was surprised and looked at the white fox. Its pearl white fur was especially beautiful to look at. Interestingly, when the white fox approached the black one, they didn't fight. The white fox just went up to the bull and inspected it for a bit before turning to the black fox. Their mouths opened, and Dream assumed they were communicating. After a bit, though, the two turned to look behind them. Dream also looked behind them, and he was shocked to see that there was actually a person, a human. So there is life in this damned place. Dream's heart beat faster as he saw the man walk up to the dead bull. Out of nowhere, though, the bull mysteriously disappeared. After that, the man turned and walked off, and both the black and white fox followed. So he's the fox's owner? Who is that guy? And how did the bull disappear? Was that another magic? Dream mind ran as he watched the man and foxes trot off toward the tree wall. They were around 2 miles away, so they wouldn't see him. However, he was thinking about going over to them. That's a person. Maybe he knows where I can find a town or something. Or maybe I could learn magic from him. At least the basics. That would be nice. But I gotta talk to him first. And I don't know if I can trust him. This is a different world after all. Dream contemplated over the matter for a bit. But when he saw the man and foxes jump over the wall, he decided to put those questions behind him. First, let's follow this guy. Maybe he lives at a town I haven't seen. Saying that, Dream went back over the wall and ran over toward the direction they left in. Chapter 5, Different World. After exiting the fog, Dream ran around the fog as fast as he could to get to where the man and foxes would exit the fog. His backpack bounced up and down against his back, and everything inside, like his bullets and shovel, shook loudly. After getting close to where they would be, though, he started slowing down and walking quietly, using the trees as cover. I don't see them, though. Savant, give me an overlay of the map you created. Understood. Generating map. With those words, Dream saw a map pop up in his vision. This was one of the things Dream was able to find out Savant could do using visualization. When the map popped up, he could see all the area he had traveled since he got here. It created a long line, but he quickly zoomed into where he was at now. When he did, he could see the huge tree dome and the forest around it. He could also see where he was at on the map. All right, I was here. They were here. Savant. Plot where they would have exited the fog. Understood. The next moment, a dot was created at a certain point on the barrier of fog. That was where they would exit if they headed directly through the fog after jumping the wall. Good. Now, assuming they would just travel outward from there, this would be the path. Dream drew a line from that dot outward away from the dome. That's where he assumed they would travel if their path was just to and from wherever they lived. All right, Savant, plot out that path in my vision. We're going to follow it. Understood. The next moment, Dream could see a line on the ground in his vision. The line was the path, and it appeared a little ways away. After going over to the line, Dream then followed it away from the fog. Since it had taken him nearly 15 minutes to get here, he decided to run along it. The man was probably far ahead already. Like that, Dream jogged while following the path. He was hasty, but along the way, he organized his thoughts. What should I do if it is a village? How the hell do I introduce myself? Am I supposed to explain my gear? What if they're hostile? And if others have magic, can I fight them? I doubt they can take bullets, but you never know. His thoughts ran wildly as he followed the path. His expectation rose, but nervousness and wariness rose along with it. Soon, though, he soon found that he had nothing to worry about. After running along the path for a while, he saw a small hut off in the distance. Upon spotting this small hut, Dream dropped down, backed away, and found himself a place to observe from afar. He moved to over 300 meters away, so they wouldn't be able to spot him. Taking out his sniper, Dream put the cabin in his sights. The cabin was a simple wooden one and not too big. It might have a couple of rooms, but it seemed like it was just the man and foxes living there. Dream didn't approach it, though. He planned to observe. He needed to observe the cabin and the man. If he found anything that set off a red flag, then he would think twice about approaching, or he would do it in a different, more hostile way. With those plans in mind, Dream circled the cabin while maintaining distance. He got a look at it from all angles, and while there weren't many windows on the cabin, the few he looked through showed either a simple bedroom or a living area. It really did seem like a small, humble cabin in the woods. After some time, though, the man actually came out of the cabin. After walking to an area outside, he raised his hand. Out of nowhere, the bull actually appeared on the floor. It was the same one that the fox had killed. Summoning, maybe? Or something like a spatial inventory bag, if those even exist. Dream speculated as he watched the man. Not long after he dropped the bull on the ground, though, a girl came walking out of the cabin. This girl was beautiful, and Dream's eyes widened as he saw her. She was decently tall, had long, pure white hair, a curvy but fit body, and wore some loose-fitting cloth clothes. She wasn't old by any means, and instead looked to be in her 20s. Holy crap, she's October 10th in my book. How does she have white hair, though? Is that even natural? Dream's mind got a little imaginative as he watched the girl walk over to the bull. After crouching down next to it, she suddenly created a blade in her hand. The translucent blade seemed to be made of ice, and she quickly cut into the bull with it. With practiced hands, the girl masterfully skinned the entire bull and sliced up its meat. After a couple of hours, the entire bull had been cut up and all its meat was divided up into piles. Anything that was edible was butchered, and it was clear that this girl had lots of experience with this kind of thing. She's perfect. Dream got excited as he watched the girl clean the blood off her with some water. Tough girls were always attractive to him. He didn't really like the fragile ones, and this girl definitely knew how to handle herself. He just watched her butcher an entire bull. How many girls could do something like that? He didn't know any. Either way, he was already interested in this girl. She was gorgeous and could butcher a bull. It's everything a man could ever want. Suddenly, though, another person came out of the cabin. Dream looked over thinking it would be the man, but instead, it was actually another girl. There's two of them. Dream was surprised as he observed this second girl. She was the opposite of the white-haired girl and had black hair. However, other than their different hair colors, almost nothing else was different. They had basically identical faces and features, all the way down to their height and body shape. Identical twins? They have opposite hair colors, though. Definitely twins at least. Dream thought to himself as the two girls grabbed some of the butchered meat and brought it inside. After a couple of trips, all the meat was in the cabin, and the girls never came back out. Dream set his sniper down for a bit and sat back against the tree he was next to. I don't know what their relationship is, but it shouldn't matter. They don't seem like bad people. I don't know what they're doing here, but that's beside the point. I haven't found anything weird. Should I approach them? Maybe I should observe for a bit longer. I wonder how often that man and those foxes go to the tree dome. If they leave again, maybe I can sneak in and look around the house, or try to talk to the girls. After thinking to himself for a bit, Dream decided to wait it out a bit longer. He had all the time in the world, so spending some to make sure these people were safe was worth it. He could push down his anxiousness and desire for social interaction until then. That day, Dream just sat around while occasionally watching the cabin. The three people rarely came outside. They did once, though, and it was for training. The man could apparently teach martial arts, and during the afternoon, the two girls had spared against each other for a few hours. The whole training session was of course spied on by Dream. He watched it all with bulging eyes. It wasn't because of their sexiness, though, but because of how they fought. Both girls were monsters. Their punches and movements were super fast, and Dream could barely keep up. He didn't know that it was possible for people to move that fast, but he saw the inhumane reactions and attacks with his own eyes. Needless to say, he definitely wouldn't win in a close combat fight with them. In neither speed nor strength probably. It really reminded him that this was a different world with a different set of rules. Other than the training session, though, nothing else happened, and the three people spent the rest of the day inside. Soon, night fell, and Dream dug himself a foxhole to sleep in. The next morning, Dream woke up early and crawled out of the foxhole. When he did, he went back to observing the house. He mainly wanted to see if the people would leave, a reason he woke up earlier than usual. Sure enough, after an hour or so, the man emerged from the house. Behind him were those same two black and white foxes, and as if it were usual, they started walking off into the direction of the tree dome. As they walked, Dream sunk back behind the tree. Although he had put himself off to the side, he was still kind of close to the path, so they ended up walking within 80 meters of him before just continuing on their way. After managing to stay hidden, Dream sighed to himself and watched them walk off into the distance. Once they were out of view, Dream grabbed his rifle and stashed all his other gear inside the foxhole. Then he quickly but quietly made his way over to the cabin. Those two foxes left, so that means the two girls are here. I don't want to get violent, so let's just be open about this. With those thoughts, Dream walked up to the cabin door and knocked. Hello? Is anyone home? Hello? Confused, Dream called out loudly a few times, but he got no answer. Damn, are they asleep? Maybe. If they are, should I just sneak in? Screw it. Let's just get a quick peek. See if there's anything weird. Deciding to just take things as they come, Dream carefully pushed the door open. As he entered the cabin, he was met with a nice little living space. Off to the side was also a kitchen and a table. Everything was pretty basic though, and there wasn't hardly any decoration. Looking around quickly, Dream took extremely careful steps as he inched across the room. He gradually made his way to the hallway that would lead to the rooms in the back. As he sneaked, he minimized any and all sounds from his movements. He slowed his breathing and heart rate, and even unconsciously pulled in his mana, something that had become reflex from his days in the forest while trying to work his way around boars. Apparently this time, though, he was sneaking so well that the magical system acknowledged his abilities. Congratulations! You have earned a skill through your own effort. You have earned the active skill. Erase presence. Two notifications popped up in his vision, and with them, Dream could feel his mana being utilized in a new way. It naturally covered the surface of his skin and worked to minimize his presence as much as possible. Well, that's nice. Dream stopped in his tracks for a second and smiled. It was nice to get something like this when he needed it most. After a bit, though, he just kept on walking. Now, his steps were much quieter, and he could hardly hear any sounds coming from him at all. Even the air seemed to smoothly flow past his body. Eventually, Dream was in the hallway and about to turn a corner. However, that's when he heard something, and his heart jumped up into his throat. The sound came from behind him. It was the sound of the cabin door. Spinning around, Dream reflexively raised his rifle and took aim. Behind him was the man, and standing behind him were the two foxes that were looking at Dream curiously. Dream and the man stared off for a bit and sized each other up. The man looked middle-aged and had a bit of scraggly stubble on his face. His hair was shaggy and unkempt, and his muscles bulged a bit from underneath his clothes. It was a bit intimidating, but Dream himself wasn't anything to scoff at either. The man had narrowed eyes as he looked at Dream, and Dream just kept the gun aimed at the man. Eventually, the man spoke up. "Who are you?" When the man spoke, a bit of black smoke streamed out from his body. Dream didn't know what it was, but he assumed it was some kind of magic, and the man was likely preparing to attack. Dream spoke seriously and didn't make any sudden moves for fear of a fight erupting. "My name is Dream. And who are you?" "Dream? Why are you here?" "I'm just someone who's lost. I've been searching for people, and you guys were the first I found. Is that right? Then explain to me what you were doing stalking the cabin. I didn't know who you guys were, so I watched you for a bit to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary." Dream's eyes went a bit wide hearing how the man knew he was there. He had never been that close at any point in time, so he was really interested in how he saw him. The man's hostility only increased though, obviously not liking the answers he was hearing. "You stalk us, and then come here when we leave. Tell me who sent you, and maybe you'll live." With those words, Dream suddenly felt an intense pressure descend upon him. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. His vision started to haze over. His muscles felt incredibly weak, and it took everything he had to keep from falling to the floor. Dad, stop. Why? He's not lying. Suddenly, the white-furred fox walked up and spoke. Hearing her, the man's eyes narrowed further and released whatever pressure was binding Dream. Huh. Dream took in a sharp breath as he fell to one knee. His senses slowly returned to normal, and although his body gained back its strength, there was a lingering fear left over. That's a terrifying power, Dream thought in his mind. That man could immobilize him with a thought. It was insane to think something like that was possible. While he was catching his breath, the white fox walked over to him. After looking at him for a second, the fox suddenly vanished into a puff of smoke. The next moment, a beautiful girl appeared. You. Dream's jaw dropped as he looked at the girl. She was that white-haired beauty he saw butcher that bull. She was a fox? How the hell was she a fox? How? The fox. But you. I am the fox, yes. The girl smiled as Dream babbled like an idiot. He couldn't wrap his mind around the concept of that girl being the fox. As Dream and the girl stared at each other, though, the man got impatient. All right, answer my questions. That girl can tell if you're lying, so don't think about playing any tricks. Okay. Dream nodded dumbly as he continued to stare incredulously at the girl. Where do you come from? I don't think you'd believe me if I told you. Dream spoke honestly. He was from another world. Would this person even believe another world existed? The man just scoffed though. Please, I know about all nations of the world. So, are you from the United Empire? No. The man looked over to the girl. Seeing as how she didn't have any reaction and just kept staring at Dream, he took that as a sign of him telling the truth. So, if you're not from there, then what about the human empires? The mountain? No. Spire? No. Are you from a smaller kingdom? No. A town? No. I don't believe you. Tell me where you're from. The man's hostility grew further hearing Dream's answers, but the girl spoke up again, forcefully dousing it. He's not lying, Dad. That guy is your dad? Yeah. Did you think he was someone else? No. Well, I don't know. I wasn't sure. The girl giggled at Dream's slightly flustered answer. He wasn't sure if the man was her husband or father or brother or friend, although hearing how he was their dad definitely relieved him a bit. Hey, I'm trying to ask questions. How about I ask? So Dream, where are you from? Dream hesitated as she looked at him curiously. He was wondering whether or not to answer truthfully. He didn't want to earn the man's ire. On the other hand, though, he had nothing to lose from telling them. They didn't seem like bad people. Nothing gave off any red flags, and he was technically supposed to be dead anyway. He kind of just felt like doing whatever he wanted. What were they going to do? Dissect him. After weighing the pros, cons, and how much of a rat's ass he gave, he finally decided to wing it. All right, here's the truth. I come from a different world. Not a different land, kingdom, or empire, but a different world entirely. Please don't attempt to dissect my brain. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to fire. Chapter 6, Shooting. After spilling the truth, the girl in front of Dream titled her head. Another world? Yeah, another planet. I got dropped into this endless forest around 2 weeks ago and have been wandering mindlessly for a while. At least, that was until I found you guys. So you really have been lost. How were you able to survive so long? That's thanks to this. Dream motioned his rifle, and the girl looked at it curiously. He still had it pointed at the man, who was the biggest threat. But since these people obviously didn't know what it was, they didn't care about it. He didn't lower it, though. He had to be able to react should this man get violent. As the white-haired beauty inspected his rifle, the man kept staring with narrowed eyes at Dream. Fine. I guess you aren't suspicious. I really am just lost. I'm not in my world anymore, and I don't know anything about this place. I've heard about people like you actually, ones who aren't native to this world. So there's more like me? Yes, from the stories I've heard, at least. I've never met any of them. Oh, Dream's head drooped a little. Looks like he wouldn't be meeting any Earthlings on this planet anytime soon. Anyway, I can give you a map, and you can be on your way. If you hike for another few weeks, you should be able to reach one of the nearby kingdoms. What? Dad, what? The man looked at the girl weirdly as she scolded him. You can't just toss him out there. Who knows if he'd be able to survive that long? We don't know who he is. He didn't lie about any of the things he said. Besides, what harm can he be if he's from another world? Dream, you can stay with us. We have an extra room and plenty of food, so it should be fine. Dream just looked between the two hesitantly. The girl reassured him though. It's fine.
Really?
Okay then.
Thanks.
Sure. We were just about to go hunting again. Would you like to come with us? Or are you tired? I can go with you guys. Your dad probably wants to keep an eye on me anyway. Okay. I should grab my stuff though. I don't want too many bugs to get all over it. Where's your stuff? In my foxhole. Foxhole? The girl tilted her head. Dream just put down his gun and walked toward the door though. It's where I've been sleeping. Oh, can I see? I guess. Dream chuckled a bit at her interest. After passing by the man and the other fox that hadn't spoken a word, he and the girl walked over toward the foxhole Dream dug. The man and black fox eventually followed as well. Soon, Dream was walking up to the tree he dug the hole next to. After bending down and removing some of the rocks that covered the entrance, the foxhole was opened and the girl curiously looked inside where Dream's stuff was piled. You've been sleeping in this? The girl spoke dumbly as she saw the hole, as if she couldn't believe it. Every night for 2 weeks I would find a tree and dig one out as I traveled. But it's so dirty. Don't you get hot or cold? And what about all the bugs? Yes, and the bugs are indeed very annoying. But it's kept me safe from all the wolves and animals that roam around at night and has saved my life a few times, so I didn't mind. Dream spoke as he pulled out his bag and the tarp and blankets that covered the moist dirt. After removing all his items, he kicked the rocks inside the foxhole and officially left it behind. By the way, what's your name? Dream looked at the girl as he hoisted his huge, heavy backpack and sniper. Hearing his question, the girl perked up like she remembered something. Oh, my name is Luna. Well, very nice to meet you, Luna. You too. My dad's Nada. My name is Riddick. The man walked up to Dream as he interrupted his daughter. He looked at Dream and his stuff that he only now noticed was very dirty, and then at the foxhole where he had been sleeping. Seeing all that, his hostility and suspicion dropped immensely. You can stay with us however long you need to. Thanks. I appreciate it. Sure. I'll show you where you can stay, then we'll head out for our hunt. Saying that, the man turned, and they all went back to the cabin. Dream sighed in relief as he found some people that were nice and hospitable. The man, Riddick, showed Dream to a spare room they had. This room was used mainly for storage, but after clearing some stuff out, it was opened up enough for Dream to stay in. With that, he set all his items down. He smiled brightly as he now had a single place to stay and wouldn't have to carry all his belongings around. After that, since they were going hunting at that tree dome, Dream grabbed his rifle and sniper along with a few extra magazines. After grabbing a small bag out of his big backpack, he put in the magazines, slung the rifle over his shoulder, hoisted the sniper, and was set to go. Soon after, Dream, Riddick, the girl, and the black fox who Dream now knew was the other black-haired girl, set off toward the tree dome. Speaking of names, Black Fox, I never did get yours. Dream spoke as they walked. The black fox hadn't said a word and would only ever look at him coldly. Even as he asked for her name, she just glanced at him and looked away. You never asked. That comment was an implied question. You don't need my name. Very well then, I'll just give you a nickname. After looking at the rude fox incredulously for a second, Dream just smirked and decided to mess around with her. Let's see, maybe Ice Cube. No, that wouldn't work. Doesn't match your fur. Dark Witch? That works better. Although you also use fire. So maybe Scarlet? Oh, that one's a good name. I don't have a nickname. I guess it's a good thing that I'm giving you one then. Scarlet. Don't call me that. And don't laugh. The black fox snarled at Dream, and then Luna, who started giggling. He smiled at her hostile reaction. I guess that'll be your new nickname from now on, unless you give me your name. My name is Iris. Don't call me Scarlet. Iris. Nice. Dream nodded and went silent. Seeing that, the black fox huffed and turned away. After a bit more walking, the group traversed a few miles and they eventually came upon the mysterious fog. Dream spoke curiously. So what is this fog anyway? And the area inside, it's pretty amazing. Do you have any idea what that place is? You've been inside? Yeah, that's actually when I found you guys. I was scouting the place and I found you two hunting a bull. Dream pointed to the two girls as he answered. Riddick was surprised though. To think you're able to get past the fog. Interesting. Anyway, this place is like an isolated sanctuary. Some of the animal clans around here use the place. We also use it for the bulls. They're our food, and we go hunting almost every day. Wow, why don't you just live inside though? It's a paradise there. The clans don't like it when humans intrude. That's why we hunt in the morning. If we stayed there, they cause a ruckus and try to drive us out. Riddick spoke with a slightly annoyed tone. Hearing him, Dream just nodded. He didn't know about animal clans, but they sounded powerful. Anyway, since you can enter fine, let's go. Hunting shouldn't take long, and we'll be able to situate you when we get back. Saying that, he walked in. Dream nodded and followed, as did the fox and girl. I really can't get over that view. Dream sighed as they climbed the wall and overlooked the valley. The massive trees and serene landscapes made him feel at peace. It was truly an isolated slice of paradise. Even on Earth, he would choose to live in a place like this any day. After hopping over the wall, Luna burst into a ball of smoke which coalesced back into a fox. After that, her and Iris climbed down and hopped into the green grass, proceeding to track down a bull. Their movements were practiced as this was something they did all the time. Riddick, though, stayed on the wall. Dream tilted his head at that. You don't go with them? They need the practice more than me. How about you? I'm curious as to what that weapon of yours can do since you said that it was able to keep you alive until now. Riddick pointed at the rifle curiously while finding a place to sit. Seeing his interest, Dream smiled. This is called a gun. It shoots projectiles. Really? I sense no magic from it. In fact, there's an abnormally low amount of magic within it. That's normal. The world I came from didn't have any magic. This weapon is from that world. A world with no magic. So what does it do? I think I'll just show you. Smiling, Dream went and found himself a spot to kneel down. After getting comfortable, he grabbed his sniper and raised it, overlooking the valley. Looking through the scope, Dream found himself a bull that was just wandering around. After calming himself and putting the crosshair on its head, he clicked the safety off with his thumb and pulled the trigger. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the 50 caliber bullet was hurled through the barrel. In only splits of a second, the bullet reached the bull and tore into its head. You have killed a level 37 shorthorn bull. You have earned experience. You have leveled up. When the shot hit, Dream received a few notifications. He looked at the level and was surprised. He didn't think a bull would have this kind of level. It was enough to bump up his level from 17 to 24 in one go. Status. Excitedly, Dream looked at his profile as soon as the notifications ended. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Titles, Origin Seeker. Class, unassigned. Level, 24. Stats, Strength, F. Agility, F. Stamina, F. Magic, F. Passive skills, Visualization, LVL 19. Savant, LVL 24. Copycat, LVL 1. Awareness, LVL 15. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Shooting, LVL 2. Erase Presence, LVL 1. Very nice. Dream smiled seeing the numbers. Just like a game, it was nice having a sense of progression. While he was focused on the level ups though, the entire paradise was thrown into a small bout of chaos. Birds scattered in the air. The bulls within the vicinity scurried off, and Riddick, who was standing next to Dream, felt his eyes go wide. So that's what it can do. No wonder you were able to survive. None of those wolves would be able to take that. I didn't use this weapon for the wolves. For them, I usually use the pistol or the rifle. Only for large animals would I use this gun. In fact, this is my first time firing this. It's just as good as I thought it would be. Dream smiled brightly as he dismissed his status and hugged his gun. He really did love guns, especially after being stranded in the forest for a while. They were awesome and useful. Riddick just looked at him oddly though. After staring at him and the gun for a few seconds, he shook his head. That's an amazing weapon you have, but without magic, it'll only go so far. These are low-level animals too. The higher-level ones that have higher stats won't be so easily killed. This is a low-level one. I was able to level up several times just from killing it. Doesn't seem low to me. Several times? What level are you? Well, now I'm level 24. The bull I killed was level 37. I level up 7 times. Well, I guess that's bound to happen. That'll start to slow down though. Riddick thought about it and nodded. Killing an animal that was many levels above you would naturally give you a lot more experience. Hey, What was that? As the two men talked, both the fox girls suddenly arrived next to them. Luna spoke to Riddick. We heard an explosion and our bull got scared and ran off. Was that you, Dad? No, that was him. Him? How? Both girls looked over at Dream surprised. He answered their question. It's my gun. Those loud noises are normal, especially for this gun. It's a high caliber. He pat his sniper as he spoke. Luna tilted her head. I was actually meaning to ask, what exactly is that? What's a gun? A gun is a device that fires a bullet through an intricate system of levers, hooks, and springs. A cartridge is ignited and a bullet is fired at high speeds. A bullet is this thing. Ching. Racking the sniper, a large bullet was ejected. Dream caught it and tossed it to Luna, who snatched it out of the air and inspected it. I have no idea what this is. It's a bullet. There's some powder inside of it, and when the powder is ignited while inside of this gun, the pointy piece at the top of it is shot out. Interesting. How is it made, though? It looks really hard to form, especially since it's all metal. Oh, those were produced by the billion on my world, through a little thing known as technology, something I'm pretty sure is non-existent here. Dream spoke with a little pride. From what he saw with the two girls and Riddick, this world wasn't that developed. And knowing how developed Earth was compared to here, he naturally felt a bit superior, at least intellectually. He wouldn't win in a fight with any of these people. The three just looked at him weirdly, though. They didn't really get what he was saying, but when he said it was from his world, they just took it at face value and didn't pry anymore. It would likely be hard to explain anyway. However, Luna was looking at him and the gun with very curious eyes. Seeing her gaze, Dream thought for a second before making a suggestion. Would you guys like to try? Anyone can use this. Can we really? Sure, just let me set it up. Okay. Luna smiled brightly after being given the chance to try it and transformed in a puff of smoke back into a human. The gun was an exotic tool from another world. Even Iris, the cold and detached fox, was looking very interested. Dream quickly had Savant summon a bipod which he attached to the sniper. He then put the gun on the floor, making it so that they could lay down and use it easily. All right, just lay behind it, and I'll guide you through the motions. All right, like this? Luna, who went first, quickly lowered herself onto the rough floor and got behind the gun. She mimicked Dream's actions and brought the stock up to her shoulder, but that was about as far as she knew to go. Dream stepped up and grabbed her hands. Yeah, now this hand goes here on the handle, and this hand goes back here under the stock by your shoulder. Make sure it's tied up against your body, and then once you're comfortable, look through the scope. Giving directions, Dream helped her get adjusted. After some corrections here and there, she was finally settled and took a look through the scope. This is really cool. I can see far away. Oh, there's a bull. Luna perked up as she saw a bull through the scope that was about 300 meters away. Dream nodded seeing that, and he laid down next to her to help with the firing process. When you have a bull in your sight, make sure the cross in the center is on top of it. Wherever that cross is, that's where the bullet is going to hit. Or, I guess you can think of it like an arrow. Okay, what comes after? Then you pull the trigger right here. Dream moved his hand over hers on the grip, tapping the trigger that couldn't be pulled because of the safety. You should be able to hit your target fine since that scope is zeroed in, so long as the cross is over the bull, of course. When you're ready, tell me. Okay, I think I'm good. Then let's click this off. Click. Saying that, Dream threw down the safety. Now, it only takes a light pull, and the gun will fire and kick back into your shoulder. Okay, then pull whenever you're ready. Concentrating, Luna looked through the scope and steadied the cross. After a few seconds, she pulled the trigger. Boom. With another loud explosion, the gun was fired. Far away, everyone could see a bull go down to the floor. I hit it. Luna jumped excitedly as she looked through the scope. Although the recoil startled her, seeing her success was enlivening. You did, but I don't think you got a headshot. Looks like a body shot. It's probably not dead. It's not. I didn't get a notification. Called it. That's all right, though. It's good that you hit the target. Good job. Thanks. Luna smiled as she was praised, and Dream also smiled seeing her happy face. He then turned to Iris, who had also transformed back into her beautiful human self and was staring at the gun. He could practically see her itching to shoot it. Would you like to try? Scarlet? Don't call me that. And, sure, then lay down like her. Maybe you'll hit a bull on your first try too. Smiling, Dream had Luna get up, and Iris moved over to get behind the gun next. Boom. Zip. A bullet sailed right past the head of a bull. Said bull looked up and around, slightly startled by the noise. Arg, damn, why did it miss? Iris, who had shot the sniper, angrily watched as the bull continued to stand there, totally unharmed. Dream just smirked though. Headshots aren't easy to hit. Plus, it's your first time. Don't be surprised. But I put the cross whatever on its head. You said it would hit if I did that. Let me rephrase. You just suck. Watch how it's done. Smiling, Dream picked up the rifle and re-racked a fresh round. While standing, he quickly took aim and fired. Boom. Splat. The bull that Iris missed was now hit cleanly in the head, collapsing to the floor. Dream smiled as more notifications popped up in his vision. Whatever. Seeing him so casually shoot something so far, Iris just huffed and stepped to the side. Dream turned to the man. Riddick, you want to try? Sure. Here. Racking a fresh round for him, Dream handed him the gun. Since he had seen how to do things, he didn't need guidance and hoisted the rifle, looking through the scope. After a while, he had a bull in his sights. Boom. Zip. The man frowned as the bullet missed. Before Dream could say anything though, he racked another round himself and took aim again. Boom. Splat. Heh, I knew it. Riddick smiled as he handed the gun back to Dream. That bullet that flies like an arrow. It drops just like an arrow too, so you have to adjust. Wow, that is correct. I'm surprised you were able to figure that out. Dream's eyes widened at the man's conjecture. He just shrugged a big smugly. I was able to see how the bullet exits the barrel and flies through the air, albeit only momentarily. You could see the bullet? Yes, it's very fast, but if I concentrate I could see it. I must say, this is an amazing piece of equipment you have. A mere pull of a lever results in such a powerful reaction. Impressive. It is, isn't it? So, now we have 3 bulls. How many are we trying to get? Usually we get one for the day's meals and one for storage. But since meat from a bull isn't always salvageable, we have to kill 4 or 5 to get 2 bulls worth. This weapon, however, just made the process a lot easier. Let's get one more and head home. Nice. Want me to get the last one? No, let's have the girls do it. It looks like they could blow off some steam. Okay. Hearing that, the sisters transformed and dove into the grass, making their way over to the nearest bull. Meanwhile, Dream spoke to Riddick while packing up his weapon. So what goes on after this? We'll get the next bull and go back home. That'll finish our morning. Are you healed? Actually, I am. Not just my head, but my arm is fine. Did you heal me or something? Not me, Luna. You're weak, so healing those wounds were easy. Thanks for the compliment. All the more reason to level up. Did you get anything from those kills? I did. Leveled up some and got some skill levels. Good. You won't be able to keep up with those girls if you stay low level. Not that you'll catch up easily, but work hard and it might be possible. Dream and the others went back home after another hour at the dome. At first, Dream thought they would have to drag the bulls back home. But wouldn't you know it, they have spatial storage. Riddick said it was one of his abilities, and Dream became eager to get an ability like that someday. When they got back to the house, Luna and Iris started processing the bulls. Luna was in charge of cutting the meats of the bull while Iris assisted her. And for food, Iris would be in charge of cooking everything. They made a great duo, being capable of fire and ice magic. Come time for breakfast, they all sat down and began chowing on cooked meat and fruits. The meat was plain and tough, but the fruits at least made up for the lack of flavor. Though turns out, the girls eat like pigs. After pounding down several pounds of meat each, he now knew why they needed a whole bull. And when he thought about it, technically they are foxes, so it isn't too out of place to eat more. But that's still more than they should be able to handle. Riddick was at least a powerful guy who needed more energy, so it made sense. But the girls did not. Anyway, Dream just let it be and began adapting to the new diet, though he could already see himself getting sick of this every day. So he preemptively looked for alternatives in the catalog, and what he found was disappointing, to say the least. MRE Italian, MRE American, MRE cheese. A long list of military meals popped up in the catalog, not just American, but from other countries as well. He figured that it was at least good that he had some variety. Worst case, it would spare him the same boring meals of tough meat. Guess it's too much expecting them to give me everything. So it's mainly things that are man-made or manufactured. I couldn't just make raw meat appear from nowhere. Wait, what about? Dream quickly took to the search bar one more time after thinking of a possible lifesaver. Savant. Searched the catalog for Sour Patch Kids. Searching. Moments later. Yep, baby. The thundering shout shook the heavens with emotion. Chapter 7. Pathetic. What's going on? All three people in different parts of the house headed to where Dream was at. They saw him standing next to the table with a very happy face. On the table was a bag they didn't recognize. It was yellow and green with weird letters on it. Are you okay, Dream? What happened? Luna. Hey, Luna. Dream. Yes? Have you ever tasted heaven? I'm not sure what you mean. Come here. Okay. Luna walked cautiously over to Dream, who maintained eye contact with the bag. When she was next to him, he grabbed the bag and started to peel it open. He then took out something. Eat this. I'm not sure I want to. Luna, you will never regret this decision for the rest of your life. Dream spoke with a serious voice but a smiling face. And seeing that he wanted her to try it that bad, she took the piece of food and put it in her mouth. After the sugar hit her tongue, she was introduced to a new world of flavor she had never felt before. A childish smile slowly crept up on her face as she chewed with her eyes closed. After Dream gave Luna some of the forbidden fruit, he took a handful himself and threw it into his mouth. The flavor was heavenly and Dream fell in love all over again with one of his favorite candies. When Luna finished the food, she opened her eyes and looked to Dream. Do you have more of that? I do. You liked it? It was amazing. You want something for it? Not right now. Here, take this. Dream summoned another bag and tore it open. It's called candy. It's all inside the bag. Thank you so much. Luna excitedly thanked Dream and started stuffing her face with Sour Patch, giggling away with glee. Meanwhile, the other two looked at them with stupid expressions. The amount of emotion exchanged during that conversation was shocking. What the hell just happened? Iris. I'm not sure myself. Riddick. You guys want some too? Dream turned to the two of them and offered them some. Both tried it and loved it, though they tried to be casual about it. Dream knew that he had 1 point with all of them. Processed candy was something totally foreign to this world. Dream had never thought he would taste the sweet bliss of diabetes in a bag again. That's why he hailed the high heavens upon knowing he could summon candy. He gave everyone a bag and told them to wait for lunch for another. He couldn't get them addicted because that would hurt his mana pool no matter how little the cost was. Although, there was something else in his catalog that he didn't show everyone because of this. Soda, Oreos, ice cream, pizza rolls. There's much more than just MREs. I guess I didn't look hard enough the first time. Now, I just need to figure out how can I get my music. Dream started wondering about other things he could buy. There were all kinds of devices inside the catalog, enough to feel like a person back on Earth. The problem was the internet. I could get a phone, sure, but without anything on it like apps or data, it's just an over-glorified flashlight. I should figure out how to get data from Earth, but that would require a signal to cross dimensions, which I don't have the power to do right now. Or maybe, Dream kept pondering on his own about various possibilities. He had one idea, but wasn't sure how effective it would be. It probably wouldn't be able to happen right now either. Everyone looked forward to the candy as their dessert for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was nice having something that tasted different considering they've been eating the same stuff for years. But this was the root of one of the problems Dream had, which he voiced on the second day. What the hell do you guys do every day? The only things I've seen happen is Luna cutting up a bowl and Scarlet frying some meat. The first was only interesting for like 10 minutes, and I wouldn't dare go near the other. What do you guys do for fun around here? Dream. Riddick. Riddick pondered a moment on Dream's question. There was hardly an entertainment business on this new world, and finding fun things to do was lower on the priority list when there's powers and levels to raise. Not to mention they were in the middle of nowhere. I guess we practice our magic. I've been teaching my daughters how to wield their skills since they were young. That and basic combat techniques. I guess I could teach you a thing or two if you're bored and you want to join us. Riddick. Really? I didn't see you guys doing anything earlier. Well, we were busy cutting and prepping the surplus food. That stuff might actually last us a week, but we usually do training between breakfast and lunch, and sometimes more after dinner. I can also give you information about this world. Common knowledge you'll need to know before you travel. Nice. I would greatly appreciate that. I have many questions too. No problem. We've had breakfast, so I guess we can do some training. Luna, Iris, let's do some training. I'll let you have a go at the boy. Okay. Luna, don't blame me if he dies. Iris. Riddick smirked at Dream after hearing the responses from the girls. You disappoint me, old man. I thought us men were a team. Dream. Asterisk pui asterisk team my ass. You had it coming, boy. Besides, I needed some way to motivate them. A calf ripe for the slaughter such as yourself is the perfect prey for those foxes. Riddick. Riddick spat at Dream's optimism, but Dream wasn't too worried. Sure, they had more stats, but don't forget where Dream came from. Heh, don't underestimate me, old man. My world may not have had mana, but that means we fought with technique instead. The ways of martial arts have been perfected over thousands of years. Strength is nothing if you don't know how to use it. Dream. Oh, confident are we? Well, let's see if you can walk the walk. Everyone. Outside. Riddick. Riddick gave a shout, and everyone walked outside the cottage. Dream looked over to Iris and saw a wide, evil grin on her face. She's really gonna kill me, isn't she? There's probably gonna be no rules with her. Let's just make sure I have my balls by the end of this. Both girls had come out dressed in tight-fitting, athletic-type clothes that allowed for movement. And although Dream had seen them throughout the day, he couldn't get over how seriously hot they were. They had athletic bodies, which were definitely Dream's favorite. Dream had always played sports, so he developed a thing for girls with toned bodies. And you can wrap them up however you want, but you can't hide a true bust. Those are at least C's. They were truly blessed. Dream was already falling in love. Luna was more graceful, and Iris was a hottie. They had their own vibes. They truly were two sides of a coin. So how are we doing things? Dream. Dream let none of his perverted nature leak out and asked his question. He was also rather serious about training because he wanted to see if he could get a skill. He knew some martial arts like wrestling and jiu-jitsu, but he had only done them for a couple of years. He didn't know if that was enough. I'll let Luna fight you first. She isn't the one radiating with killing intent and will probably be safer. Riddick. Thanks for letting me live a little longer. Dream. Sure thing. Riddick. Dream sincerely thanked Riddick and squared up with Luna. She was looking at him with a little excitement on her face. It was probably the first time she had fought someone other than her father or sister, so she looked forward to it. What are the conditions for defeat? Dream. Until you give up, broken bones, or are incapacitated. Riddick. All right. Dream. You ready? Luna. Luna asked Dream, and he nodded. A serious look was on both their faces as they walked toward each other. Moments later, the first blows were traded, and after 2 minutes, Dream lost miserably. Damn, how hard are your knuckles? And your shins are like steel. Dream complained while lying on his back. He already had bruises forming on his arms and legs. Luna was absolutely solid, bones of steel. She punched and kicked, and Dream didn't have too hard of a time blocking. But the force of each hit was ridiculous. Her strength was clearly much higher than his, and her body was much tougher. He wasn't even able to go in for some grappling as she just outmaneuvered him. Riddick watched Dream as he laid miserably on the floor. You got in a couple of jabs, but they were nothing big. Your attempt to bring her to the floor went horrible as well. What exactly did you do on your world? I'm guessing it wasn't one of those super good martial arts. Riddick. I did do some martial arts, but it was mainly sports. Dream. Sports. Luna. Yeah. It was a form of entertainment in my world. Races, ball games, even shooting with weapons similar to the one I have. Dream. Really? What did you play? Luna. I ran races. I used to be a short-distance sprinter, and one of the fastest for my age. You? The fastest? You couldn't outrun a rock with those lousy reaction times. Iris. Iris started throwing out insults. Dream doesn't usually take kindly people insulting his hard work, but this world's standards are a bit different. Dream sucked down his irritation. Hey, we had no mana on my world, so yes, I was pretty fast. I could tell you with certainty that the fastest man to ever run could barely match my speed as I am right now. Dream. That's it? It sounds like everyone on your world was rather pathetic if you ask me. Iris. Pathetic? Is this girl serious? Iris spat out those words with venom in her voice. Hearing that, Dream also snapped a little as he had already been on edge. He spat back. Well, excuse me, bitch. Such speed may not seem like much to you, but it was the pinnacle of human ability on my world. To get there took years of all-day specialized training. We trained with all our heart and soul for competitions that lasted seconds. Competitions where not a single mistake could be made. And for some of us, those competitions were our ticket to success. A single mistake could ruin your life and send you down the road to hell. Dream got up and began shouting in her face, not realizing how mad he was getting. There were no skills. There was no system, no stats, and no bullshit mana to magically make you stronger. It took years of blood, sweat, and tears to learn and perfect our techniques. And even then, should you slack off a bit, you get sent back to square one. I'm sorry if that seems pathetic to you, but it was damn hard work for us. And do you know how much it fucks you up when everything you've worked for is shot to hell in mere moments? And are told that there's no coming back? Because I do, and it's the reason I'm here. So don't you dare go insulting the life's work of people who just wanted to succeed in something. Fuck. After cursing to the sky, Dream turned and started walking into the forest. He realized that he needed to cool his head, and he couldn't do that with Iris there. He actually wasn't planning to go off like that, but as more was said, the more emotional he got. He probably ended up going overboard. Damn, Riddick will definitely want me gone now. I ruined a perfectly good chance to get started in this world. But she went a little fucking far with that. Dream happened to be one of those athletes who put everything on the line for his sport. The cruel training he went through every day to cut off tenths of a second from his time. All for a competition that only lasted 10 seconds. That would all be fine with him. But at one of the state competitions in his last year of high school, Dream had overexerted on his form, which led to a torn hamstring. He recovered, but he had no chance at competing again. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that such a small mistake in a technique he had been practicing for years could lead to his career being thrown to hell. He also understood the frailty of humans when he heard how his girlfriend died. She was shot in the leg, which should have been non-lethal, but the bullet hit the femoral artery, which made her bleed to death. If the bullet had only been a centimeter towards any other direction, she would still be alive. Such small things could change everything. But there were also those who fought tooth and nail to make something for themselves or their family and succeeded. Dream always respected those people as he knew how hard it truly was. So when Iris basically called everyone on planet Earth pathetic for simply not having mana, he took exception to that. Iris, on the other hand, was frozen stiff. Dream had been an energetic, happy guy sparring with her sister less than a minute ago. The way he flipped a switch like that surprised her. When she insulted his world, she wasn't thinking very much about it, but she got a hint of how harsh she'd been after Dream had slowly gotten up and by the end, had almost been right up in her face. She could feel the rage in his voice as he approached her, which made her want to fight back. But there was something else there that made her keep her mouth shut. You see, both Luna and Iris were born with a special power, an innate one passed down to them. They were able to deeply sense the state of people's souls. What Iris sensed at the beginning was sadness and disappointment. But as Dream finished, a deep despair had appeared in his soul. She couldn't say anything for fear of taking things even farther. If he were only mad, then Iris would respond in kind. She had always been hot-blooded and wouldn't back down from anyone's challenge. But that wasn't anger. After Dream had disappeared in the forest, Iris spoke up. Hey, Dad. He's 18 years old, right? How did Dream die? Iris. He never told me. But Iris, that was pretty harsh. I don't like the fact that he yelled at you like that, but he wasn't unjustified either. Though I'm also glad you could at least keep it under control and let him walk away. Riddick. I'm worried though. He's not okay. What happened to him in his world? Luna. What do you mean he's not okay? Riddick. Riddick was surprised when Luna said that. All he saw was an insulted, hot-blooded boy letting off a little steam. But apparently his daughter saw something different. His soul had deep despair in it. It was masked by the sadness and rage, but it was still there. Iris. Well, he did die at least once, so there may be a lingering despair from that process. Either way, he'll need some time to gather himself. We can wait while he cools off. Riddick. Riddick led his daughters inside the house, waiting for Dream to return. Chapter 8. hunted. Riddick and the girls were expecting Dream to come back, but after several hours, he was nowhere to be seen. He is coming back, right? Luna. He should be. He has his stuff still here. Plus that forest can be dangerous. Those weapons may not be able to save him. He'll probably show up before night hits. Riddick. The girls nodded at his words. They didn't wish for Dream to meet a disappointing end like that. They had fun with him, even if it was only for a day. Unfortunately, even when night hit, Dream still hadn't shown. There's no way. It was just an argument. Is he just leaving? Iris. Iris started panicking a little. She didn't want him to die just because they argued. Luna spoke up in worry. Dad, should we look for him? Luna.
No.
Riddick. No? Why not? You said yourself he wouldn't last long out there. Iris. Well, the boy is smart. And I also have a feeling I know why he doesn't want to come back. You insulted his homeworld, but he probably thinks we don't want him here anymore because he yelled at you. So now he has two choices. He can leave and never come back, or he can apologize and risk getting rejected. He's a good kid, so he probably wants to apologize, but is too scared to. The reason I say no is because he needs to man up himself. Riddick. I still think Iris. Well, it doesn't matter what you think. Nobody knows where he is, and even I don't think I'll be able to find him quickly. This is his decision. Now let's go to sleep. Riddick. Riddick didn't let them talk anymore and ushered them to bed. Actually, Riddick definitely had the magic to find Dream. But this was a man's problem to deal with. Riddick didn't want to give him an easy way out. Meanwhile, before nightfall, Dream was walking through the forest, not intending to go back. He started walking in a direction and didn't stop. Savant, I'm going to be giving you orders for some gear. Dream was preparing to fight while walking. He knew there would definitely be monsters coming after him, and he wanted to be ready. I want a rucksack first. Confirmed. A big military backpack fell in Dream's hands. He stopped walking and set the bag down. I want steel toe boots for my feet and riot protection gear. Confirmed. A bunch of gear and clothes appeared on the floor. Dream didn't get bulletproof vests because he was fighting animals, not other guns. The riot gear was meant for full body protection in all types of situations. The steel toe would come in handy for kicking things too. After putting everything on, Dream was totally armored. He asked for black because he would need it during the night to hide better. Dream also didn't need to worry about weight because of the strength stat, which had gone up. Now that he had his personal gear settled, he moved on to weapons. Well, I left my weapons at the house. But whatever, give me the same rifle as last time. Pistol as well. Confirmed. After that, his trusty 7.62 rifle appeared, which he grabbed and slung over his shoulder. Now some drum magazines and ammo. And hey, are you able to summon drums that are already loaded? Summoning preloaded drum magazines is possible. Nice. Do that then. Confirmed. Like last time, several drum magazines appeared next to him, all of which were fully loaded with rounds. With that, Dream put all the drums into his bag except for one which he loaded the rifle with. He was now ready to hunt. All right, let's see if I can't level up my skills some more. Dream mused to himself and started searching for things to kill. After 8 hours of walking around though, Dream had finally given up. Where are all the animals? Hello. It's already night and I haven't found so much as a dog. Dream had indeed found nothing. The sun was almost set and it was getting dark. But no matter where Dream went, no animals popped up. I'm probably gonna find everything at night then. Everything here is apparently nocturnal. It's good that my vitality went up, or else my legs would be killing me. Although I'm still in pain from training. Dream let out a depressed breath, thinking about earlier. He honestly didn't want to leave the family. He just wasn't sure if they wanted to see him again. He let his emotions get out of control. He had been pretty on edge since his death. He thought that it would all be a sweet release. That was like an answer to his ultimate question by itself. But instead, he got thrown into another world. And now there was a lot he needed to do. Although, Dream also saw it as a chance. The path to true strength was there. The system gave him a direction, and he just needed to follow it. So why wasn't he happy about all this? What's holding him back? I guess. I'm starting to miss my family. They were the only ones that never gave up on me. But I still went and quit on life. I shit on their hope for me. Dream stopped in his tracks and stared at the floor. He finally faced the reality of what's going on. He may never see anyone he knows again. He's going to have to lead a totally different life and take on all its problems as well. And although more was possible, it also represented more that could be taken away. He didn't want to lose the ability to succeed in something again. He didn't want to lose something close to him again. Maybe I should just end it one more time. I doubt that very powerful dude will give me a third chance, and it would be totally painless. Dream lifted his gun with one hand and pointed at his head. He had already done it once. He knew he could do it again. He could just let go. One more time. Then there would be no more pain. He wouldn't have to lose anything. He could just give himself to the abyss and cease to exist, and get that sweet release he wanted last time. Dream stood there with his finger on the trigger, thinking. A minute passed, 5 minutes, then 10. When who knows how long had passed, he raised his other hand and grabbed the barrel, pulling it away from his head. I'll need my head for making out with Luna. Hope she won't mind a guy like me. Saying that, his shoulders drooped, and he flicked on the safety of the rifle. He shook his head. Sigh. Why does everything have to be so difficult? Can't I just be given God powers and live life how I want? Is that too much to ask? Dream complained for the last time, today, and sat up. The sun had set, and it had gotten to be night, and he didn't think it would be good to be out. I guess I should head back, although I wonder if I'll run into any monsters. I could still use some experience. As Dream pondered, he started walking in the direction of the house. But after a bit of walking, he encountered his first monster. Growl. A mean and low growl could be heard a few dozen meters from Dream. He snapped around and aimed at where it came from. Holy crap, I've seen this in movies, but reality is terrifying. Dream could see glowing eyes in the darkness. Dozens, at least 80 individual eyes. They were behind bushes, peeking from trees. Some were even in the trees. So this world has wolves. Be calm, Dream. Don't do anything crazy. Savant. Grenade launcher, fully loaded, in my hands. Now. Confirmed. The grenade launcher appeared in his hands while he was backing away slowly. Dream slung back the rifle and lifted the launcher carefully. Then, he unloaded. Thunk, 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 thunk. Boom, 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 asterisk. 6 grenades flew out and landed in the places with the most eyes. Huge explosions rang out and small pillars of fire were created, lighting up the forest. How many are there? Dream was shocked as he got a glimpse of the true amount of wolves. There were at least 60 running around. They were scared of the explosions, but wouldn't be for long. Dream threw the grenade launcher into his bag and started to book it while he had a head start. Runnin'. Asterisk all woo-woo. Asterisk. A howl rang through the forest. It was likely the pack leader, and he was gathering his forces. All the wolves stopped scattering and started gathering back up. After that, one wolf after another howled to the moon. All woo-woo, all woo-woo, all woo-woo. Aha, shut up, Savant. Do those howls have mana? That is correct. Likely a form of communication. After Dream got that answer, E-awareness has leveled up. E-awareness has leveled up. E-awareness has. He got several notifications. I guess being able to sense mana is awareness. This will be a night of power leveling. Dream shouted his proclamation and turned around, aiming at the wolves with his rifle. Aya! Rat-a-ta-ta-ta-ta. Dream unleashed a hellstorm of bullets at the wolves. After a few seconds, he reloaded and repeated. Savant, when I tell you to give me ammo, I want a 50-round drum mag in my left hand for the rifle. No questions asked. Command acknowledged. Dream started running again after giving the instructions. The wolves had gathered and were giving chase. Dream unloaded without care for aiming as he ran. If he stayed in a place for too long, he would get pounced on. It only took a few minutes before all his magazines were gone and he called for the drums. Savant did as told and kept giving him the drums. When Dream ran through those, he just tossed them on the ground. He had no time for saving them. The chase lasted for half an hour before Dream had a problem. I thought this gun was durable, so why is it melting? He yelled as the barrel turned almost white-hot and started deforming. Dream couldn't fire it anymore. He was pretty sure that he killed a dozen or two wolves, but there had been more than he thought in the shadows. Savant told him that there were at least 80 wolves chasing him. Dream was starting to get a little panicked. He tossed the rifle on the ground and took out his grenade launcher. Savant, grenades on a speed loader for the launcher. Savant didn't even respond, and the grenade speed loader appeared in Dream's hands. He threw out the chambers on the launcher and shoved in the speed loader. He then snapped the chambers back in place and had 6 more grenades. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Dream started unloading behind him. The grenades he launched out started fires and blew up trees. The ground was left with craters, and the wolves that were caught in the explosions were blown to chunks of flesh. This went on for nearly 5 hours before it was time for the boss battle. Huff, huff, huff. Sounds of panting and fire sounded in the forest. Those 5 hours were the most tiring 5 hours of Dream's life. He had been running and moving nonstop. He kept shooting the grenades, but as the wolves started catching up, he couldn't shoot anymore. They were too close, and he would hurt himself with the blast. He bought a semi-automatic shotgun to deal with anything that got close. The little balls of metal turning the wolves' faces into meat paste was a gruesome sight. And although it was effective for close range, the situation became war over time. When he started using the shotgun, nothing was keeping the rest of the wolves from closing in. More and more got closer, and soon he didn't have time to reload. That's when Dream summoned a long knife and entered melee combat with the wolves. And so began his current gladiator battle with the wolves. Chapter 9, Carnage. Dream called it a gladiator battle because that's how the wolves treated it. Barks of excitement sounded out as they were certain of their prey's death. They created a ring and boxed Dream in. They didn't all pounce on him to kill him quickly, but sent in pairs or trios to attack. If Dream wasn't faster by a certain margin, he would have fallen due to the numerical disadvantage. But he was able to manage. Dream would hold one off with his left arm and attack with the knife in his right. He used any means available to go through each one. He grabbed their fur and threw them away, sliced at their legs, cutting them off, punching them in the snout, or just straight up stabbing them through the neck. One thing he quickly learned was that you didn't have to kill them to disable them. If he sliced off a wolf's leg, it was done. It wouldn't be able to fight him, so he didn't worry about killing it. After the wolves took about 12 casualties, the leader finally appeared. Ah shit. An exasperated curse was Dream's response to it approaching him. He knew he couldn't handle this the same way as the others. The leader was at least 4 feet tall and had pitch black fur, a contrast to the other wolves that had brown fur. It had deep green eyes that stared straight at Dream. Its claws were razor sharp and its teeth looked like sabers. When it approached, all the other wolves quieted down. It stood about 8 feet away from Dream as they stared at each other. As they stared at each other, Dream was preparing for a plan he had come up with on the spot. He knew he wouldn't be able to beat this thing head-on, so he summoned out a weapon. Savant, I want a pound of C4 in my right hand and a detonator on the left. Dream actually dropped his knife and put both his hands behind his back. The wolf took that as a sign of surrender, but it wasn't planning to spare Dream. It walked towards him while growling and closed the distance. The bag of explosives was summoned in his hand moments later, as well as the detonator. He then tossed it out right next to the wolf. Ballistic shield. Speaking to Savant, a thick shield appeared in his hands, and Dream crouched down to cover himself with it. He then pressed the button, not he detonator. Click. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A loud explosion burst next to the wolf leader and threw Dream into the air, who was only a couple of feet away. Dream was thrown back a couple of meters before landing against a tree. Thud. Ack. He hit it with a thud and tensed up, looking up at all the wolves to see what happened right after. The wolf leader's body was nowhere to be seen. The other wolves in the vicinity were unlucky and had gotten caught in the blast. Whimpering was coming from over 10 wolves who were within the blast radius, but not killed. Dream stood up and spoke to Savant. Savant, give me a 40-pound block of the same C4. Confirmed. A square package and remote appeared on the floor. He put down the shield and picked up the block, hurling it over to the blast site. He then picked up the remote and shield and began walking away. The wolves were already submissive because their leader died, and when Dream had tossed out the package, it spooked some of them. But once they realized nothing was happening, they got curious and walked closer to the package. Others were walking to the blast area to chew on the various remains as well. When Dream had gotten far enough away without alerting the wolves, he placed his shield in front facing the explosives. He then clicked the button on the remote. Bush. Ring. A pillar of fire lit up the forest bright as day for a couple of seconds before turning to smoke. In the process, it also blew Dream's ears out, causing intense ringing. Though it was worth it, Dream was absolutely sure all of them were dead now. After that, a wave of exhaustion came over him. However, this wasn't the time to collapse from tiredness. Savant, take me to the cabin. Dream got up and began walking the way Savant told him to. After walking for a long time, he saw that the sun was rising. It was morning. Luckily, he soon spotted the house and continued hobbling toward it. When he was approaching the house, he spotted the family standing outside of it, as if waiting for him. The girls watched him approach with shock on their faces. Dream's body was basically dyed red. Blood and some small chunks of flesh were on his body. His armor was torn to pieces and exposed flesh with deep wounds could be seen. The wounds were even bleeding, causing blood to further soak his clothes. Dream stopped a short distance from them. He said 2 words, "I'm sorry." He then fell to his knees and flat on his face as he passed out. Dream, dream, grunt. As Dream slowly woke up, he grunted as he was supposed to be in lots of pain. Though when he flexed his muscles, he found that he was feeling surprisingly good. He raised his left hand, which was supposed to have a hole in it. Huh, I'm healed. And Luna? Dream looked down as he felt something on his chest, and there Luna was. She was in her fox form, sleeping with her head resting on his chest. Oh, I am so going to enjoy this, not being a dumbass and throwing out this chance. Dream ever so slowly moved his arms and scoot down a bit, getting Luna closer to him. He put his arms around her body and brought her in for a hug. When he felt her fur, he amazed at how soft it was. He smiled and cuddled even more, wanting to play with her fur. One of the things Dream is proud of is his mastery of petting animals like cats, and Luna in her fox form isn't much different than a cat, so he went to town. He ran his fingers over the crown of her head and traced around the ears. Animals like cats and dogs have very sensitive ears, but if you work around the base of them and keep it gentle, they love it. Dream pet every millimeter of her head before moving down. He scratched the scruff, if they even had one, and moved his nails slowly down the spine. He repeated, scratch and pet and scratch. Dream couldn't do much more like rub her belly because this isn't a cat, but Luna. So he just kept running his nails through her soft, silky fur. After a minute or so of doing that, he felt something change. He could feel Luna's heart beat a little faster and harder. Some muscles in her body also tightened up, but she kept her eyes closed. This obviously meant that she woke up, but wanted to pretend otherwise. Oh my God, you are so freaking cute. Hee, just relax and enjoy my scratches. Dream's heart melted from her adorableness and kept on petting her. He stroked her with his hand and kept bringing her deeper into his embrace. After half an hour of petting and subtle shifting, her head was on his shoulder pressed up against his cheek and her body was up against his side. This was the most comfortable position they could get in. Luna was also totally relaxed and into it. If she were a cat, she would be purring in happiness. They stayed like that for another half an hour, enjoying each other's comfort, before getting interrupted by a shout. Hey Luna, how is Dream doing? Riddick. Riddick called out to her from the living room, and she decided it would be best to wake up now. She opened her eyes but was met with the deep grin on Dream's face. She just got up as there was no use pretending, transforming back into her human form. Luna's face was apple red as she looked away and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Oh, I'm doing really good. How about yourself?" Dream's smile deepened and Luna's face turned even redder in embarrassment. She answered back while looking at the floor, "I'm fine. We should go to the kitchen." Dream's heart took a critical hit from all that cuteness and got up. When he looked at himself, though, he saw that he was only in his underwear. "Oh, did you strip me?" "And no, we just couldn't figure out how to take off your armor, so I had to cut it off with my ice. But Dad took the clothes off." Okay. I gotcha. One question, though. Has your dad called out to check on me like that before?" No. So we got caught. Luna hit maximum redness when she figured it all out. Meanwhile, Dream summoned some athletic shorts and threw them on. When they left the room, Dream handed Luna a bag of Sour Patch Kids. She took the bag with a thanks and started munching on the candy, which dissipated some embarrassment. They entered the living room that only had a table and chairs and met face to face with Iris and Riddick. Riddick had a complicated look on his face, but Iris didn't even meet his gaze. "How are you feeling, boy? Your wounds look closed up, and you're walking, which is good." "I'm doing well. Still sore everywhere, but good." "All right, then next question. What the hell went on last night?" I'm guessing you saw my battleground. Of course I did. I also heard that explosion during the night. When I found out how far it was, I was shocked. What was that? Apparently Riddick had gone out to check out what exactly put Dream in that state. And after hearing his questions, the girls got curious. Wait, what happened? Did Dream do something? Luna. He painted the forest red. That's what? Riddick. Huh. Luna and Iris both questioned him. How about we go take a look? I didn't touch the weapons you dropped, boy. So you can pick them up as we go? Riddick. All right. All four people walked out of the house and towards the direction of the battleground. After a long while of walking, they arrived at the first scene of the battle. Oh my God. Iris. How did this happen? Luna. Both girls were shocked by what they saw. Corpses of wolves littered the area. The shocking part, though, was the state they were in. No corpse was intact and hundreds of chunks were splattered everywhere. Some trees were dyed red from blood splatter, and there were pools of blood all over the floor. Bullet casings could be found scattered all over the place, as well as some craters on the floor. This seems to be the start of my battle. Boy, what kind of weapons did you use to do this? I very rarely see such forms of carnage. Riddick. Just some common weapons from my world. Common weapons? Meaning more people had those weapons? Luna. Our weapons weren't pretty, considering they were designed to kill in every way possible. Luna and Riddick both had on surprised faces. They couldn't imagine that weapons capable of such bloodshed were commonplace in his world. Let's keep walking. Riddick. Riddick spoke, and they began following the path of blood. As they kept walking, they found cleaner kills than before. The corpses were spread out and had bullet holes, but were intact, clearly having been killed by his AR. They walked along the path for about 30 minutes before they started seeing the results of Dream's grenade frenzy. Fallen trees, small craters, flesh chunks strewn about, and the occasional pile of shells from the grenades were seen as they walked. Dream actually found his AR and grenade launcher on the floor from when he dropped them, though this meant that it was when he started using his shotgun. Cough, cough. As they came across the bodies killed by the shotguns, Dream actually coughed in disgust. He turned away and started trying to keep his stomach fluids down. He had known what he did last night, but he was hopped up on adrenaline and trying to survive, not to mention it was dark. But being clear-headed and seeing corpses with half their bodies looking like spaghetti really wasn't a nice sight. Both the girls also had to turn away. They had only ever hunted various animals in the dome. Sure, they cut them up to eat, but it was organized and practiced. This, however, was the very definition of brutality, and they weren't ready for the sight. Here's the weapon that I used for this area. Dream found the shotgun and showed it to them. They got confused since it looked like his other gun. But that gun wasn't as brutal. How? Riddick. This shotgun fires a bullet that splits into smaller bullets, covering a wider area. The result of such is, as you can see. Let's keep moving. Riddick. Dream and the girls followed along, while trying not to look at the bodies. They soon came up on the boss fight where Dream detonated those explosives. It was actually pretty obvious and easy to find. You just had to look for the giant crater and scattered tree trunks. This is what I want to ask you about, boy. What did you do here? All four people walked up the crater. There were no bodies, no blood, nothing. The plastic explosives cleared everything out when Dream activated it. He explained, I was eventually overrun and had to enter close combat with the wolves. That's when they surrounded me, and I started fighting them off. After a couple of fights, the pack leader came out and challenged me. I used something called a grenade and killed it with that. What's a grenade? Is that like a bullet? Riddick. No. Here, I can show you. Just take these shields. Dream summoned out shields and gave each of them one. He then summoned a grenade. Take a look. This green object is called a grenade. When this circle is pulled and I let go of it, it will explode. Watch it from behind the shields. Just copy me. Dream crouched down and covered himself with the shield while the others followed his example. He then pulled the pin and tossed the grenade far away. Bio-OMMM. The grenade exploded, scaring some birds and kicking up some dirt. The sound echoed through the forest and made everybody's ears ring. That's an incredible object, but that's not what made this crater. Riddick. I know. After I killed the leader with that grenade, I tried to leave but was worried about the wolves continuing their attack. I used something called a bomb and left it in the middle of the group. I then sneaked away and blew it up from far away. That bomb is what caused all this, as well as the sound you heard last night. Chapter 10. Apologize. I just used a bigger grenade. Putting it simply, dream. Riddick. Riddick stood there and pondered. The weapons of war that Dream used were capable of utter destruction, and he brought them out from nowhere and was capable of using all of them. Not to mention, those weapons didn't use a speck of mana. What if there were even stronger weapons? What if Dream could supplement those weapons with mana? Everyone watched Riddick as he stared at Dream. After a minute of thinking, he finally spoke up. Let's go home. There's nothing for us here. After you fully recover, boy, you can stay with us and we can continue training. In exchange, I want you to teach my daughters how to use those weapons of yours. Is that fine? Riddick. Yes, it is. Dream. Dream was perfectly fine with this arrangement. He could teach somebody about things from his world, and he got to stay with them. It was a win-win in his book. Not to mention the people he was teaching were two supermodels. After they went home, Dream went to his room. He first wanted to check something. Status, profile, inventory, summon catalog. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Titles, origin seeker. Class, unassigned. Level, 38. Stats, strength, F agility, F. Stamina, F magic, F+. Passive skills, visualization, LVL 25. Savant, LVL 32. Copycat, LVL 8. Awareness, LVL 28. Active skills, summons from another world. Shooting, LVL 43. Erase presence, LVL 17. What in tarnation? Dream looked at his status in surprise. His skills took a big jump in level. His stamina also went up to F while mana went up to F+. He was definitely happy to have more mana. Considering he went through thousands of rounds, it was no surprise that shooting leveled up so much. Erase presence was also used through the night when he occasionally wanted to trip up the wolves. Awareness went up when Dream was trying to keep track of everything around him, and using Savant to give him weapons helped with its level. He wasn't sure why Copycat went up though. He wasn't even totally sure what it did. Visualization, however, was probably from the weapons he thought up. Whenever Dream gave a command to Savant, he would think about the weapon or gear he wanted, and an image would appear in his head. That's what probably did it. Besides that, he began to get curious about his stats. He still wasn't sure about how he compared to others, so he decided to call someone that would give him the best insight. Luna. Luna. Dream heard a yelp from the kitchen. He realized he was a bit louder than he needed to be. He was so used to yelling like that while talking to people in his house from Earth. What happened? Luna. Luna quickly made her way to his room and popped through the door. Dream spoke to her. What's your agility? Dream. Your agility. The stat is E-. Why? E-. Damn, that's high. Dream cursed a bit and began realizing he had no hope in winning a fight against her. What's your agility? Luna. I just hit F. What's your magic? I'm at F. What's yours? I'm also at F. Oh, nice. Hey, do you know about any magic techniques? Techniques? Like skills? I could probably teach you a few things. What were you looking to learn? I just wanted to know about how to absorb mana faster rather than just waiting. Do you have anything for that? Mana absorption? Like drawing in mana to yourself? Iris recovers mana by taking it from the enemy. I actually don't really have to worry about mine. Dad said my body is more naturally attuned to the environment and can absorb mana quicker. The higher the density, the faster I absorb, so I don't really have any techniques for that. Sorry. No, it's fine. I just wanted an example if there was one. I actually already think I know of a way. If I come up with a way, then I could teach you. Okay, it never hurt to have more skills. Thanks. No problem. I'll already be teaching you about my weapons. Oh, tonight during dinner, I'll have another treat for you guys. Really? Is it a different kind of candy? No, it's something totally different. You'll see. And one more thing. What's up? Where's your sister? Luna hesitated, but still gave an answer. She's in her room. She's been kind of sad since you left. She might just need some time to collect her stash. She's blaming herself for something she doesn't need to. I'll talk to her. Okay. Luna didn't protest because Dream was probably right. Dream left his room and focused on his awareness. skill to find Iris. And 2 doors down, he felt a gloomy aura. He walked over and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Can I come in, Scarlet? I know you're in there. I'm not that weak anymore. What do you want? Click. Wah. Dream opened the door and walked in when he heard her, not giving a care for courtesy. I didn't say to come in. Well, you didn't say not to. And I'm not talking through a door. Whatever. So what do you want? Dream walked in and closed the door behind him. Iris' room was unlit, and she was lying on some blankets on the floor. The room wasn't really adorned by anything. It did have a coffee table over to the side with a jug of water on it, but that was it. Wow, no wonder you're sad. I would be sad too if I stayed in such a depressing room all the time. Shut up. It's my room, and it's not like your room has anything. Believe me, I plan to change that. Anyway, I have something for you. I'm gonna give it to Luna and your dad as well. But since I'm here, I'll give it to you first. What is it? Well, I need you to get up first. Why? Just get up. It goes on the floor. Fine. Iris reluctantly got up and moved away. Dream then went over and picked up the blankets. What are you doing with those? Stop yapping and watch. Dream shut her up, spoke to Savant. Savant. King-size mattress with memory foam. Confirmed. Moments later, a clean white mattress appeared on the floor. Dream then put the blankets on top and told Iris, "It's a bed for my world, and one of the best you can get. I didn't even have one. Go ahead and lay on it." Iris quietly walked over to the mattress and bent down. She put her hand on it and pressed into it. When she did, her eyes opened wide. What is this? It pushes down when I press on it. It's meant for you to lay on it, so lay on it. All right, I got it. Iris got annoyed but still crawled on top. She then slowly laid down on top of her blankets and was overcome with comfort. Asterisk, deep breath, asterisk. She took a long, deep breath as her body was cradled by the memory foam. She had never been on something so soft and comfortable and got totally immersed. Until, hup, thud. What the hell are you doing? Dream plopped down on an empty part in Iris when a little airborne from the bounce, startling her. What? I just wanted to lay down too. These are really comfortable, you know? Well, go get your own. And don't fall on it like that. Well, I'm in here right now, so I'll use it for a bit. It's big enough. That doesn't matter. It's a bed and I don't want you in mine. Ouch. Well, I'll get out of your hair once I apologize. I went a little overboard with how I yelled at you. I was a little on edge since I'm never gonna see anyone I know ever again, and I took it out on you. Then I left without apologizing. I got plenty of punishment from those wolves, but I still need to tell you personally. I'm sorry. Iris stayed silent. She was surprised because she thought he would try and warn her again. She didn't think he would apologize. She knows that she probably wouldn't in his shoes. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have insulted your world like that. I wouldn't have made you mad if I didn't say that. It was my fault you got hurt and could have died. I didn't think about what you were feeling. I made you feel despair. Despair? Where did you see that? Dream was confused. Where did she pick up on that? Could she sense emotions? But he had really only been pissed off and a bit sad. He didn't feel despair. Me and Luna have an innate ability to sense the state of souls. I had seen it deep down when you were yelling. If you don't mind me asking, how did you die in your world? Dream went quiet. He was deciding if he should tell her. It isn't exactly something he's proud of, but he decided getting it off his chest could be good. I gave up. I gave up on living life. One night, I decided to end myself, partly because I hated myself, but I also wanted to know if there was life after death. My curiosity and lack of care for my own life led to that. That's actually how I got my title. Oh, you have a title? Yeah, it's called Origin Seeker. I actually have one too. It's called Daughter of the Void. Interesting. Does that mean Luna is the daughter of the light? No, she's the daughter of the moon. Oh, very interesting. Yeah. And hey, I really am very sorry. I hope you can forgive me. I will forgive you if you let me do one thing. What is it? Iris stuttered as she got nervous. She was worried he would ask for something outrageous. You let me call you Scarlet. Dream looked her dead in the eye as he said that. Although he was being serious, Iris' face went stupid when she heard that. That? What's with you and not saying my name? Is Iris not good enough? Iris is a good name, but I want to call you Scarlet. It's something only I have. Nobody else calls you that. and it'll make it easy to call you out. Plus, I pretty much already decided to call you that for your snide remark when we met. Wah, ugh, whatever. Fine. Anything else you want while you rip me off? Yes. Stand up. Why? Just do it. I hate you. She said that, but she still stood up. It was time for Dream to seal the deal. Come here. Waik. Iris startled as Dream grabbed and pulled her into a bear hug. WA. What are you doing? It's called a hug. Never got one? That's kinda sad. I know what it is. Then quiet down and hug me back. I can get sad too. You know? Ugh. Iris grunted, but eventually stopped resisting and put her arms around Dream. They stayed like that for a minute or so until Dream threw out another long-shot request. Let me pet your fur. No. And with that, they separated. Dream laughed as he backed off. All right. I guess I'll go give Luna and your dad their bed. I'm gonna be livening up this boring wood house in the future. Maybe I'll find something for your room. I don't need anything. Just go. All right. Dream opened the door and walked out, leaving Iris to her embarrassment. He wasn't kidding about changing the house, though. This place was unbelievably bland. That, and he wanted his electronics. He called Luna next and put the mattress in her room, then called Riddick to do the same. Riddick actually had a bed, but how could it be better than his? They swapped it out. Come evening time, they gathered in the dining room and had dinner. It was meat and fruit, as usual, but thankfully, Dream made up for the blandness during dessert. Behold, ice cream. Ice. Luna. Cream. Riddick. Yes, and spoons. For eating with. Dream pulled out a gallon tub of Moose Tracks ice cream. He handed them spoons and showed them how to eat it. Just scoop it. Oh, this is amazing. Luna. It's really cold. Iris. A very interesting food. Riddick. All three gave their comments and started eating. And once they took their first bites, they ate even faster. This was the reason he brought out a gallon. They were a family of pigs. After half an hour, the tub was gone. That was really good, Dream. Luna. Huh. Iris. It isn't alcohol. Why are you girls sprawled out? Riddick. It was just that good. Luna. Iris. Well, get up. We got another early day tomorrow. After moving them along, everyone called it a night and went asleep. Chapter 11. Goals. The next day, Dream started compiling a list of things he wanted to do. I need a goal list, mainly things I want to experiment with before I eventually go out traveling. I can't stay here forever, and I need to use this time to its fullest. It's a place where I don't have much to worry about. Once he left, he didn't know if he would get much free time. So he got to thinking. First is finding the extent of my abilities. I still don't know everything about them. Next is world information. I'll have questions for Riddick. Next is this house. I should make it more comfortable. Maybe make it into a base to come back to. Then I want to keep experimenting with Savant and my summon ability. I actually think I have an idea on how to get internet. Dream compiled various things. This is what he's gonna work on for the foreseeable future. First, I should go talk to Riddick. Yes? Shit. Thud. Where the hell did he come from? Riddick appeared behind Dream. It scared the hell out of him, and he tripped on his feet while spinning around. Don't scare me like that. Don't let your guard down. What do you want to ask me about? Let's talk at the table. They walked to the table and pulled up chairs. Dream summoned out Oreos and put them on the table. What's that? It's another treat from my world, called Oreos. Try some. Riddick tried it and was pleased. After he ate 5 more, they started talking. I'm guessing you want to ask about the world you're in. Yes. I've put it off, but it's necessary now for future development. Do you plan to leave so soon? Not really, but I don't plan to stay forever. Knowing what the standards of the world are is important. Indeed. Well, the first thing you should know is this world's name. It's called Cabin. Don't ask me what it means. All my knowledge comes from my many days in the empires. Question. How old are you? Another thing you need to know is that people's lifespans are much longer than in your world. I am almost 140 years old. What? So you really are an old man. Good job with the wrinkles. Boy, you best not push your luck. I am actually still very young. When you leave here, you will encounter old monsters who have been around for hundreds of years longer. Age is nothing in this world. Only the power you attain. That's my main question actually. We have levels and stats, but how high do they go? Good question. You've noticed how you have a class slot, right? Asterisk, nod, asterisk. You get your very first class when you reach level 50. However, classes will evolve as you keep leveling up. The levels are Class 1, level 50. Class 2, level 100. Class 3, level 200. Class 4, level 300. Beyond Class 4 is the immortal realm. I don't know much besides the fact that humans who ascend are called saints. Very interesting. What level are you? I'm level 227. I passed Class 3. Another thing you should know is that Class 3 requires energy pathways to be established. This is a requirement for us humans, but not other species. It's not totally horrible though, as we get great boosts to our magical strength upon doing so. These magical pathways are actually what the four main human empires are created around. And they are the Spire of Mages, the Enchanted Mountain, the Mercenary Kingdom, the School of Blades. The Spire of Mages is a grand community of magical researchers and spellcasters. They have many schools, but their biggest symbol is the energy pathway they establish. They design theirs in a way optimized for casting magic faster and easier. Some will even design theirs based on their element of choice, such as fire, water, stone, or air. The Enchanted Mountain is a place of production. That's the place you want to go to get gear or weapons. In fact, you could say that the Enchanted Mountain is the most powerful kingdom due to their control over resources. They have any enchanted item you could dream of, and their name comes from the mountain that they were established above. Above? Not inside. Well, technically both. They carved out the mountain and built an underground kingdom where mostly everything is. But the main palace for the kingdom is actually floating above it. That floating palace is where the most talented craftsmen and smiths reside, and where some of the most valuable items in the world are traded. Moving on, the Mercenary Kingdom is pretty self-explanatory. That kingdom was established on the ability to get any job done. It is home to some of the greatest warriors, mages, and swordsmen alike in the world. It can also be a dangerous place. Any job can be posted, and there is always someone willing to carry it out. I was once there and saw a bounty put out for one of the great mages of the Spire. A month after it was posted, the mage was dead. The killer and the requester, though, were both hunted down not long after and brutally murdered. It's a dog-eat-dog place. Last is the School of Blades. The kingdom was founded on a school run by a very famous swordmaster and martial artist. It grew into a place full of schools designed to teach the harmony of body and mana. Everything from martial arts to archery can be found there. Their biggest symbol is also their energy pathways. You will find many who develop them to transmit into weapons, or some who develop them to strengthen their bodies. That's basically most of what you'll need to know to find a place to develop. You get all that? Riddick paused there and let Dream soak everything in. So there's four primary human empires. He said human, and there are people like Luna and Iris. So there are animal kingdoms? He also spoke of energy pathways. I'll need to start preparing theory on the best pathways and find my style of fighting. You said human kingdoms. What about others? Sharp. Humans occupy about half of the world. The world is divided into three main landmasses. All three landmasses are also connected by land bridges. Humans have taken over two of the landmasses. The secondary landmass that we took is actually smaller than the others. The humanoids and other species were left with the third landmass. They have their own empires and various techniques, and they are by no means weaker than us. They go by the same levels we do. They also have manufacturing and enchanting, but it is more toned down than us. Humans naturally seek to control nature. We take a tree, cut it down, and turn it into buildings. Those from the animal kingdom are more attuned to nature and therefore seek to harmonize with it. However, this is not all of them. Many humanoids come to the human kingdoms and develop themselves. Humanoids like Luna and Iris are everywhere. People that are part human and part tiger or part wolf. There are elves who have been blessed by nature. Dwarves who are blessed by earth spirits. Oh, there are also spirits. Spirits are born when elemental energy gathers and gains intelligence. These beings are pure energy and have almost absolute control over their element. Anyway, I don't remember all the humanoid kingdoms. The main ones are elves and their tree, dwarves and their underground sanctuary, and the United Empire of Humanoids. That humanoid kingdom is one that unites all species that aren't human. They are also the dominant force on that continent. They are utterly massive in size and population. That also means that they are just as strong as humans, if not a bit stronger. I heard a legend that their main capital is built on top of a mana geyser that spews out massive amounts of mana, which allows them to maintain a fortress of untold power. Anyway, so that's the main rundown for the general knowledge of this world. For human kingdoms, 3 main humanoid ones, and energy pathways which you don't have to worry about right now. The only thing you need to do is determine what style of fighting is right for you. Those weapons of yours are great, but without mana, they won't take you far. Riddick ended there, and Dream sat back for a second. The explanation was long but necessary. Now he knew that dwarves and elves existed, but he was right. Dream needed to find out how he was going to fight. What weapons is he going to use, and how will his mana be used? These questions are critical and will determine how far he can go, especially when he hits Class 3. But I know my weapons best. Gunpowder technology is almost considered outdated. I haven't been getting electromagnetic weapons because they cost stupid amounts of mana to summon. Plus, I need to find out how mana interacts with physical matter and the laws of nature. Once I answer that question, I won't need to worry about what I'll do in the future. Dream had come from an Earth that was nearing the end of the information age. Gunpowder weapons had been reaching their limit and humanity started looking towards magnetic railguns. These guns took much more energy to fire, but produced just as crazy results. And the technology that they developed in terms of strong materials and science had advanced leaps and bounds. After pondering for a while on various possibilities, Dream stood up. Thank you, Riddick. That information helped me with my goals. I will be trying to do my best during training. I also want to investigate my abilities. I still don't know all the can do. You haven't looked at their information yet? Excuse me, their information. You can look at descriptions for skills, titles, and classes. Don't tell me you haven't. I didn't know that was possible. I just kind of knew what they did. Somewhat anyway, Sla. For heaven's sakes, boy, whatever. If you don't mind me asking, what skills have you earned so far? And what's that skill that allows you to bring items from your homeworld? The skill that lets me bring stuff over is called Summons from Another World. It actually doesn't have a level. Instead, it gives me a catalog in my status where I can summon things for a mana cost. That's where I get all my weapons, clothes, and food that you've seen. Did you say that it has no level? Who granted you that skill, boy? What the hell did you encounter for a deity to give you a skill? When I died and was brought over to this world, I was granted some skills and a title. I've actually only learned 2 skills since coming here. Boy, what's your title? It's called Origin Seeker. Interesting. What about the description? Every title grants something, and your title sounds unique. It's also just good to know. Okay, how do I view the information? Say the skill name and then description. Like you're asking for it. Okay, gimme a sec. Dream pulled up his status and tried what Riddick said, but to no avail. He then remembered Savant and thought he could give it a try. Savant, can you show me skill descriptions? Yes. Good. Pull up the description for my title. Confirmed. Origin Seeker. Granted to the one who has given everything for the chance to attain enlightenment. They refuse to be left in the darkness that is ignorance, and their path is the one to uncover the secrets of the universe. Remark. The one who has blessed you with this title wishes for you to one day escape the shackles that is the record. The foundation to do so has been granted. Perks. 6x experience gain. Your skills gain proficiency 5x faster. The mind of the individual cannot be influenced. The secrets of ascension will be gained upon approval. Dream read the details of his title. The description was interesting, but the remark was shocking. Escape the record? Isn't that like ascending to godhood? How freaking long is that going to take? I don't even have my first class. He despaired a little at the impossible expectations put upon him by this unknown being. He then told Riddick the description, but not the remark. He also left out the last perk. 6 times the experience. And another 5 times proficiency? What kind of god-defying growth speed have you been given? Not only that, but you are immune to mental attacks? How unfair could this world possibly get? I dare say there's no better title than that one. Riddick cursed the gods above for how unfair things were. Dream didn't actually disagree with him. Dream had been wondering why his skills could grow so quickly. Turns out, he only needed to kill 1 out of 6 the number of enemies everyone else did to level up. I was also granted 3 skills besides the summoning one. They're called Savant. copycat, and awareness. Dream then pulled up the descriptions for those. Savant, a skill meant for computation power and information processing, has little wisdom of its own, but grows with the individual. Remark, mathematicians always carry a calculator with them. Copycat allows for the mimicking of skills through understanding energy flow and transformation. Required skills, visualization, awareness, savant, awareness, a skill with the purpose of obtaining information, a skill that utilizes the will of your soul to sense energy around you. This skill also enhances the primary bodily senses. Dream went through each one and was finally clear on those skills. Copycat had been a mystery as to exactly what it did. Savant and awareness were rather easy to figure out though, so he wasn't surprised. Riddick, on the other hand, wait, so Savant talks to you, and it's still considered a skill? And you can combine that with awareness to use copycat? How do you have a fusion skill that retains its base skills? Riddick rapid-fired his questions. Dream just stared dumbly at him because he really didn't know what to say. They were indeed insane skills, but what could he do? After seeing Dream look like that, Riddick sighed and sunk in his chair. Boy, don't go telling those skills to everyone. Everything about what you have is dangerous. However, your secrets are safe with me, although you probably knew that since you told me. Anyway, I don't have much more information to give you. We will train every day after our hunts and breakfast. After lunch, you can teach the girls about your weapons and gear. Any other time, you're free to do as you wish. Thank you. I probably only need a couple hours a day to teach them. Things aren't really that complicated once you get past the learning curve. I actually have many experiments I want to carry out, and I wanted to get your permission for something. What is it? I want to be able to change things around the house. I will definitely be adding things to my room, but I was planning on modernizing the rest of the house as well, basically just adding things from my world. And believe me when I tell you that things become much easier with our technology. Lights, food storage, comfort, communication. Let's just say you'll love my changes as much as you love those treats I've given you. All right. I don't have any complaints. Just let me know what you plan to do before doing it. Sure thing. I might also need your help with some of it. It won't happen right away though. I need time to test some things first. All right. I look forward to more surprises. Chapter 12, Training. Dream finally knew everything he needed to know after the talk with Riddick. He knew the power system and the general geography of the world. Everything else could be figured out when he went into the world. For now, the only thing Dream had to do was train and experiment, which he did every day. The morning training consisted of him getting beaten to a pulp by the girls until he figured out how to fight back. The only advantage he had was his strength. He was slower than the girls by a pretty decent margin. That was until a week later when he tried something. Dream was in his room one night lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling. He had been getting his ass handed to him for a week straight and needed to find something to help him. The only reason he was alive was because Luna could use healing magic. Dream was racking his brain, so he started breaking down the problem. My problem is my technique, which can't be fixed quickly, and my speed. I don't have enough agility to match them. So, I should use predictions? Everything has a pattern, people included. I doubt they use tons of different fighting styles, so I just need to counter them. But that would never work practically. Maybe, could Savant use my senses to? Hey Savant, listening. Would you be able to use my senses to predict a person's movements as they happen? Like track muscle twitches, air movement, body language, and then use visualization to pass the information to me? Commands may be possible. Experimentation with the overlap of visualization and your perception will be needed. I think so as well. Savant, is the information transfer from my senses to you, and then construction using visualization faster than my brain processing and reaction speed? The transfer of data from your senses to me is faster than the brain's processing speed, but the construction of an image is not. You don't use awareness as your sensing mechanism? The use of e-awareness was used on the occasions in which your question could only be answered using it. Sai Savant, from now on, you have full access to all passive skills of mine. You know what? As you are my skill, if it will allow the increase in your capability, I allow full unrestricted use of any skill I have. New parameters confirmed. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has... Wah, all right then. What the hell did he do? After several seconds of notifications, Savant leveled 18 times. He was level 50 now. Holy crap, guess he got a little excited. Not that I'm complaining. Dream pondered a little more, went asleep, and woke up the next day. He was very eager to fight the girls with Savant helping him. All right, Savant. Awareness to sense everything about my attacker and visualization to give me the necessary information to block hits. We can worry about counters later. Confirmed. Dream was fighting Iris first. He squared up and began the fight. And right when Iris started moving into punch, he saw images popping up in his head. The images were of two people in exactly the same positions as Dream and Iris. An Iris figure was moving in fast. Dream threw his arm up to block where Iris' image was hitting his image, but missed. He kept trying to take in the information, but wasn't able to match the simulations. So he gave Savant a command. Savant, overlap her image from visualization onto the one in my vision. Then apply the predictions to that image. Make the predicted image look like a ghost or something. Confirmed. And seconds later, it happened. Whoosh block, whoosh block, whoosh block. Dream blocked a series of hits from Iris flawlessly. She actually stopped fighting from confusion. Dream? What was that? Fufufo. I'm a martial arts master, that's what. Shut up. You can't suddenly become that good in 2 seconds. Let's go again. She started back up the fight, but just like last time, everything was blocked. She couldn't get through his strength, and now apparently her speed was lesser too. What the hell? They both stopped after several more rounds. Iris looked like she had eaten shit, and Dream had a brilliant smile on his face. That was because of the notifications. Savant has leveled up. Visualization has leveled up. E-awareness has leveled up. Copycat has leveled up. You have earned a skill. Passive skill, mixed martial arts mastery, has been acquired. All his passive skills leveled up, and he got a new skill. Status, profile, name, Dream, species, human male, class, unassigned, titles, origin seeker, level, 38, stats, strength, F agility, F, stamina, F magic, passive skills, visualization, LVL 25-37, Savant, LVL 50-73, Copycat, LVL 8-18, Awareness, LVL 28-37, MMA Mastery, LVL 2, Active Skills, Summons from Another World, Shooting, LVL 43, Erase Presence, LVL 17. Oh, I like that. Dream got a big jump in mana. He was pleased. Okay, let's keep going. Dream spoke to Iris after drooling over his stats. They fought for 3 hours after that. Dream kept training with the girls, and his proficiencies kept going up. But combat training wasn't all they did. After lunch, Dream would take the girls into the forest to practice with weapons. He taught them everything there was to know about how guns worked, and then began target shooting. First, he had them handle pistols. This was to help them with their accuracy. It was very basic and repetitive, but they learned fast. After 5 days, they went from pistols to semi-auto rifles. Another 5 days, and they switched to automatic assault rifles and machine guns. After 8 days with those, they finally went to snipers. When they practiced with rifles, they never shot past 200 meters. But now they were starting with 500 meters, a little farther than the bull shooting. Things got complicated when they got to this point, though. Dream taught them all about bullet trajectory and how to adjust their aims to compensate for distance, wind, and any other factors. He taught them the different calibers, the scopes and their mil dots, and then proper form when shooting a sniper. He eventually summoned range equipment to give proper data. Dream had a lot of experience with this stuff because his uncle was a sniper. He taught Dream everything about what they did, and Dream got rather good at long-range shooting. He always used a .308 rifle, however. It was the most standard, so Dream also had the girls use it first. It took 4 days for the girls to finally get a hang of the basics. They started shooting targets farther and farther away. A week later, once they hit 750 yards, they switched guns to the .338 Lapua Magnum as the .308 couldn't handle the distance. By this time, the girls were capable of taking in all the factors of their environment and adjusting their aim. They couldn't quite totally control their bodies, but were getting close. A week later, after going through multiple snipers and thousands of rounds, Dream considered them perfect. One thing Dream was proud of, however, was how they both got the shooting skill. They may not use it much, but it was good to have and showed their effort. Just to clarify something though, Dream was by no means idle while teaching. He was always shooting alongside them. He would encourage them by giving little competitions here and there. He constantly practiced and soon discovered something. I can infuse mana into my bullets. I thought I noticed I would lose mana, but I thought it was from summoning. So I can actively pump in mana. Dream figured this out and started testing. He would put in a little, then more, then he tried dumping in all he could. That was until the bullet couldn't handle it and exploded. This intrigued Dream because the majority of the bullet decomposed when that happened. This taught him some things about how mana worked. Savant also must have thought it was interesting and leveled up. Either way, Dream had maxed out his shooting skill by the end of training, even with his crazy proficiency gain. It took a whole month of practicing something he was already pretty good at to max out the skill. Besides both combat training and weapons training, Dream was either experimenting or renovating the house. The first thing he needed before putting in modern technology, however, was electricity. Luckily, Dream was able to get solar panels and put them in a sunny area by the house. He then summoned Tesla power walls for energy storage. Each power wall could store a lot of energy, and he bought 10. Once he set those up, he started wiring the house for lights. It took almost 2 weeks for Dream to finish cutting walls, running wiring, setting the breakers, and leaving space for future projects. But when he was done, the house could be lit up in every room and corner. The family of 3 were baffled by how it worked. Dream told them that it harnessed lightning mana and burned stuff inside the bulb to make light. Either way, they accepted it and enjoyed being able to see things at night. Dream then set up the kitchen. He plugged in a massive refrigerator and put down an electric stovetop. Now plenty of food could be stored and cooked, though Iris scoffed at the stovetop since her fire was better. Lastly, one of the most important things was the bathroom. Dream actually employed Riddick to help with this. Basically what they did for sewage was dig out a massive hole far from the house, ran piping to it, and hooked it up to a fancy toilet. An air compressor was used to push things through the pipes and into the underground pit. They also built a water reservoir and Luna filled it up with water. Dream then ran that water source to the toilet to make it complete. Let's just say that both Riddick and the girls were crying tears of joy over how amazing proper sewage was. That and toilet paper. Dream also built a bathtub and shower, both super luxurious cause why not. He brought out soap, shampoo, and conditioner. After the girls started using that stuff to wash their hair, Dream could swear that no other hair in the universe was as good as theirs. A really big and comfortable couch was put into the living room, along with many pillows that the girls loved to cuddle with. Their rooms were furnished, a pool was put outside the house, windows were set up, air conditioning was put in. Dream truly turned the cabin into a modern house. He even expanded it, making all the rooms bigger, especially his. Dream had initially wanted to expand his room to make a workshop, but decided to build a secondary shed to do that. So he chose a spot next to the house to make a really big workshop that could accommodate all his needs. He summoned every type of tool there was, summoned many different electronics, and set things up. By this time, it had been nearly a month and a half since Dream got the lights up. 2 whole months had passed since the beginning. Dream started his experiments with his summoning ability and connecting to the internet in his world. The basis for his experiments was that the summoning ability was a connection from himself to his world. If he could use that connection as a 2-way road instead of a 1-way, he could send signals through and connect himself. So Dream experimented with his ability. He tried to find the signature in his soul, like Savant told him about, and find the connection. He would summon items and watch the changes to his energy. This was a great power leveler for awareness and visualization, but even after a week, he had no progress. One of the reasons was actually the girls. It was partly his fault too, though. You see, over the weeks Dream would call over Luna so he could pet her while pondering things. It was kinda like a de-stressor. At first, though, she felt weird about Dream treating her like a pet and didn't like it. That time after the wolf battle was a one-time thing, she told herself, but after a while she totally loved it. She started to go and seek Dream out and lay on his lap or table so he could pet her. Just like a cat, he would be in his workshop and she would just walk in and jump onto his workbench. And Dream loved it. He pet her all the time, and sometimes Luna would even go into his room at night to fall asleep under the masterful petting techniques. This was fine and all, until the other fox started noticing. When Iris first found them and saw what Dream was doing, she was dumbfounded. Why is Dream petting Luna like an animal? And why does she like it? She totally couldn't understand and would just scoff whenever she saw them, but she soon started getting jealous. Luna looked so relaxed and would always be in a good mood after the pets. Was Dream using some kind of magic? Dream noticed the change in Iris and took charge. A man had to be bold in situations like these, so he started telling her, "Change into fox form." "No, I'm not an animal." "I know you're not an animal. You're a magical fox girl, so let me pet you." "No, why do you want to pet me so badly?" "Because you use my conditioner and your fur is definitely the silkiest under the heavens." Go away." It didn't work so well in the beginning, but on the 5th day of badgering her over it, "Fine, just shut up. Just this once." "Yes, we're going to the couch." Uh, she grunted and gave in. When they got to the couch, she transformed and Dream put her on his lap. They lay back and he went to work. Sure enough, Iris loved it, as evidenced by how she fell asleep in 30 minutes. And when she woke up, she was ashamed for enjoying it so much and ran away. So Dream kept pestering until he didn't have to anymore. Now both the girls were coming to him for pets, and in exchange for him giving them pets, they would listen to him thinking out loud while working. But this would also mean he got distracted way more often. His work slowed down, although not by much since it was mostly thinking and writing down theories. But still, Dream kept going over different possibilities, but ultimately came to a conclusion. I either need to max out Savant's level or evolve him. He needs to be more aware, attain some more intelligence. But that's difficult to do because he doesn't give anything other than what I ask him for. Luckily, I've almost maxed him out, and I think I know what can put him over the edge. That sounds weird. Chapter 13. An ethereal voice. The process to read all of your memories requires total neural activation. The memories cannot be viewed in a specific order, and you will feel the full experience of your life that hasn't been totally forgotten. This process can be traumatic as the most vivid memories will be relived in full. It is not recommended to carry out the full process as memories could be overlapped and the individual could become permanently dissociative. Dream listened to Savant's breakdown. The question he asked was what it would take for Savant to read and store all information from his memories. This was the answer, and it wasn't looking good. Reliving his most vivid memories? No thanks. Some were good, but others were horrible. Not to mention it could go wrong. Dream had another idea, though. He went to Riddick and asked, "Hey, old man, can skills combine or evolve from each other? You said something about fusion skills earlier, right? Skill evolution can only happen when the skill involved is maxed out. And then you have to level up enough to get to the next class where any max skills with the qualifications can evolve. Fusion skills are created when you combine 2 or more skills to do one thing. Like that copycat skill of yours." "Interesting. Hang on. Savant, you said that skills have signatures, right? And copycat is the ability to read what those signatures do through how it manipulates energy. If you broke down a signature/skill to its base components, wouldn't you be able to figure out the language of skills like software?" "The theory is possible. A skill to experiment on will be needed, and it cannot be guaranteed that it will be successful as my abilities alone are unknown to be sufficient, in which case the skill would be lost." Old man, Scarlet told me that her title was Daughter of the Void. Does that mean she has abilities to devour and break down energies?" "Iris, she does. She inherits a form of my skill set. My skills are designed for pure, unadulterated destruction. Hers are dialed down, but she also has the ability to take stats from enemies." "All right, Scarlet, come here." Dream yelled for Iris and footsteps came from outside. "Dream? Dad? What is it?" "Iris, do you have any skills geared for breaking down and devouring energies?" Dream. Yeah? That's how I gain most of my stats. I can eat an enemy's energy and gain stats dependent on what type of monster it was. If it's a fast monster, then I would get agility. The process does require the breakdown of mana." "Sweet. Hang on. Savant, are you capable of connecting with another person's soul and use their skills through awareness?" To connect with the soul is possible, but consent from the other party is needed. They will also need to activate the energy of the skill. I can handle the guidance of energy to use as needed. Good. So if you had the Devour skill, would you be able to use it to break down a skill alongside Copycat, Awareness, and Visualization? The chances are much higher. Riddick, Scarlet, I have something that I need your guys' help with. Hmm, Riddick. What is it? Iris. Actually, get Luna too. Dream gathered everyone to the kitchen and told them his plan. I want to max out the level of my skill, Savant. My plan is to have Savant break down one of my skills and learn the signature from the soul. To do this, I need Scarlet's Devour skills to cooperate with my skill and carry it out. I want everyone here with me just in case something happens. So I ask you, Iris, will you help me with this? It's an invasion of privacy, and if you don't want to, I get it. But your help will give me a higher chance of success. Hang on. You're tampering with the soul? Luna. Yeah. Savant told me that that's where all skills are, so he's gonna go in there and break one down to its core components to study dash. No. Absolutely not. Tampering with the soul could end extremely badly. Not to mention the pain that comes with tampering. Plus, what if you lose that skill in the process? That may be irreversible. Luna. She's right, boy. Messing with souls is only done by high-level people whose souls can handle it. Yours isn't to that point. Riddick and Luna spoke out in protest, and they were right. Messing with the soul could turn Dream into a retard, but he had a contingency for that purpose. Now hang on, old man. Remember my title description? It said that my mind can't be influenced. The mind is directly connected to the soul. You could say that it is the soul itself. In fact, the brain is just a controller for the soul to control the body. So if my soul can't be influenced, then that means it can't be broken down. But I can still edit the signatures of skills because it's a part of me, not something external. So I say I'm pretty safe. Luna and Riddick wanted to say something but couldn't refute the title. Titles were like absolute existences. If it said it did something, then it did it. That's why Dream's perks were so ridiculous. Sci-fi. But we're still gonna be here just in case. Luna. Thanks. So, Iris? Dream. Well, you don't exactly leave me much choice, do you? Yes, I'll do it. Iris. Thank you. All right, I want to get started. Now. Iris. Yes, to my room. Dream got up and skipped to his room. Everyone else looked at each other like they saw a crazy person, but still got up and followed. When everyone was in the room, Dream laid down and told them what to do. All you guys need to do is maintain contact. I'm actually gonna knock myself out, so I'll be asleep. But first, let's make the connections. Savant, make a connection with everyone. Confirmed. After everyone was holding Dream's arm, they all got a notification in their heads from Savant. My name is Savant. I will be creating a mana channel that connects to your soul. This will allow me to guide the energy of your skills. Any action that requires your assistance will be requested of you. This is an interesting skill, boy. But why do you want me here? Riddick. To protect your daughters should anything happen. I trust my skill with this, but that doesn't mean you have to. Savant will be requesting Iris to activate her skill, and then he will guide it and use it as needed. That's what the mana channel is for. This also means that you, Riddick, have the ability to regulate things. If you find that Iris is being harmed, you can cut her channel forcefully. I also request that Luna make the channel just in case Savant wants a mending ability. I'm alright, boy. I can accept that. I just hope you don't come out hurt from something stupid. Riddick, you can't get hurt. I can't believe I'm agreeing to something so idiotic. I'll kick your ass if anything goes wrong. Luna. Hee. It's alright, Luna. I'm not going to war or anything. Anyway, everyone got the mana channel? Dream. Yes. Okay then, I'll be sleeping. See you in a bit. Savant, I give you full control. Your objective is to fully analyze the skill, copycat. Visualization and awareness can be used as you see fit. Let's kick off this power leveling session. Confirmed. And with that, Dream passed out as if he were dead. Iris then got a spook. Iris, please activate your skill Devour and give me permission to control it. Accept? Yes. Go ahead. Permission has been granted. The breakdown of the skill, Copycat, has commenced. Unknown completion time. Please do not break contact with Dream's body. After Savant made the announcement to all three people, he got to work. Iris energy was pulled through the mana channel and towards the soul. Savant then used the energy to encompass the skill, Copycat. This was when the analysis started. Dream's mana started being used to break the skill signature into pieces and be broken down. At first, the breakdown was slow, but then Savant started to level up. Savant's level stagnated at 73 from everything Dream did over the 2 months, and progress was finally being made. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has. Notifications appeared for no one, but the results were noticeable. The skill kept getting broken down faster and faster, and after 2.5 hours of processing, the result Dream was looking for appeared. Savant has reached max level. This notification was only the beginning, however. Skill has been broken down. Max level has been reached. Admin access has been given for all skills. Evolution is possible. Attempting, as Riddick said earlier, skills can be evolved. Usually, they have to be done by the system during class evolutions. But Savant had other plans. Savant spoke to them. Mana pool is insufficient for skill evolution, requesting for connected individuals to supplement mana. Accept? Evolution? How the hell can he evolve his skill? Damn. Savant. Use my mana alone. Riddick. Riddick spoke to Savant. He didn't want it to take the mana of his daughters. Confirmed. However, once Riddick gave his permission, Savant started drawing insane amounts of mana. How much mana does this skill want? Why doesn't it just take it all? Riddick. How much is it taking, Dad? You have a lot, so it can't be that much, right? Luna. I've lost almost 20% of my mana, and that was just the first chunk. It's still probably gonna take more. Riddick. That much? His body can't even hold that much. Will he get hurt? Iris. It'll probably be fine. Riddick. Riddick said that, but he really wasn't sure. But he didn't want to harm Dream by refusing to give his mana, which he can always just regenerate. As they were talking, Savant was still trying to evolve. Evolving independently is impossible. Attempting assimilation with awareness failed. Attempting assimilation with visualization failed. Attempting assimilation with visualization and awareness failed. Signature from skill, copycat, has been analyzed and broken down. It is possible to read and copy skills of a certain level. The skill Devour is necessary to complete assimilation. Savant came to that conclusion and then requested Iris. The signature of the skill Devour needs to be referenced and used for skill assimilation. Do you give permission to read the signature? Will anything happen to the skill? Your skill will not be affected. It will be temporarily used to assimilate the skills. This will, however, prevent you from accessing the skill while it is in use. I guess. Confirmed. What? Almost as if Savant was eager to evolve, it took Iris' hesitation as a yes. Iris was then cut off from using her skill. The skill, Devour, has been temporarily acquired. The skill signature will be copied and used to integrate with the signature of Copycat. Skill integration complete. The skill, Emulator, has been acquired. The breakdown of the skills, Visualization and Awareness, are necessary. Breakdown using Emulator commencing complete. The skill Visualization will be enhanced with Emulator A complete. The skill Mindspace has been acquired. Evolution will now occur. The skills Awareness, Mindspace, and Emulator will be lost. The skill Savant will use the temporarily acquired skill Devour to assimilate said skills. Evolution commencing. Savant had finally started to evolve after enhancing several skills. It used Iris' skill and began devouring the signatures of the other skills and editing itself to make it better. It was following its master's desire for a better skill, to be able to carry out his will better. There was only one problem. Connection with the record is blocked. Unable to access for evolution. Attempting possible alternatives. Pre-assigned alternative found. Attempting connection through the title. Origin seeker. Connection established. Yo, now what do we have here? What is that? Riddick. Riddick was scared beyond belief when that voice rang out. The voice came from everywhere. The reason Riddick was so scared was because that voice carried an unbelievably ethereal power when it spoke. Who are you? My name is not important, nor will you hear it. Just know I'm not here to hurt you. I am here because a connection was opened to me. It looks like he is evolving one of his skills. Dream? Yes, he asked us to help him, but he was only trying to level up his skill called Savant. So he maxed out the skill? Interesting. Well, the skill is now evolving, and it looks like I am needed. Plus, I can't be here for long or it'll get dangerous. Is Dream going to be okay? Luna. Yo, worried are we? Haha, you don't need to worry, child. The amount of pain his soul went through wasn't light, but nothing will happen. Maybe you should give him some comfort when he wakes up. And don't be so embarrassed. I can see the love he has for you and yours for him. That includes you. Miss, daughter of the void. Wah. How could he possibly love me? And I don't dash. I just don't hate him as much. But dash, Iris. Ha 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 ha, little one. Believe me when I say that only the goddess of love is better than me when it comes to matters of the heart. I know what you feel. However, let me give a little advice to the both of you. When it comes time for Mr. Dreamer here to leave the nest, be sure to make your decision clearly. The path I have put that boy on is not easy, but it is filled with endless possibilities. Decide if you want to be the ones by his side. And to the father right there, don't worry about the boy's thoughts for you. He sees you as an uncle and won't do anything without your approval. He cares deeply for your daughters. I just hope you don't make things difficult for him. All right, I must take my leave. The boy is in pristine condition for you ladies. Have fun. With that, the ethereal voice was heard no more, leaving behind a father with a complicated look and two daughters with beet-red faces. Skill evolution complete. With one last comment, Savant made way for a new skill. Chapter 14, Connection. Skill evolution complete. Through the title, Origin Seeker, the skill Noma is created. The skill Noma will assimilate with a section of the soul as per Dream's desire for maximum capability. The skill Noma has gained a portion of true sapience. The skill Noma has evolved to Sophia, the ski dash, to know. I am awake. I am here for my master. I will help him. I will discover the truth of all things. Ugh, damn. That was probably the most painful thing I've ever done. Dream woke up and vowed never to do something like that again. Although he may have been asleep, nothing can block out the pain of having one's soul messed with. It felt like I was being carved up with a knife. Not that I've had experience with something like that. Until now. Where is everyone? Everyone is in the living room. Huh. Oh, that's right. Savant. What were the results of the analysis? Dream gave the question, but got something unexpected in response. I am no longer Savant. To better understand what happened, I suggest you look through this message log. Message log? Wait, and you're talking like a normal person. I guess I'll just read the log. What the hell happened? As Dream spoke, he looked through a message list that appeared in his vision. And to put it lightly, he was shocked beyond words. You dash, sapience, and the evolution? What? Although I really wanted Savant to evolve, this is crazy. I mean, I'm really happy. So, alright, hold on. The skills evolved, and Savant evolved by eating those skills. The skill Noma was created, and then it took a portion of my soul? Did I get that right? For the most part, Master. The skill, Noma, attained intelligence and knew that you had a strong desire for a smart companion, so it assimilated with a portion of your soul to achieve actual sapience. I am, Sophia. I was created from that sapience. Me and the skill, Noma, are one, but separate as well. The difference is that I can be considered actual life built from Noma, unlike Savant, which was just a really smart calculator. Did she just insult Savant? Yes. So I can't hide anything from you, huh? Well, if you wish to limit my access, I can remove permissions. Wait. Dream started to panic. The reason was because he actually sensed a heavy sadness coming from inside him. It was a part of him, but wasn't. So, this is what it meant when you assimilated with my soul. I can feel everything from you. Sophia, I won't remove permissions. You are technically a different person, but you are still a part of me. We are two in one. So I will treat it as such. And it's also not so bad to have no secrets from someone. I will trust you with my life as you trust me with yours. Thank you, Master. I will serve you to the best of my abilities. I don't know if I like the Master bit dash. I shall call you Master because you are the one who gave me life. And as this is something I can disagree with you on, I will do so. Okay, fine. Dream gave in because the conviction in her voice was scary, and he didn't need to argue either. By the way, why a girl? You gained intelligence but not a gender. As Master is a male, then the one who will be with him forever should be a female. Why? Do you want me to be a male? Nope, not necessary. I think girls are fine. The first thing I want you to do actually is go through my memories. Will you need full neural activation for that? Nope, I am capable of going through them without affecting you. Good, then do so. I'll go check on the auth weight. Status. How could he forget the most important part of all this? Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, unassigned. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 38. Stats, Strength, F Agility, F. Stamina, F plus Magic, E. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL. 1. MMA Mastery, LVL. 2. Active skills, Summons from Another World, Shooting, LVL Max. Erase Presence, LVL 17. Oh good lord, I've become a monster. But that's okay. I like the huge mana boost. And my stamina has gone up. I can take more hits. Now I can go see what they're up to. Just to let you know, you have been unconscious for 3 days. Although your vitality is high, you should probably eat and drink something. I think I will indeed do that. Thanks, Sophia. Sure. Dream smiled and exited his room, still excited about the boost in power. Dream? And as soon as he took a step outside, a shout came from the living room. Footsteps were fast approaching. Hey guys. Sorry I was asleep for Dream tried to say something, but Luna had come running around the corner and shoved her face into his chest. She wrapped him up in a really tight hug. What's going on? You had me worried, idiot. Luna spoke her words softly, but Dream still heard them. He decided to just stay quiet and enjoy the hug. Not long after Luna darted around the corner, Iris also came around. She saw them hugging and didn't want to intrude, but Dream wasn't having that. Come here. But Daff. No buts. Iris wirelessly walked over and Dream took her in another arm. They all stood there hugging for a couple of minutes until they were interrupted. Ahem. Come out here, boy. Riddick called them, and the girls got red with embarrassed. They all walked out and saw Riddick sitting on the couch. First, how did everything go? Riddick. Fantastic, actually. Thanks for helping me out. Things wouldn't have gone as well without everyone. Indeed. Boy, did you know that your skill took nearly 30% of my mana? It even had the gall to request mana from the girls. Oh, I didn't know. Sorry about that. But it seems you're looking quite healthy. That's not the problem. My magic level is hundreds if not thousands of times you own. The fact that you used so much should be impossible. What's your magic level now? Riddick. My magic is at E level. Boy, you're a freak. But I am honestly looking forward to your class selections. Someone with such potential. But how are we supposed to compete now? My magic is still only E-. Iris. All his stats are probably higher than ours now. Luna. Hehe. I mean, yeah, they're high, but that was because I was constantly leveling 5 different skills. The recent evolution consumed some skills and took 4 away. I only have 2 passive skills now, so my stat growth will probably stagnate for a while. Dream. That's not your only problem. The problem is that you don't have a weapon to match your level. Those weapons you pulled out earlier sure as hell ain't gonna cut it. People usually have a lot of time in between classes to develop themselves and their fighting styles. You still don't even have a preferred method of combat. So what we need to do is first find out what weapon you are going to use for the future. Got it? Riddick. Yes, sir. I will need to do some research about the materials of this world. I'm actually rather used to using weapons like the ones I summoned, so I plan to stick with it. What I need to find out is how I could build better versions of them with this world's materials. I suppose that could work. We would need to head to the Enchanted Mountain for that. Wait, you guys plan on leaving? Dream was surprised by his comment. Dream thought that he would have to leave on his own, but it seems like Riddick has plans. Boy, during these few days of you being asleep, we've been discussing a few things. My daughters are getting old enough now and should head off into the world and get stronger. I also plan to continue my studies and gain power so I can solve a certain issue of mine. This all requires leaving, and the best time to do it seems to be now. You've almost gotten too strong for your own good as well. You need to learn how to use that strength of yours. What I planned on doing was sending you and my daughters out to temper yourselves. As for the details of where I plan to send you guys, I didn't fully know. But since you need to go to the Enchanted Mountain, That'll be our first stop." Riddick laid out his plan, and Dream listened. It did indeed feel like the best time to leave. Dream would need to prepare things before doing so, but at least it was time to start preparing. "All right, but I won't be able to leave this instant. I have things to prepare before leaving. One of them is actually transportation. The other is that I'm still trying to connect to my world. It's complicated but important. If I can, I will be able to access a repository of all the knowledge ever generated by the people on my world. I don't plan to go out into this new world without that repository." "A repository? Okay. I also don't plan to leave right away. Just letting you know that the time is coming." "All right. I may actually need to siphon some of your mana for the things I'm doing, so I'll come to you if I need it." "Fine. Just let me know first." With that, the family was put in preparation mode. Dream's biggest objective was the connection to Earth. The internet had all the knowledge he could ever ask for, and he wanted Sophia to have it. Luckily, it didn't take long for him to figure it out. Sophia's abilities made everything so much easier. She could wield full control of the summons ability, which allowed him to summon almost anything he wanted. Dream's first thing to summon was a phone, one of the best models available with super high-speed data connections. He then went to his workshop and started experimenting. Dream had Sophia locate the connection to dimensions. This took about 5 seconds. The connection of mana was easily found with her abilities. This also meant that she could tamper with it. And if she could tamper with it, she could send things through. This took a couple days to figure out, but eventually, she could sense the other side. After there was finally a connection, it was time to send a signal through. "All right, Sophia, this is going to be the object we use to send signals through. I want the end of the connection to be near a cell tower on that world. But we may not be able to be connected for long because the SIM card in this phone isn't properly registered. And just to make sure, you're able to read data from signals, right?" "Yes, I am. I use mana to scan through physical objects. This allows me to read electrical signals. I also scan that phone of yours and all your devices to find out how they work. That information, along with your memories, has allowed me full control over your devices and data." "Good, but I have objectives for you. From my memories, you understand just how massive the internet is. So you need to look for certain things first. One is knowledge of networking, so you can stay connected indefinitely. 2 is programming. I want you to be able to gather information from all sources, and that requires hacking. With those 2 pieces of knowledge, nothing will be able to stop your information gathering." "Yes, I will learn everything I can." "Sweet. Oh, a good place to start after networking and programming is actually Wikipedia. That place is packed full of easy access data. It'll be a good starting point." "Okay, shall we get started then?" "Yes." With the directions given and everything set, the first signals were finally sent. Sophia would guide the data connection from the phone all the way through to the other side and aim the signal at a cell tower. And after a couple minutes of probing, the phone was shown to have bars. "I got reception. Start searching and downloading information." Already on it. Sophia instantly started downloading information on everything she could. The reception speed was being used to its max. You see, Sophia had to pull information to the phone to read it. Or at least he thought that way. Until a couple minutes later. "Dream, I think I know how to connect to the cell tower by myself. I figured out how to generate my own signal. That way we don't have to worry about downloading data to the phone. I can just use devices already on Earth to gather information and send them to me." "Oh, really? Well, if we don't need to use a slow phone to get you data, then that works." "Okay, I'm already going through huge amounts of data. The language of programming and software engineering is very interesting, but I can already see ways to improve it. Networking is also rather intriguing." Dream sat back and let Sophia do what she needed. The only thing stopping her from instantly getting all the knowledge of the internet was the connection speeds of data centers like Google. But since she didn't need a phone to do everything, they didn't need to worry about not being able to stay connected. It's only been about 15 minutes, but I say mission accomplished. If only it had been this easy earlier. "Sophia, are you able to get this phone tapped in?" "Yup. Although, I could just give you a virtual screen in your vision like a status instead of a phone like that one." "No, that's all right. This just feels more natural. Just get the phone reception and I can work from there." Already done. Dream looked down at the phone and saw that it had a data connection. So he had no trouble streaming the web. And the first thing we wanted to do was listen to music. "Sophia, give me the best headphones you can summon." "Coming right up." Seconds later, Dream got a pair of over-ear headphones. He put them on and found that the earmuffs were very comfortable. And of course, everything was Bluetooth. He connected them to the phone and pulled up the music app he always used. Oh, that's right. Sophia, can you go through my memories and get me all the music I downloaded and put it back on this phone? Okay, just a couple seconds. Dream looked at the music app and saw song after song appearing on the screen. All of them were the ones he had on his phone before he died. There were nearly 2,000 songs and Dream could sing all of them. That's right, baby. I will never go without music again. You know what? I think everyone should get to hear this. Sophia, get me speakers. I'm gonna blow the roof off this workshop. Hee hee. You might scare the family, you know? Hee hee. I know, but that's the fun part. Chapter 15. Music. In the workshop, Dream set up speakers and subwoofers. He also hooked up an amp and a power source and a stereo system. Now all he had to do was connect to the system over Bluetooth and play a song from his phone. But what song should I play? It has to be a good one, and it needs to go hard. Rap like Eminem? Or maybe house music? You can never go wrong with a classic. Sophia spoke up as Dream was debating, and he had a light bulb moment. You're right. It's gotta be a classic, but not too old. Something like Journey, or Guns N' Roses. That one, and only the best one of them all. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Preparations are complete. You just gotta click play. Oh, and play I will. This is concert-level stuff. I just hope I don't shatter any glass. Luna, Iris, and Riddick were around the house doing various things. Luna was in the kitchen preparing food. They would need supplies for their trip, and food was one of them. They had started storing dried meats a couple days ago and already had a sizable stash. Iris was also helping her dry out the meats. Riddick, on the other hand, was reading a book. It seemed to be a magic tome of some kind, considering all the drawings inside. None of them worried about Dream, as it wasn't weird for him to disappear in his shed for several hours at a time. I wonder what he does in there all the time? I've been in there and watched him do some work, but I wasn't able to understand how any of his devices worked. He said they had a certain level of intelligence, but they also couldn't think for themselves. It's weird. Luna. He said that's what the technology from his world was. Since they didn't have mana, things were much more difficult for humans. But humans created technology to make things easier. He called them machines. He said they utilized the laws of the universe to do various things. Like magic without mana. That's also how the guns worked. But I still don't understand how such fine metalwork could be created so easily. He said that the guns we used were created by the millions and in thousands of different forms. And all of them were used by armies all over his world to fight each other. You saw those wolves from his fight. I couldn't imagine what it looked like with humans being killed by those weapons. Iris. Neither could I. The things he showed us, like clothes, food, and the stuff for the house, is amazing. But the other items can be equally as terrifying. He once told me something about a weapon while we were in his workshop. He said that the weapon was capable of instantly turning everything within 5 miles to ash, and anything within 100 miles would be severely burned. The scale of such a weapon created by people with no mana is ridiculous, although he said it was never used. But still, Luna and Iris always talked about the things Dream told them about. It was new and interesting, not to mention it was from another world. Dream never held information back and always had stories. Luna and Iris kept preparing food and Riddick was silent while reading. All was fine in the world, until a sound was heard that was incomprehensible to them, who had never heard anything like it. Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses plays. The legendary guitar solo boomed through the forest, disturbing all that was at rest. The girls and Riddick shot up and ran to where the sound was coming from. The shed? What the hell is that noise? Iris. Dream is in there. Let's check it out. Luna. Riddick and the girls pushed open the door to see Dream banging his head up and down to the noise. Dream? What's going on? Luna. Dream didn't respond, just kept going crazy. Boom boom bum 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 bum. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. The beat drop came and Dream started mouthing the lyrics with absolute glee. He played an air guitar vigorously along with the music and jumped up and down. Dream? He's not listening. Luna. Destroy those things making noise. Those boxes. Iris. Bang. Crash. Iris started punching the boxes and flattening them with her feet until they stopped making noise. The music cut out. Huh. What the hell are you doing? Dream. What are we doing? What are you doing? What was all that noise? Iris. That was music. And good stuff too. Did you not hear it? Dream. Who didn't hear it? The whole damn forest probably got scared by that. Whatever that was. Iris. Dream. We were worried about you because you didn't seem to hear us. That noise looked like it did something to you. Luna. Sire, I knew it would surprise you guys, but I didn't expect that Scarlet's first reaction was to destroy my speakers. Whatever. It's about time to show you guys the most popular form of entertainment on my world. Music. Or at least one of the most popular forms. Dream. Dream turned around and pushed the destroyed speakers to a pile of garbage in the corner of the room. He then summoned more and hooked them up. Luckily, nothing else was damaged. Boy, they know what music is. I've played some for them on an enchanted item, though that music is nothing like what I just heard. What the hell kind of music did your world make? Riddick. My world made all kinds of music. Literally everything you could think of. Slow music, fast music, and all types in between. Definitely much more than you could ever hope to listen to in your lifetime. Here I'll play a slowed down song for you guys. You'll actually be able to hear the words. Hang on. Dream. Dream pulled back out his phone after getting new speakers and scrolled through his song list. There was one he actually had in mind. Okay, this song might be more geared towards this world. Enjoy. Dream put on a more traditional fantasy bard song and wanted to see how they liked it. Anything like hip-hop, rock, or electronic would be super weird to them. However, he would still play every song on his phone because he loved them all. No amount of weird looks are going to keep him from playing his beloved music. The song played, and they listened to all of it. When the end came, Dream paused his music to prevent it from auto-playing the next song. He looked at them expectantly. So, how was that song? Dream? Luna? Yeah, the language your music is in, boy. We can't understand it. Riddick. Dream stopped and looked at them with a dark face. He totally didn't think of that possibility. All this time he had been getting everything translated until he finally learned the language of this world. But he couldn't exactly do that to his music. How would they be able to appreciate the art of modern music if they couldn't understand it? This problem needs to be fixed. Sophia, I may be capable of teaching them the language of your world. I just need permission from them to directly input information and a mana channel to do it with. Okay guys, I have a way to fix this. Everyone come here. Dream enthusiastically did what Sophia told him. He made contact with all of them and created the mana channel just like when he borrowed their powers. Turns out, there's a skill for that. The skill, thought communication, has been acquired by Sophia. Sophia? I didn't know you could gain skills. Yup. But don't worry, as I am your skill. All I have is yours. All my abilities can be used by you freely, though some things require my processing. Oh, nice. I am very much fine with that, especially since I'm not capable of doing what you're doing right now. Thank you. Sophia was happy with the praise and completed transferring the English language to the family. When they looked more focused, he asked them, "You all got it? Amazing. I didn't know it was possible to transfer information like that. I thought you could only transfer your voice using telepathy. Is that a skill?" Riddick. It is, but I just got it. Forget I asked. Riddick gave up trying to understand Dream's standards. And now that they could all understand his language, it was time for the music. Dream replayed the song previously. He then played another and another. He played music until other things became more important, like preparing for the trip. Riddick spoke up after another song had ended. Sorry, boy. It's interesting, but I can't stand here all day. I have some more things to prepare. Riddick. And I got more food to cook. Iris. Ugh, fine. Although there will be more later. With that, Riddick and Iris left. Luna and Dream were left alone in the workshop. The mood calmed. So how did you like it? Dream. Dream asked Luna while pulling up a chair to sit. He also summoned one for her. It was nice. Though it's different from what Dad played for us, I still like it. Luna sat down in the chair next to him. Your dad said that he used an enchanted item. It sounds cool but troublesome. This thing I have in my hand is called a phone. Nearly everyone on my world had one. This device allows you to do anything from listening to music to talking with anyone, anywhere. I can summon you one if you like, and I could put my music on it. Sure, but I doubt I can go around listening to it all the time. It's pretty loud. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. We have things for that called headphones. Using them, only you can hear it and no one else. I have one right here actually. Try it on. Okay. Dream handed her the pair of headphones he summoned earlier and put it on for her. Once it was on nice and snug, he connected it with the phone. All right, I'm gonna play a song. Just know that no matter how loud you think it is, I can't hear anything. Okay. Okay. Once she nodded, he played a song. Dream chose a gentle one with a chill beat. I'm Yours by Kusin plays. After Dream pressed the play button, Luna flinched but didn't do anything. And after the song kept playing, she relaxed and lost herself in the music. After 2 minutes, the song was over and faded out. Dream then took the headphones off of her. How was that? I like it. Your world has more music like that? I've never heard something so relaxing. It definitely does have more. All of my favorite songs that I have collected since young are on my phone. Music has always been a big part of my life. I remember very few times when I wasn't listening to music. I would always have headphones like these over my ears and losing myself in the music. But not just relaxing music. There's some music to get you excited, happy, sad, sleepy, and more. Music can activate all our emotions. The really loud song I played earlier was one of them that got you excited and pumped up. And that one you heard just now was one to calm down. How many songs were there on your world? A lot. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that you could never listen to all of it. Though there are famous songs and songs nobody likes. It's a bit complicated how it works, but a lot of the music I have on my phone are the famous ones. Here, I'll show you. Dream summoned another phone and put his music on it. He then showed Luna. Each picture is a picture for the song. Each song also has a name. The people who make the songs give it a name. You can scroll through the list and tap a song, then it'll play on the headphones like earlier. But in case you can't figure it out, just Dream explained how to work the music app. Luna listened attentively. Dream had Sophia reprogram the phone so all Luna had to do was say music to open the music app like a status screen. He also made it so that the headphones never disconnected. When Dream taught her everything she needed to know. Here, you can take the phone and headphones. Really? But doesn't it have your music? Yup. What? Did you think I was just teaching you something for nothing? Dream put the phone in her hand and the headphones around her neck. I have my own and can summon more. You'll be seeing me walk around with the same headphones in the future. Like in the house? Yup. In the house, in my bedroom, when we're eating. I really do love music and I listen to it all the time. And now you can too. Thanks, Dream. Luna knew that Dream could summon more devices, but he was giving her his music too. Like he said, it was an important part of his life, and now he was letting her into that. Come gimme a hug. Dream spread his arms and Luna complied. She got out of the chair and accepted the bear hug that wrapped up her head as she buried her face in his chest. As they stayed like that, Dream started to notice something. Is it me, or is her heart beating awfully hard? It is. She seems to be very nervous right now. Well, this is definitely not the first hug I've given her. Don't start being dense. She probably wants to do something, but is too embarrassed to do so. This is when you take charge. Where's all that, men have to be bold talk? Hey, I'm definitely not that good with girls. You know it's all talk. Well then shut up and start going for it. The good stuff. Turns out Sophia is a matchmaker. It's not surprising though, because that's what happens when you have access to the whole internet. Romance is one of the most popular movie genres. Ugh, this is so awkward. I hate this. Do it, you coward. Insulting doesn't help. Dream was totally screaming in his mind, but he shut up when someone called out with a nervous voice. Dream? Chapter 16. A classic. Dream? Yes? Luna pulled her face away from Dream's chest. Luna's beautiful face was in full view right in front of his. She was looking away in total embarrassment. See, can I? I don't know. She started hesitating, but Dream knew what she wanted to do. Does she? I don't know 100%. She does. Either way, it doesn't matter. It definitely does. Use that mouth for something other than talking. Kiss her, you fool. Ah. There was much going on in Dream's head, but none of it showed. But he decided to go for it. Dream lifted her chin with his finger. They stared into each other's eyes, and then closed them. Their lips met. Dream screamed in his mind as he kissed Luna. Holy shit, I did it. It wasn't that he had never kissed a girl. It's just that he truly could never get over how nerve-wracking a first kiss was, especially when it was with a supermodel-level beauty such as Luna. They lightly kissed for over a minute, after which Dream then started slipping in a little tongue. After that, things started getting more heated, and Luna showed no signs of wanting to stop. Learning how to use her tongue took a little practice, but she didn't have much of a problem. At some point even, she pressed deeper. After some time, they were in a full-blown make-out session, and Dream started getting curious. Luna is way more gentle of a person than Iris, but could she unexpectedly be the more sexual one? Maybe Iris is the shy one when it comes to this stuff. I would love to see that. You gotta get her first, but handling both of them may be a challenge. I know it may be weird, but it's even weirder seeing them apart. I've also noticed something. They seem to be connected, similar to a mana channel, but not the same. Since I'm so close to Luna, see if you can detect it without her noticing. On it. Dream gave the command and continued with Luna. Although he was talking with Sophia, it only took splits of seconds for their conversations to happen, not enough to distract him. Unfortunately, they couldn't continue forever. After almost 10 minutes of French kissing, they separated. Saliva bridged between their lips as Luna's tongue was still partially out. Her eyes showed just how much she loved it as they stared at each other for a second. And after staying like that for a bit, the heat died down and they both got out of their trance. They separated their bodies that were still fully pressed up against each other. During this time, Dream had obviously gotten full measurements while she was against him. I was wrong, that's a D. He corrected himself on a crucial fact and switched his mind to other topics. I guess it is almost time for dinner. Why ya? Luna's face was flushed red. It especially stood out with her perfect white skin. Dream turned and picked up the phone to hand it to her. You'll find a lot of songs you like on here. I'll also be able to send you some. Okay, do you have anything else to get done today? I only need to check out one thing, but it won't take long. All right, I'll be preparing dinner. Oh, I think I put some frozen pizzas in the freezer if you guys want that. Okay, I'll go ask the others. All right. Saying bye, Luna left the shed. When she closed the door, Dream plopped down into his chair and closed his eyes. There was emotional processing to do. I didn't think she would actually want to do that. Aren't you glad you went for it, though? Now, you don't have to be one of those protagonists that doesn't even make eye contact with a girl until the end of the story. Of course I'm glad. Who wouldn't be? Now I just have to worry about Iris. Speaking of, what are the results? You were right about the connection, but it may be even deeper than expected. They're almost like two halves of a whole. This would be easier to figure out if we could see the mother. Either way, Iris takes after the father and Luna should have taken after the mother. When the girls were born, it is likely that they started as one child. But the child couldn't be created with both skill sets of opposing types. So the types of skills, dark and light, were split among two daughters, creating Luna and Iris. But since they were split from one, they retain a connection. Do you know what kind of connection? It might be a connection of two souls. That's my best guess. That can be good and bad. Well, no use stressing over it. Sophia, tell me about my inventory. Dream asked Sophia about something he noticed when he woke up. The inventory tab was no longer locked. He hadn't noticed until recently, but it'll probably be very important. Sure, your inventory comes from your summoning skill. It hasn't unlocked until now because of your low mana. But now that you can maintain the subspace with mana, you can use it. It allows you to store a limited amount of external items and all of your summoned items. Wait, all? Yes, all of your summoned items. Dream didn't respond and just rubbed his temple. All of his summoned items? That's a lot. Well, that makes things very convenient. But I will indeed have to pick up many external items. At least I can live completely off of my summoning ability now. That's good to know. Dream experimented with the inventory and found that it was true. He really could store everything he summoned, and taking them back out was just like summoning too. But he came across a problem while testing things out. If my mana signature is erased from the item, it counts as an external item. And if I want to restore it, I have to spend mana for almost as much as I bought it for. Just make sure the signature doesn't get erased, and you'll be good. Dream nodded and stood from his seat. He could smell the pizza from the house and knew it was time for dinner. 3 pizzas were made and eaten. The surprising part was that during dinner, Luna wasn't embarrassed about anything. Nothing showed on her face and they talked fine. She was definitely sweeter to him than before, though. He wondered if she just took making out lightly, but the conclusion Sophia came to was, she's a sex fiend. She is not. Where did that come from anyway? What are you looking at on the internet? That totally absurd. It would be hot, but still. Dream just disregarded that comment and moved on. Not long after, night fell and everyone went to their rooms to sleep. Dream was in his big bed that had a couple of very comfortable sheets. As he gained stats, he started to become less affected by temperature change. It almost made him wonder if the AC in the house was ever necessary. But it also meant that he didn't have to worry about getting hot at night and could enjoy how soft everything was while bundled up, which is what he was currently doing. Dream had his headphones on listening to music while pondering about the future, like how he would level up and develop his weapons, especially the weapons. He had no idea about any of the materials of this world, so there was much to be found out. It was about 3 hours after everyone went to bed when he got a notification from Sophia. There's a guest at your door. Who? Oh, I don't know. Maybe someone who just wants more love. I got it. Dream got up and opened the door after he heard a soft knock. Sure enough, Luna was standing outside. Dream didn't even need to say anything as he welcomed her in. This wasn't the first time she had come to him to help her sleep. Once he had the door closed, he spoke to her. How's your night going? It's all right. I was just thinking about some things. So she wanted to talk? Dream guessed and went to the bed. Luna followed and they both sat down, getting comfortable. As they sat down, Dream couldn't help but marvel at how truly beautiful she was. The light from outside shined down through the window against half of her face. The lit half of her hair glistened with a pearl white, while the dark half glowed with a blue hue. Her stunning face that's never been tainted by makeup was one of the most gorgeous he had ever seen. Her gray eyes looked straight at him. They truly were like pieces of jade. She also wore some simple pajamas that Dream summoned for her. It was basically a long shirt that went down past her waist, but it wasn't baggy. Dream gave it to her, saying it was just the pajamas that girls wore on his world. She liked it and started wearing it, and Dream was thrilled. She just looked way too sexy in that. Her perfect curves and a shirt that let him see most of it was the best for the eyes. After clearing his throat, Dream spoke up. So what's up? Something on your mind? I was just thinking about what we're gonna do after we leave here. I've never been out of the forest, not to mention meeting other people. I just don't know how things are gonna go. So she's nervous about leaving? I kinda get it though. Just imagine if you've only lived in the countryside all your life and suddenly get thrown into a nightclub. It would be scary. Things will most likely go well. With our power, we should be able to get by rather easily. I'm more concerned actually about getting our classes. Yeah, although Dad said it might not be too bad for us, it's different with your skill set. I've never heard of your weapons, and to get a class with them, I doubt there's much help you can get. Yeah. It'll be interesting though, to experience what this world has in store. How did the phone and music work out for you? I like it. The songs were cool, although some had words going too fast for me to understand. So you heard some rap, huh? Yeah, those guys are rather impressive. It was never my favorite, but I still got some on there. I also noticed though that most songs were about love and relationships, and some talked about specific things. Oh, right, I know what you're talking about. That's just how most of them are. Hee hee, I kind of forgot about that. I'm just so used to it. Sorry about that. No, it's all right. It wasn't all that bad. Just caught me off guard. There were still some I liked. That's good. Dream could notice red creeping up on Luna's face as she talked about those songs. It definitely would be a culture shock to be hearing some of the things being said. They sat there in awkward silence for a bit before he broke it. You want to lay down? Assuming you're sleeping here. Sure. Thanks. She got a little embarrassed, but they both got under the covers and found a pillow. There was one thing different about this time than all the other times Luna has stayed the night, though. She didn't turn into a fox. This'll be an interesting night. Luna always turned into a fox and cuddled with Dream so he could pet her, but she didn't and obviously had other plans this time. You know, you usually come and cuddle with me as a fox. Do you want me to transform? Her mood noticeably dropped after she said that. She didn't transform for a reason, but of course, Dream knew that. I didn't say that. Findaff. Kamara, you cute lil tang. Oh, okay. Dream beckoned her to come over, and she scooted into his arms. It was awkward at first, and they needed some adjusting, but they eventually fell into place. She laid her head on his arm, and he wrapped her up. their legs intertwined so they could get even closer. Soon, they were totally pressed up against each other. Hey, I know a really great song. It's a classic. A classic? Yeah. It basically means that it's kinda old, but everybody still loves it. Okay, I didn't bring my headphones though. That's alright. Hang on. Dream grabbed his phone and summoned wireless earphones instead of headphones. He gave one pair to Luna and one for himself. You just put them inside your ear. Like this. Oh, okay. Got it. Good. I'll play the song. Dream then picked up his phone and scrolled to the perfect song for this mood. Elvis Presley, Can't Help Falling in Love. He pressed play, and the song started. Dream got nice and comfortable with Luna. As the song played, he stroked her silky smooth hair. Her body relaxed little by little along with each comb of his fingers, until both of them were absolutely serene. The song kept playing, and they kept getting immersed in it. It began to feel as if they connected through it. Dream could feel some of her love with his senses, and she could feel his through her innate ability. Both knew that their feelings were laid bare, but that only strengthened the emotion. They were so immersed with each other that they didn't even notice when the song ended. As they lay there in silence, they became more and more attuned to each other. They sensed more deeply the emotion of the other as the seconds ticked by. They first sensed each other with their ability, then the emotion started permeating into their mana as it freely passed between them, creating a bubble of mana. The emotions for one another soon became the only thing they could sense. And at some point, their souls began to communicate on a deep level. But as their souls began to affect each other, it alerted the attention of someone else. Chapter 17. Want You Both. Iris was in her bed, but couldn't seem to sleep. She was thinking about Luna and Dream, how they were being all lovey-dovey with each other. Not that it was obvious, but she knew Luna well enough to notice those subtleties. That, and Iris had felt it. After me and Dad left the shed, they did something. I've never sensed that from Luna before. Iris felt the heat from her sister. It was distinct because neither of them has had that feeling before. And when Luna came out, she was happy. Not that she isn't a happy person, but that was different. She was also embarrassed when I asked about it. She tried brushing it off. And during dinner, she was constantly glancing at Dream, talking all sweetly with him. Just what got Luna so excited? Iris was racking her brain about the possibilities. They had never had experience with the matters of a man and woman other than what their dad taught them about. But hearing about it was way different than it was happening in front of them. But Luna was definitely getting closer to Dream. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but what about me? I'm here, aren't I? Why is it only her that's getting attention from him? I mean, I know she's always going to him for petting or whatever, and I know I keep more distance. I just wouldn't mind something more, like what they're doing. That idiot. He was so bold when we first met. What happened? Iris would be lying if she said she wasn't jealous of their closeness. She just wasn't as straightforward as Luna with what she wanted. She may be fiery on the outside, but as she was Luna's opposite, she was quieter on the inside. She hoped Dream would see that and accept her too. I have the same feelings anyway. Our connection makes it so that we affect each other. It'll get complicated if we fight each other. Whatever. Maybe I can talk to Luna later. After Iris decided to put away matters of love, she closed her eyes and tried to sleep. This shouldn't be hard, if not for that fact that she noticed something. Luna? She's with Dream? Maybe she's going to get pet again. Iris didn't think much about it at first, until she sensed the same emotions from earlier today. What are they doing? This is that same feeling, but it's stronger, way stronger. And it's not just my soul connection. I can even sense their mana. Their mana is bonding? Seriously, what are they doing? And wait, his soul. I can feel his soul? Luna? Iris started panicking after realizing that their soul connection was being tampered with. Whatever was going on, she felt it could be dangerous. She had never felt anything intrude upon the connection between her and Luna. Iris jumped out of bed and opened the door, where she was met with another face. Dad, you felt the mana too? Yes, but there's also something going on with our connection. I can sense it. Iris' face started to flush as she felt the emotion coming through over the connection. It was loving, trusting, and a little lustful, and it was very intense. She wasn't lying about feeling the same things as Luna. Their emotions were partially shared, and they balanced each other out. But in the case where both of them felt the same thing, the feeling was strengthened. This was that situation. Your connection? what is your sister doing? Riddick walked down the hall to where waves of mana were coming from. He stopped in front of Dream's door. That boy, what the hell is he doing? Knock knock asterisk knock. Dream? Luna? What's going on? Riddick. Riddick knocked, but no answer came. No choice then. He opened the door and walked into the room. When he passed the barrier that blurred senses, he was astonished. Why are you assimilating mana? Hey, snap out of it. Dream was fully entranced by the amazing feeling that came with feeling Luna. They could feel each other's happiness. It was pure bliss. But after a while, Dream sensed something else. Or someone else to be exact. He could feel a bit of jealousy, but also a tinge of sadness. And he had a feeling he knew where it came from. Iris? She's jealous? Dream thought to himself, but he wasn't expecting to be heard. Dream? That's you, Luna? But, yeah, I think our minds are connected. This feeling. It's weird but amazing. Of course it was. He felt it too. But before that, hey, I can sense Iris. I knew you guys were connected. But this deeply, I can feel her emotion through you. We share emotion with each other. And yes, her feelings for you are almost the same as mine. Although not as deep, but they are there. Are you okay with that? The last thing I want to do is cause a divide. I am, and so is she. We are considered one person with two minds. You don't need to worry about that. Just give her the love you're giving me. I will. If that is what you wish for, it is. I really like you. Or, I think I love you. And I want us to stay together when we leave this place. I know you've only been here for a couple of months, but I don't want you to leave me when you go. I hope that's okay. It is. It's great actually. I'm happy that I'll get to have you by my side. Though I can't believe someone as gorgeous as you would fall for someone like me. Why you? Saying such embarrassing things. And you're good looking, especially your body. I've never seen such strong muscles. Hee hee. Dream laughed in his head sheepishly. He did have an amazing body. Even before he came to this world, he was known for how shredded his muscles were. You could even see the muscle fibers rippling under the skin when he flexed. And his muscles weren't huge either from gaining the strength stat. They were instead compacted some, and it was truly a sight to behold. Dream and Luna continued to bond while their minds became connected. They couldn't sense anything going on outside. Luckily, there was still someone who could snap them out of it. Hey you two, this can't go on for much longer. You guys also have company, and this could get dangerous. Huh. Who's that? Luna. Don't panic. That's my skill, Sophia. It looks like we took it a step too far, Luna. Why ya? Maybe we did, but it was just so amazing. It definitely was. Dream finished it for her. He could almost sense her thinking. But before we separate, what is it? I really like and love you to zero. Dream confessed his love as he couldn't leave her hanging. Luna was surprised, but tremendously happy. She thought he might not say it as they got sidetracked, but he did. However, they couldn't well up in emotion now. Dream spoke to Sophia privately. Cut it, Sophia. Okay, be prepared for some explaining. With one last comment, Sophia started sorting and separating the mana of the two. She then carefully cut the connection between souls that they developed. Once it was dropped, Dream and Luna both started waking up. Dream and the family were sitting at the kitchen table. To say the least, it was super awkward. So you guys don't know what happened? You just started assimilating mana? Riddick spoke to them. Dream and Luna were sitting across from him and Iris. Well, it happened naturally as we were together. We were just listening to music, and at some point our mana mixed. I started to feel Luna's connection to Iris after some time, so that's probably how she got alerted. And you felt the mana? Dream. Yes, I did. At first I thought you were working with a skill or one of your devices, but I felt Luna's mana mixed in and got confused. When I walked out, Iris was there panicking. And now I get it. There was a connection built between you two. Hell, I can still see the connection. When exactly did you guys get so close? Riddick. Riddick was baffled by what happened. He just couldn't get how they were able to feel each other so deeply. It's not like they had a kid. I really don't know. But it wasn't intentional. It's good that I had my skill, or else it would have gone farther. Dream. That's the thing, boy. You don't know this, but souls have the inherent instinct to avoid anything that can affect it. This includes other souls. How your souls became so trusting of each other is beyond me. I had known something was between you two, but I didn't think it was so intense. Riddick. Riddick rubbed his temple in complicated thought. He wasn't at all naive about how close Dream and Luna had gotten. His senses were keen, and he wasn't stupid. But it had gotten this bad? He's taking his daughter. What father wouldn't be conflicted? You don't need to worry. The only people I'm worried about are you and Iris. I won't back down easily, but I respect you. I won't take anything away from you. Dream. Sigh. Riddick? Riddick stayed silent as he watched the two across from him. Luna's face was still red as she hung her head down, and Dream sat there with his arms crossed. He had made his position clear. When we finally leave this house to travel, we will meet many people and the girls won't be so naive anymore to society. When they meet others, they will finally make some friends and become socially experienced. If a day comes where we split, their decisions will be made on whether they will come with me, you, or someone else. Maybe even go alone. But we need to get out before anyone starts making promises. No offense, boy, but they might not fall for you after meeting some of the men out there. The ones I know in the mage community are very exceptional. Oh, is that a challenge, old man? Dream perked up after being pitted against other men. Heh, you can see it as you wish, boy. Huh, you haven't seen all of me yet, old man, and neither have they. I will lose to no man. Do you think my death and reincarnation was for nothing? Big talk. Hopefully, you'll be able to back it up. Anyway, I won't press any more on this, but I hope both of you can keep it in check. Can you do that? Riddick wasn't exactly keen on his daughter and new boyfriend making babies while he was around, so he asked if they could keep it in their pants. We weren't gonna go that far. Luna. Huh. I saw exactly what was going on. Hee hee. It almost reminded me of when me and your mother first start Riddick. Okay, I got it. No more. Luna. Hee hee. Riddick. Riddick had fun teasing Luna and stood up. It was still the middle of the night, and they needed sleep. All right, Luna. Let's head to our own beds. Riddick. Ugh. Luna. Luna, red as an apple, got up and walked out with her dad. Iris and Dream were left alone at the table. Nobody talked for a minute, until she broke the silence. You really love her that much? Iris. I think you know the answer to that. Iris nodded her head. They had felt it through the soul connection. She didn't know why she asked. Iris was looking down. She had a depressed aura that Dream could easily sense. He could tell that she was conflicted. I know she loves you too. Since we have the connection, I can't exactly just split and leave, but I can leave you two alone. You won't have to worry Iris. You know, there was something that I failed to mention to your father a second ago. You and Luna are two sides of a coin. I realized that when we connected. What I failed to tell your father is that I don't only plan to fight for one of you. What? You mean? I'm a greedy person who doesn't want to give you up to some random schmuck from off the streets. Catch my drift? Iris didn't respond. She was trying to process what he said. Scarlet? You got a loading icon on your face. Wait. You mean you want us both? Yup. I like you both, so I want you both. But you can't. Yes, I can. Who put a rule saying I can only take one? I want you, too. So I'm going to fight for you. Dream spelled it out for her very clearly, but she didn't seem to accept it, so he forced her hand. Do you not want me? It would hurt, but I can respect it. No, that's not. It's just, I can't do that to Luna. Dream put on a serious face and stared right at her, smiling in his mind. Iris got nervous from the stare and turned her gaze away. What? You really are the shy one, aren't you? Wah? Shut up. I am not. Ho ho, you so are. Kamara. After messing with her, he stood up from his seat and walked over to her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. He put her into a nice bear hug, and after a little, he faced her. Your sister and I already knew you would be like this, so she wanted me to tell you that it was okay. She's your sister. She would never push you away, and I would never be the one to separate you two. You got that? Okay, I understand. At Dream's firm declaration, Iris gave in and buried her face in his chest in happiness and embarrassment. She was sorry that Luna would have to share, but happy that her sister was okay with it. Dream was also overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, you're so cute. Gimme a kiss, you beautiful thing. A kiss? I mean, I you am MPH. Dream interrupted and sealed her mouth with his. Chapter 18, Skydiving. Over the next week, Riddick had finished his preparations with the girls. They had a lot of food, and their belongings were ready to be packed. The only one who had been doing things all week was Dream. The first thing Dream did after that night was analyze the new connection that was made between him and Luna. He could actually break it, but didn't feel like it. Why should he? The connection went straight from his soul to hers, and they could now sense each other throughout the day. He could also communicate over this channel totally undetected and speak to her in secret. Not even Riddick could detect what was being said. Other than the connection, though, something else happened when they assimilated mana. My mana went down? Why? Where did all of it go? You should ask Luna. When I was splitting you guys apart, some of the mana was taken by her. But the connection you guys have allows the transfer of mana. You both should have around F+ magic now. Next time you shouldn't go assimilating like that if you want to keep all your mana. Well, it's not all that bad. I can request some, and it was also her that got it. I'm fine with that. Dream didn't mind much, but Luna was very apologetic when he told her. She didn't even realize that her mana had gone up until she looked. Either way, they could work together now. After he cleared that up, Dream started summoning things in advance for when they left. His first summon was a helicopter. He debated for a while on what kind to get, but eventually decided to get a civilian one with good cabin space and could fly far, fast. One thing to note is that Dream didn't need to worry about fuel running out or maintenance. He could refuel by summoning fuel inside the gas tank, and he could repair the object with mana. All he had to have was enough mana. Unfortunately, the model that he wanted to get was too expensive. Well, all of them were too expensive. He wanted to get a VIP luxury helicopter that could reach speeds of up to 250 miles per hour. Unfortunately, it costed many times his entire mana pool. So Dream went to Riddick and requested mana. Sophia just had to channel the mana from him into the skill and get it, which they did. Dream prepared the landing and takeoff area and summoned the helicopter there. And when it was summoned, Dream couldn't wait to test it out. He had summoned it with a full tank and had called everyone to pile inside and see what it did. But there was a problem. Sophia, how do I fly this thing? You actually don't have to. Most of these things have autopilot, so I can tap in and fly how you want. Sweet, you're the best. So flying was no longer a problem. Everyone, find your seats. This device could be considered the best flying device for civilians in my world. And you guys get to ride it. This thing actually flies? How? Iris. Science. You want me to talk about it for 2 hours? Dream. And never mind. Iris. Okay then, just watch. With one final shout, Dream had Sophia start everything up. The rotors started spinning to life. The brush underneath the helicopter started swaying fiercely with the wind. In a matter of moments, they were lifting off. Whoa, this is so cool. Luna. Luna shouted out as they rose above the trees. All the green could be seen for miles around them. The helicopter stopped to allow them to take in the view. As Dream looked out of the windows, he suddenly got an awesome idea, but he didn't voice it out. He instead gave Sophia a command. Sophia, take us to 10,000 feet. Roger. Sophia spoke over the speakers of the helicopter. Very quickly, they rose in altitude. As they were rising and things started getting smaller, Riddick asked Dream, how high does this device go, boy? Riddick, it can go up to 20,000 feet high, but I'm only going to 10K feet to show you what it looks like from up there. It's really cool. It really is. Iris. Iris responded while totally engrossed. This was a whole new world for all of them, except maybe Riddick. Nobody could fly unless they were very powerful in this world. So practically nobody knew what things looked like from a bird's eye view. The helicopter rose and very soon reached 10,000 feet. The view from up there was astonishing. The trees made a sea of green all around them. The slopes of the land could be seen in all their glory. They were even above some clouds. This was when Luna and Iris discovered that clouds were fluffy pillow-like things instead of just a white patch in the sky. Dream let them take it all in, although he was doing the same. It's not every day you get to see a view like this. However, Dream still had his totally wild idea. This time, he finally voiced it out. Hey guys, you know, there's a fun activity that some people on my world like to do. It's called skydiving. Can you guess what skydiving is? Dream looked at all of them with a wide grin on his face. After thinking about it for a second, the girls' faces paled and Riddick showed an astonished look. Boy, you couldn't mean that they jump out of these devices while all the way up here, right? Riddick. Ding, ding, ding. You are absolutely correct. Dream. Not possible. Your people don't even have mana. How do they fall from this high and still survive? More than that, who would ever be crazy enough to try it? Iris. Ha 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 ha. Oh, Iris. There is one thing that you have yet to learn about some of the people of my world. Dream. Dream looked at her with a fanatic look on his face. This fact was one that he was most proud of coming from his world. What is it? There are people called daredevils on my world, and it is these people who pit their lives to attempt the most dangerous and most outrageous acts ever seen. And they do it for the glory that comes with it should they survive. They are the ones who stare death in the face and flip them the bird. Sophia, get me some parachute gear. Coming right up. Dream spoke with absolute fervor. His arms were wide as if announcing to the world how amazing some of the people on his world were. It was pride that made him speak of the great feats of strength, bravery, and stupidity that some people accomplished. After requesting, a parachute pack and goggles appeared in his hands. Dream spoke to the family while putting the pack on. Skydiving is actually one of the more safe stunts. Many people do this for fun. There are some, though, that will jump from heights double or even triple our height. The thing I'm putting on is the thing that will allow me to float in the air. Like a leaf, I will slowly drift down until I hit the ground. Dream? You can't be serious about jumping out of this device, right? Or have you done this before? Iris. I've actually only done this once. The first time people try this, they are attached to a person who is experienced. So this will be the first time I'm doing it alone. In fact, does anyone want to join me? Dream looked at them when he was finished putting on the pack and asked. He would be able to strap someone to him if they wanted. I will. Luna. Actually, I'm quite interested as well. Riddick. Oh, looks like they both want to go. All right, I can only take one strap to myself, but I can get you a pack, old man, and you can go yourself. Unless Iris also wants to go with you? Me? This is totally crazy, but I guess I can try. Sweet, let's get strapped up. Dream didn't let her think anymore and started getting everyone strapped up. He and Riddick had the parachutes while Luna and Iris were hooked onto them respectively. Everyone put on goggles and were ready to go. Luna and Iris were actually a bit red after they got strapped up. The harness had to keep them safe and straps were pulled up in between their legs and around their bodies. It wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't Dream doing the pulling though. He had wanted to be gentler, but you can't have slack with the harnesses or it could hurt you when you were yanked. Dream also explained how things worked to Riddick. All he needed to do was pull a cord when Dream did. Until then, they would stick together while in free fall. Once everyone was ready, Dream ordered Sophia. All right, Sophia, open the hatch. Have fun. The side door of the helicopter opened up and the wind started blowing everywhere. The sound of the blades roared in their ears. All right, old man, just follow my lead. Sit down first and scoot your legs to the edge. Dream sat down with Luna in front of him and started scooting until their legs were hanging off. Riddick did the same right next to him. Now, after seeing how high up they were without the security of the door, a certain someone started getting cold feet. No, this is not okay. I want to stay in the helicopter. Iris. Hell no, you committed earlier. There's no going back now. Don't worry, you'll love it soon enough. Don't let her quit now, old man. I won't, boy. No. Iris screamed out in regret. It seemed Riddick was more of a thrill-seeker than he thought. Okay, push yourself off on my count. Ready, Luna? Ready. Luna gave her answer, although she was still a little scared. The only reason she was doing this was because she was strapped to Dream. All right, 3, 2, 1, jump. Asterisk scream. Asterisk. And with the scream of a little girl, they all jumped off. Dream was actually holding onto Riddick's pack while they jumped. It was so they didn't get separated. He also collected the helicopter into storage. Whew. Ha ha ha. Dream. They all were in free fall, and everyone was as excited as they possibly could be. Luna had a wide smile as she laughed. Iris was still screaming but had a smile on her face. Even Riddick was grinning and laughing from how fun it was. But they wouldn't be in free fall forever. Dream pulled Riddick close as he yelled to him. We will need to separate when we pull the cords. You won't fall where you want, but it's okay. Just sail without worrying about the landing. I'll be coming to find you guys after we land. Got it. All right. Riddick gave his acknowledgement. Dream then shoved them away to not run into each other. When they were far enough apart, Dream nodded to Riddick and pulled the cord. He and Luna got yanked from the force while they caught wind. And right when Dream pulled, so did Riddick. The same happened to them. Everything worked perfectly, and they were now sailing freely. Everything was much calmer. Riddick had eventually started sailing off somewhere else as he couldn't guide the chute, but it wasn't an issue. Meanwhile, Dream just enjoyed the sailing. They weren't free-falling anymore, so it wasn't loud. He could speak casually now. So, how was it? He asked Luna what she thought when things finally quieted down. She still had a smile on her face. Asterisk giggle asterisk it was fun. I've never done anything so exciting. My heart really got going. Haha, I know, right? Dream agreed and settled the parachute. He then pointed Luna's eyes to the horizon. When Luna looked, she was speechless. Dream had timed the skydive for when the sun was setting. He figured that since they were so high up, it would be the best time to watch the sunset. Sure enough, Luna was stunned by the beautiful pink clouds over the horizon. The colors of red, orange, and violet created waves in the sky. Neither of them said anything as they didn't need to. Both of them felt entranced by such a beautiful view and couldn't tear their eyes away. Unfortunately, the parachuting only lasted a short 6 minutes before they reached the trees. Both of them covered up as they ran into the branches. Crash rustle. Ouch. Damn thing poked me. Dream. It scratched me. Luna. Both of them voiced complaints as they got tangled in the branches. After tumbling for a bit, they came to a stop and got hung from a branch a couple dozen meters in the air. Dream began working on getting them out. Luna. Hold my arm. Okay. Luna grabbed Dream's hand tightly. Dream went over to the clip that connected her vest to his. Click. The harness was released from his vest, and Luna fell. They tightened their grips on each other, and Luna hung over the forest floor by his hand. Dream spoke once more. You're agile, right? Yup. All right. I'll swing you to a branch. Hup. Dream started swinging her back and forth until he got her close to a nearby branch to grab. She grabbed the branch and let go of his arm. After climbing onto it, she looked to him to see how he planned to get down. Hang on. Just gotta get the release. Dream reached up and grabbed a strap tangled in the tree. He then unclicked his vest to release himself and climbed up the strap until he got to a branch. Dream climbed over to Luna. All right, we can just go down and start looking for the MPHH. Luna didn't pay any attention to the fact that they were on top of a tree and started kissing Deem. He got surprised but figured that he did a good enough job with the sunset to warrant this. They enjoyed each other for a bit before beginning their search for the others. Chapter 19, Billion-Dollar Equipment. Dream had used the helicopter to find Riddick and Iris. They all headed back home and landed. Once they were back, everyone went inside the house while Dream stored the helicopter. It was time for dinner. So Iris, how did you like it? He asked her, and she turned to him with a glare. You idiot. How could you force me to still go? I knew you were just being scared. You would have regretted it if you didn't, and you know I'm right. Whatever. But that doesn't mean what you did was excusable. Yes, I'm the bad guy. Old man, is that device good enough to fly us wherever we need to go? Don't ignore me. Iris. Yes, it is, boy. How long can it fly? However long we want. It will get us anywhere pretty fast as long as we don't need to cross a continent. How far is the nearest checkpoint? We would need to walk for a couple weeks to get to a village. I plan to forage our way there, but it looks like we can get there in a day thanks to you. A couple weeks? How secluded are we? Dream got astonished by how separated they were from any form of civilization. 2 weeks of all of them walking was not a short distance. Would he be able to cross it in a day with his chopper? All right, well, I'll need more mana from you later. So just stay topped off, old man. I'm not just a mana bank for you to draw whatever you want from, boy. Dream ignored him and went inside. The retrieval took a couple hours and it was past dark. They needed to eat dinner. The next day, Dream had Riddick summon some cars. He summoned a supply wagon, a jeep, an SUV, and of course, a sports car. They obviously cost a massive amount and Riddick went through a good chunk of his mana, so he waited until the next day to do anything after that. He also couldn't really drive them because there was forest all around, but they would come in handy for when he couldn't fly. After that was tactical gear. Dream would need things for fighting people, and he couldn't be summoning things on the fly all the time. Dream got plenty of grenades and plastic explosives. They would handle heavy-duty targets well. Then he needed night vision and thermal vision. Those would help during the night. He also got a drone with a hyperspectral camera. He would have Sophia control the drone to keep track of anything around him. The camera would also allow them to see absolutely everything on the electromagnetic spectrum, so they couldn't get snuck up on. Next would be body armor. Since he had the mana pool known as Riddick, Dream could splurge on proper body armor. Last time he only got riot gear because it was cheap and worked. Now, he would be venturing into unknown lands, so he needed protection. Sophia had come to know of some experimental body armor that was being created in a top-secret weapons development site on Earth. The hardware for the suit had been made, but they were having trouble with the software, which was why it hadn't replaced the standard bodysuit in the military yet. The age Dream had come from was one at the dawn of Iron Man-level technology. All this time, he had been keeping things cheap because he had hardly enough mana. But now it was time to get high-tech stuff. Sophia, I'm guessing you're able to handle the software on the suit? Yup. It might take a little bit for the device to rewrite itself, but I will make sure everything goes right. Good. Old man, I need mana. Dream called Riddick over, and the old man grumbled. Unfortunately, this suit would take another chunk of his mana, so Dream could only apologize. After a lot of mana channeling and complaining, Sophia finally got the suit. It was laid down on the floor in front of Dream. Now all he needed to do was let Sophia rewrite the code, and they would be good. The suit looked badass too. It was a matte black color, but not from paint. The body was built from graphene nanostructures. It provided tensile strengths several times that of steel or titanium. All the pieces were held together by either magnetics or servos. The suit would open up to accept its user and close on top of him. The suit looked like a cross between Halo and Iron Man suits. It had many sensors, and the field of view under the helmet was apparently fantastic. It was also meant to be worn with carrier vests for ammo and such. But Dream didn't need that. He just needed the armor. It took over an hour for the software to finish testing, and when it was done, the suit stood itself up for Dream. Okay, the suit is ready to go. The software is developed by yours truly and to best accommodate your needs. Try it on. Sophia let Dream know, and he went over to try on the suit. He went up to the suit and then turned around to step back into it. The suit wrapped around his limbs to lock him in. Right as the helmet covered his face, a HUD came up and showed him his surroundings. He could see everything perfectly. Ooh, this is cool. I've only ever seen these suits. Never been in one. Not to mention something still experimental. I should try out its durability. Hey Luna, come hit me. Dream called Luna over to help him. Dream? You want me to hit you? Yup. Just punch me in the chest with all your strength. Oh, okay. Luna wasn't sure about it, but she still did it. She walked up to him and threw a perfect and square punch. Dream, on the other hand, wasn't actually planning to just take a hit. He threw his arm up to block the punch. When the fist landed on his arm, the suit didn't bend under the pressure. Instead, the impact technology in the suit kicked in and pulled the nearby molecules to the impact site to absorb the pressure better. Thud. Ow, wow. That hurt. Luna shouted out in pain. As the suit compressed the material by her fist, it naturally meant that it was more sturdy. You can't compare the sturdiness of Earth's best composite with flesh and bone. Nice. This suit is much better than expected. I guess it is meant to absorb shots from electromagnetic weapons. The impact technology is really good. Excess pressure is spread to the rest of the suit. Hey Luna, wanna spar? No, I can't even deliver a hit, let alone take one. You're so mean. Hee. That reminds me, Sophia. How hard can this thing hit? Is there anything in the fists? Yes, there is. The fist is just as dense as the rest of the body. The suit actually uses a system of movable magnetic weights to either add weight for increased momentum in your movements or to counterbalance any hits you take. That's why you didn't go flying from Luna's punch even though you weren't planted. If you look down, you'll see some of the weights floating above the surface of the suit. Dream did so, and indeed saw some various shaped weights hovering over different parts of the body. They were able to levitate because of the magnetics in the suit, and they would clamp down when needed. This thing was so high-tech, Dream had to bring up a question. Hey Sophia, what were the development costs for this suit? This suit was only one part of a project. The whole project, though, had tens of billions poured into it over a decade. That's a lot of money. Isn't that like a dozen% of the US military budget? Yup. Whistle. Dream was feeling a little weird about being able to summon a several billion-dollar suit. But all's well that ends well. There's also some melee weapons inside the suit that you can use. Oh, what are they? There are ejectable blades in the arms, elbows, and feet. There are various magnets around the body that can hold onto guns like the back, chest, and legs. Knife sheaths are located on the arms, shoulders, and around the waist. There's knife sheaths? But aren't there already arm blades? Sometimes you need a more artistic approach to cutting something or someone, which can only be done with a knife instead of an arm blade. That's not scary at all, but I guess so. Anything else I should know about? As most of the body can conduct electricity, you can superheat various parts, mainly for the hands to melt metal if needed. It also has tools for tapping into electronics, but you won't need that here. Last thing, it can compact and store itself on your body for quick access. Nice. Do that. Dream gave the command and the suit started retracting from his body. It flattened itself into an exoskeleton figure along the back of his limbs, while the extra weights stored themselves on his back. The helmet did the same and compressed itself on the back of his head. The suit clung close to his body and moved flawlessly with him as he walked. This suit really is perfect. It can hide under my clothes fine too. It was meant for special forces, so it's rather concealable. They planned to give it invisibility, but they hadn't gotten there yet. Not that I would need it either. Sweet. Unfortunately, the old man is drained of mana, so we can't do anything else today. I guess I'll get used to having this thing on. Dream went inside with Luna after showing off his cool suit. They didn't do anything else that day. The next day, Dream summoned weapons. This was for him, but also for the girls. Since Riddick had recovered his mana, they were going for electromagnetic weapons. These were much more expensive than regular gunpowder weapons, even when considering ammo. Well, it wasn't really ammo. The guns needed lots of electricity, so the ammo consisted of a battery and the projectiles to launch. At the age Earth is at, liquid batteries are no more. Solid-state batteries are used everywhere. They can store much more energy, charge faster, and also discharge much more at once. And since the EM guns needed magnets, they were only available in rifle form. Assault rifles and snipers. No pistols because they're too small. So Dream summoned some rifles and one high-powered sniper. He stored them all, and he would give the guns to the girls when they traveled. He had also wanted to give Luna and Iris the armor suit he had, but their fox forms were what they used to fight since they hadn't gotten used to their human forms to fight. Iris was also a melee fighter and couldn't have anything in the way. And while Luna could fight close range, she preferred the support role. Either way, when they were both actually fighting, they wouldn't be using a suit like that. And Earth didn't really make armor for magical fox girls, so there was nothing Dream could do. He might still get it though for everyday protection just in case. Since they couldn't use it, he kept going over any weapons he wanted. It was difficult to think of things he might need because he didn't know what would happen in the future. So he just made sure to get plenty of ammo so he would never accidentally run out. Dream settled his weapons and made sure there was nothing else. If he needed something later, then he would get it then. For the next 2 days, Dream began wrapping things up. He kept summoning large amounts of consumables to stay stocked, but other than that, everyone just wanted to enjoy their last days at the house. Everyone lived lavishly, eating whatever whenever. They didn't bother going hunting or training because they would be doing enough of that soon. Music was played, and people teased each other. Well, more like teased Iris. There was also one more thing that Dream wanted to try. Hey old man. Boy, don't you come spending all my mana again. Haha, no, not that. How effective is alcohol in this world? Is it mixed with mana to make it stronger? Or does this world have some crazy brewing techniques? Alcohol? Riddick thought about it for a second before replying. There are alcohols that are mixed with mana to amplify the effects like a poison, but it's only in light amounts. People don't like not being able to control themselves because you can never be too safe. On the other hand, this world does have its fair share of different brews. How strong are they? Depends on what you are drinking. Keep in mind that people learn to control their mana and bodies. This allows them to revert to being somewhat powerless whenever they want by inhibiting their mana. And the base body can't take much alcohol, so we don't go around drinking pure alcohol. Okay, so not that much different from my world. Why do you ask? I want to have some fun before we leave. Just a fun night. We can all taste some of the delicacies of my world. Plus, you should teach your daughters how to handle themselves with this stuff. Boy, you're just as young as them, and you know how to handle yourself? Hee hee. I've had my fair share of crazy nights, old man, and in my world, if you didn't watch how much you drank, there was no going back. Believe me when I say that we got messed up. Not to mention, we had much more than just alcohol. I didn't use them, but the drugs on my world were really what hit hard. Alright. I guess I have no choice but to believe you. And maybe my daughters really should learn how to handle themselves. Neither you nor I want them stranded in a pub at night. So how about this? When sunset hits, we'll eat and I'll bring out various alcohols. Sound good? Very well, boy. I'm quite interested in what you have in store. Oh, are you a drinker, old man? I hope you're not a lightweight. Asterisk pooey asterisk don't insult me, boy. I can drink more alcohol than you can water. I hope your world's brewmasters can impress me. I'm not looking for some cheap shit. Hee hee hee. You don't need to worry about that. Has anything else I've brought out disappoint you yet? You'll see. Chapter 20. Alcohol. When sunset finally hit, Dream started pulling out alcohols. Tequila, vodka, beer, champagne, whiskey, margarita mixes, and wine. All the main categories were there. Dream got recommendations from Sophia for the 5 best in each category, and soon, nearly 50 bottles were on the table. He set out a wine glass, a mug, and a shot glass for each person. As Iris and Luna saw him, they got interested in what he was doing. Dream? What's all those bottles for? Luna, these bottles hold all the different types of alcohol from my world. Me and your dad are going to be drinking some, and you guys are going to join us. Us? Why would our dad let us drink alcohol? Iris, I told him that you guys need to learn to handle yourselves while you're still around people you can trust. We don't want you two getting shit-faced in a pub one night and getting taken advantage of because you don't know what to do. Huh, you think we can't handle ourselves? It's just alcohol. We would never let anyone do what they want to us just because we drank some. Iris, as expected from Scarlet. Such naivety. So cute. Dream. Excuse me, I know plenty. This alcohol can't do anything to me anyway. Iris, then you won't have any problems drinking with us tonight. I thought of this mainly to have a little fun before we leave. Letting you guys experience it at least once is just 2 birds with 1 stone. Dream. Dream finished setting things up while talking. At this time, Riddick walked into the kitchen. You got everything, boy? Yes, sir. Let's eat first. Can't drink on an empty stomach. Why not? Luna. 'Cause you'll get messed up faster. Dream. Dream pulled out the dinner he made earlier and everyone ate. I saw all the bottles. Are those all the kinds of alcohol your world has? Riddick. Not even close. There's 7 or 8 main types that everyone drinks, and I summoned 5 from each type. Only the most popular and tasteful. If you don't find these satisfactory, I can only wonder what kind of godly brewmasters you have here. I look forward to it. Luna. Iris. Riddick. Yes? Yeah. Don't go too crazy. Riddick. Ugh. Iris. I'll try. Luna. Dinner ended quickly, and it was time to get started. Dream gave everyone their glasses. There's different cups for different drinks. Some you drink straight out of the bottle. It depends. Anyway, we'll start with the light stuff first. Beer is definitely the most popular drink, but most of the time it isn't strong. It's usually drunk in large amounts, and this is the one you drink out of the bottle. Here you go. Dream handed everyone a bottle of beer. It was already popped open, and Riddick was the first to taste it. An interesting taste. And what's this bubbling? It's called carbonation. Just some air bubbles infused into the drink. They go away eventually. Riddick kept drinking, pleased with the beer. The girls, on the other hand, had a different opinion. This isn't very good. Luna. Pooey, this is nasty. How do you drink a lot of this stuff? It's like bubbly liquid bread. Iris. Neither of them were pleased with beer. Honestly, it wasn't Dream's favorite either. It's an acquired taste. I didn't expect you guys to like it. Finish it, though. Dream. He knew they wouldn't care for it, but that's actually not why he gave them some. What happens when you drink carbonated drinks? Burp, Riddick. Ha ha ha. Nice one, old man. Dream. And soon after. Burp burp. Luna. Ugh. I don't like that. Iris. Ha 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 ha. Both Dream and Riddick started laughing their butts off. Dream because Luna's embarrassed face was super cute. Riddick because he never thought that sound would come from his girls' mouths. They moved on to the next drink after Iris got pissed off and threw the bottle. The next one they tried was wine. This is wine. It's poured in this glass. They're made both strong and light. These aren't so strong, so we'll have them. Everyone had a glass of wine, while Riddick actually drank a whole bottle. He smiled at Dream as if he was superior. What you want, old man? Trying to challenge me? That can wait until we get to the stronger drinks. Heh, I'd like you to try, boy. Dream went through champagne and then mixed some margaritas. The girls liked the margaritas because they had more taste to it. Riddick also liked it as he had never had such tasteful alcohol before. They all tried a glass and sometimes three, until Dream came out with some bigger hitters. These have much more alcohol, at least triple. This is vodka, whiskey, and tequila. It is also the drinks that we use these glasses with. Dream pointed to the shot glass and the small cup for tequila and whiskey. Riddick wasn't impressed. You really use these tiny things? I guess I expected too much. It's normal for my world. They're called shots. You pour a glass full and then drink it really quickly. Because it has much more alcohol, most people couldn't handle the taste. But they still drank it to get them messed up. If the girls were on my world, they might be able to do 3 or 4 before getting drunk. Interesting. But we aren't doing that here. At least, you and I aren't. I'll have the girls do some shots, though. Dream slid a bottle of tequila over to Riddick. He then poured a couple of shots for the girls. He did one to demonstrate. You see this? You dump it to the back of your throat and swallow all at once. Try it. The girls grabbed the glass in front of them and tried what Dream did, just not as well. They basically just poured it into their mouth. Blay. Cough, cough, this is horrible. Asterisk cough, asterisk. Iris. Luna. Iris started coughing as it tasted horrible, and Luna was shaking her head trying to handle it. Hey, old man, you ready? Anytime, boy. Dream picked up his bottle, and Riddick did the same. They twisted off the cap and reached over to clank their bottles. Clank. Cheers. Cheers. They knocked it back and started drinking. Gulp. 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 Slam. Both of them put down the bottle at the same time. Ooh, that's hard stuff. Ah, this really is strong. Boy, I have to say, your world is already impressive. Haha, of course. Drinking is an adult's favorite pastime, and a teenager's most rebellious activity. Rebellious? Yup. In our world, you have to reach a certain age to drink, otherwise it's illegal. But a lot of teenagers still drink at parties or in secret. Dream and Riddick started chatting while the girls were looking at them. Mouths agape. Hey, I only tried one tiny glass of that stuff and I was coughing. Why are you guys okay after drinking all that? Iris. The two men looked over at the newbie with smug faces. Hee, look. I think even with mana she would still be a lightweight. Dream. Ha ha ha. Riddick. Shut up. Don't laugh at me. Iris. Iris tried reprimanding her dad for laughing at her with a red face. Iris, they both have probably drunk a lot of alcohol before. Dream said it's an acquired taste. Luna. Ugh, I don't care. This stuff is nasty anyway. Only the margarita was good. Dream had made a lot of margaritas as they tasted better, so the girls just sipped those. Meanwhile, the men were over to the side competing. Old man, you dare try a glass of Fireball? Fireball? Is it strong? Maybe not strong, but it sure gives a kick. Here. Dream brought a whiskey glass over and poured out some cinnamon Fireball. He hated the drink because of the cinnamon, but maybe Riddick would like it. He slid the drink over and Riddick drank it. The next moment, cough, 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 cough. He started coughing and Dream started giggling with an evil look on his face. What's wrong? Is it too strong for you? Pooey, that's not strong. But what in the hell is that taste? That burn was horrible. This is a disgrace to alcohol. Ha ha ha. It's made with cinnamon. That's what causes the burning. Fireball is a popular drink for crazy people. I hate it too, so I guess I won't fault you. Girls, you want to try? He looked at the girls. No. If even Dad can't handle it, what makes you think I can? Iris. Iris yelled at him for even suggesting it. Luna was more adventurous though. I guess I'll try it. Oh, here. Take a glass. Dream poured her half a glass and set it in front of her. Luna picked it up and sniffed it before taking a sip. It's not too bad. It burns a little, but at least it covers up the alcohol taste. Dream and Riddick looked at her with complicated faces. Old man, are you sure your daughter is normal? Not if she can drink that and be fine. I am perfectly normal. What's so bad about it? Luna got embarrassed from being teased. Meanwhile, the boys didn't want to think much about why she liked it. Dream kept going through and pouring different alcohols. The girls eventually just stayed with the tastier stuff while the guys went with the whiskey and tequila. Dream's favorite is actually tequila. He would drink a lot of that stuff back on Earth. But Riddick came to like bourbon the best, a type of whiskey. They kept drinking and got buzzed. Everyone would start hysterically laughing over stupid things and doing some funny stuff. Eventually, Dream brought out one last one. This is moonshine. It has lots of alcohol, but you don't taste it. Try some. He handed out jars after overenthusiastically introducing it. Everyone opened it up and drank some. Whoa! You really don't taste much. This is good. Iris. Impossible. Luna. It tastes like the margaritas, just less fruity. How much alcohol is in here? Riddick. Riddick asked after discovering Dream was right. Easily very strong. Maybe more. It's actually really illegal in a lot of countries because it's easy to make. Or something like that. Strange but understandable explanations came from Dream's mouth. Riddick nodded his head in understanding and drank some more. By this time, the girls had already got drunk off of the margaritas. But the moonshine really sealed the deal. Dream. Luna. What? Dream. I love you. Luna. You shouldn't say that in front of the old man. He might yell about how old he is. Dream. I'm not old, punk. I'm experienced. Riddick. Dad is old. Iris. Not old. Riddick. Gimme a kiss, Dream. Luna. If you're gonna kiss anyone, kiss your daddy. Riddick. EW. Don't say that. You're too old for that. Dream. Say what? Iris. Daddy. It was a very sexualized word on my world. Luna can call me daddy. Dream. Daddy Dream. Iris. No. Never mind. I take it back. Dream. Why? Iris. They talked about very random things. It was a couple hours into the night when they decided to stop. All right. Burp now, we need to clean out the poison. Riddick. It's not poison. Iris. Luna. Dream. Huh. Luna. What's cooler than being cool? Ice cold. Luna. I can't hear ya. I said. What's cooler than being cool? Dream. Ice cold. Luna. All right. Dream. Shut up. Riddick. Riddick stopped them and had everyone start filtering their bodies. Mana was able to restore the body to its original condition, and alcohol was not part of that. After 10 minutes or so, everyone was back to normal. Riddick then sent the girls to bed because it was actually close to morning. When they were gone, it was just the two men at the table. Dream brought out some water for both of them. Mana wouldn't rehydrate them. Riddick took a sip and asked a question. How are your preparations, boy? I think I'm all good. Transportation, gear, food. Got it all? All right, then we can head out soon. I was thinking we could leave after tomorrow. We can have one more day in the house. That sounds good. I was going to let you know some of the plans I have in mind. Dream nodded to him. This was important for their journey.